Hey everybody, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors and helpers this time around. We got NSCLiveTV.com, the Cheers to Comics podcast, Earth Station 1 podcast, the Shop Top podcast, the Creators Outlet podcast, Evolution Comics Facebook page, IndieVolt Radio, IndieVolt.com, the radio station, the YouTube channel, BuyMeToys.com. Love you all. Thanks so much. Peace. Hey everybody, we're here. We're live. It's CRoM Con 10, Day 3, Part 1. And it's crazy because, last night was amazing. Yesterday was amazing. We had some great people out. We had some hiccups, had some power outages, technical issues. We had guests that had problems, but we got through it and we're here to do it again. So I just want to welcome everybody out here. I want to bring out my co-host and partner, Mr. Phil Leon. How you doing, Phil?
Hey.
Hey,
Good morning, everybody.
What you do? I can hear you now. All right, we're in good shape. There you go. All right. I also have another co-host, Mr. Will Pace from the Creators Outlet podcast. These guys been helping me out. They saved the show yesterday when the power went out here where I'm at. So y'all throw them a little thank you when you get a chance, because wouldn't have been no show yesterday if it wasn't for them. So our first guest today is across the pond. We had quite a few of those this weekend. It's been amazing. A lot of people from the UK. We had Turkey on here yesterday. We didn't even know we had somebody in Turkey. So, it's pretty wild. But he's across the pond and he's having connectivity issues. So we have somebody in the background who was going to be out the next half hour, but she's ready right now. She's here right now. And she's a friend of his too, so we're just going to bring her out and talk to her until he gets his together. You know what I'm saying? Christie Shinn, Horatora Studios, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just welcoming in the new year. And drawing as usual. My computer took a shit. That was like the thing in the new year. So I was like, God damn it. So I had to give myself another one. So that's why I'm doing it for my Surface, which is my backup, which is cool. But all my work's on the other one. It's okay. I saved all my work. It's good. It's salvageable. It's just that the operating system is a pile of shit. And I want to throw fucking Windows 10 out the door.
Okay, we know she's angry.
I'm always angry. What the fuck?
Yeah. So here we are. We have Christie Shinn, and I want to get her link up here in the banner.
Yeah.
She does a thing called Demon Bitch, and it's not for everybody. And I already said over the weekend that we're going to be switching things up, and we're going to be moving adult-oriented things to later in the evening, and more all ages stuff during the day. We are going to fix that about this con, people, okay? Because Christy would be an evening guest for sure. She is definitely TVMA.
Evil never sleeps.
Anyway, I'm going to let Phil go ahead and introduce himself, and then I'll have Will give himself a shout out, and then we'll see if Rich can find his way in here.
Okay, I think we about have him here.
Yay.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
well, he ain't found his way here yet. So, Phil, go ahead. Tell us who you are.
Hey,
I'm just going to...
There he is.
Hello.
Hey, Rich. How's it going?
It's going. How's everybody doing?
We're good.
Good. Evil never sleeps.
We're good. We're just going around introducing ourselves. I was letting Phil tell everybody who he is. Christy, I guess I'll see you in a little while.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh.
Phil, go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
Hey, I'm Phil Leon. I work in comics, mainly as a colorist, some editorial work, and help co-host stuff. There you go.
You were on launch party last night for Naked Cannibal Campers. Were you not?
Oh, yeah. Doing well. They even had the...
Excellent.
How'd they do? How they doing right now?
Excellent.
Uh-oh.
Rich, we're going to buy you a new phone, bro.
I just think he needs new internet.
but it did fine. I guess I just saw something this
Phone.
morning. Got something set. There he is. It's at 59% funded right now, actually. So it's
Nice.
doing really well.
Nice.
But
Well-
yeah, you guys can find that. Naked Cannibal Campers, man. Still kickstarting, man. Go get you some.
All right, Will. how
Yeah,
you
sorry
doing,
about
man?
that, guys.
You find a
It's
place
okay,
where you
it
get
happens.
where you get Wi-Fi, Rich?
Well, what the problem is that I was supposed to be home at a certain time, and there was a miscalculation on my end on when we were going to get home. We just dropped off my wife's daughter over at uni, and I thought I was going to get home before 5, and it turns out we didn't. We're still a half hour out.
Ah,
All right. Well, we'll do the best we
Yeah,
can. with what
and
we
I'm
got.
sorry about that. I thought we were going to be home a little bit earlier. We had to make a detour.
hey, it happens, man. You got to do the things and stuff.
So, you have a new project, Rich.
Yeah, well, my beautiful wife is down the.
Back up where you were.
Okay, we got to freeze. Well, I'll wait. Will, there you go. Here's your spot.
Loading CRoM for me.
Ah, there he is. He's back. Hey, Edwin.
So I can access this better.
Yeah, we definitely got to get you hooked up
Because
with some connectivity.
Your
so-
phone's a lot better than my.
It's like one syllable at a time.
And they talk about how great technology is. You know,
Somebody should have used the head cleaner first.
buy this phone. It's the best one ever, but you ain't gonna be able to talk to nobody.
Okay, there you are. I think it's stable again. Maybe.
Yee. I just realized I was missing the hat. All right. Rich, you want to go ahead and go home and we'll talk to Christie for a little while and you can come back out in a half hour and 20 minutes with her? Because she's going to start clowning on you in a minute, dude. She probably already is. She's probably typing at him harsh. Look at this. When he comes back, we're going to get him. We're going to get him, y'all, when he comes back.
Hey guys.
He did this to Keith once, see? He did this to Keith once. We're going to get him back right now.
That's right.
He's gonna know.
That's right.
You're gonna give it away, man.
What do you mean give it away? He's going to log back in and there's going to be Keith. Woo! His connection's horrible. He can't see us anyway.
Oh my gosh.
I'll let-
Oh, poor Rich.
Okay, now he's cussing. He's cussing through the messenger.
Oh no.
Mr. Keith Williams.
Hey, Pop. How
Hey,
you
man,
doing?
it's good to see you. I ain't seen you in a while, sir.
Yeah, I know. Just been doing commissions and stuff like that. Haven't been doing anything else other than that, Just trying to stay safe and Christmas and everything. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you guys.
You too, for sure.
Yeah. It's been a crazy couple of months, a bunch of months. Yeah.
To go without saying, it has. It was a crazy year, man. I mean, there's no denying we survived weird.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
I mean, there's no other description for the
Yeah. Weird is about right.
freaking weird, And but I remember now the first time. Was it the first time you guys were out here and Rich did this to you?
Yeah. It probably was. That was an amazing surprise. I really enjoyed that.
He comes to me, he's, Pops, Keith Williams come back there. Man, will you please let me go out there and say hi, man, please? And I was like, I didn't know who Rich was. I was like,
Now look.
Sure, I'll let you go out and say hi. I didn't, it was amazing though. Now, if we
Oh
can
yeah,
get
yeah.
back on you,
He
if
is
we can
great.
get back-
He
If
is
we can
great.
get him back
Stuff
on,
that
we can get him.
the stuff he's doing right now. I'm so proud of him. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to show it up, but I want to wait till he's out here to show it up.
I know. Oh my gosh.
But for you people in the chat, that's the link right there. You can go check it out right now. You don't got to wait for us. You know.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. It's absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed reading it. I got to do my own one day.
Well, you know, we have this networking group for hooking up with all the people you need to do that.
Oh yeah, that.
Really?
You know, it's just nice, you know.
Of course.
It's blown up, Keith. There's over 2,000 people in it now.
Really?
It's crazy.
Wow, very good.
I mean, and you know, I mean, you just scroll through it, and it's just nothing but people's projects.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Or people asking for, you know, somebody to collaborate with, or you know, I mean, it's blown up way beyond what I ever thought it was going to be. I ain't gonna lie.
That's good. That's great.
And the new platform that we're out on.
Yep, we got this NSC Live TV platform that we're out on now, and you know, just expansion. The reach grows. You know, the reach grows. So, you got anything you can show me, bro? Just since you're here, come on. You're a master, man. We love looking at what you do, bro.
Yeah, I'm just messing around with a few things. So, this is something I'm going to put together. Spider-Man and Ladybug in Paris.
Nice.
So, you know, I get just an idea, you know, like two insects. Well, one's an arachnid, and Ladybug. So that's one of the things I'm messing around with right now.
Make Cat Nor jealous, though.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering, I was trying to figure if I was going to put him in the background somewhere, you know, like fuming or about to leap on top of him or something. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, you know.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and what else do I got here? What else is here? Got a mess of stuff. Oh, here's my Christmas card. My latest.
I saw that.
Yeah, the newest guy. I keep putting in new people.
Right.
So the newest guy is Green Lantern right up there with his bag of Christmas gifts.
Look at that. Cap and Batman hanging out together. You can't beat that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know?
Batman's always a sourpuss, though, but that's okay. So I did that, and oh gosh, what else? I got like a ton of stuff, but I got such a mess here. I was basically going to be talking to Rich.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like I don't have anything prepared. Oh no. Wait a minute. Anything else? Oh.
Well,
I got a few other.
That was kind of a ambush anyway. Show us something.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
You know. Oh, all right.
Oh, cool.
There's a Phantom.
There you go. See, that's what we know you for right there. That's awesome.
There you go. And I did the inks on this, and Lou Mana did the pencils. Nice. He's another Phantom artist. You got that. Yeah. And oh gosh, what else do I got here? Slide around. Oh, got a lot of old stuff. Oh yeah.
All the cool stuff and things.
Yes. Here's another Lou Mana. One that I inked over.
Nice. Dude kills it. Everybody.
There you go.
He's a master. Ain't no
So,
lie.
yeah, I had a ball working with him on this stuff. Let's see what else we got here. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's another one. Blue. And actually, these are for sale. So if anybody's interested, here they are. You can DM me on Facebook or Instagram.
That's Keith Williams, y'all. It's for sale.
Yeah, it's for sale. Yeah, sure. Let's see, what else I got here? Anything else? Oh, a lot of old stuff. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I showed you. Wait. Here we go. Another Phantom shot with me and Lou. Oops. you go.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's for sale also. So
No.
if anybody's interested.
And
And
where,
here's a Hulk. I did.
and where can they pick that up from, you good sir? If they like it.
Well, you could check me out on Facebook. It's Keith and Instagram. Instagram is Keith Williams Comic Book Art.
There you go.
So you can look me up there or on Keith Williams. You know, like I'll be easy to see. I'll be the guy with my fist, like pointing out with my phantom ring on. So that'll be my web. That's my site on Facebook. So all you got to do is just like DM me and yeah.
I think he's in the madness too.
Awesome.
So like this, only different.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. That's great, man. Really nice. Yeah, here we go. Here's mine. There you go. Wait a minute. Where am I? There I go.
Oh,
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. And I'm supposed to be going to a convention, I think this weekend. That's coming up, but I can't remember exactly what Anthony's. I think it's Anthony's Comic Book Art something. It's going to be in New Jersey. So
I can't believe they're letting people do anything in New Jersey.
yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how. We'll see what happens.
How it goes, yeah.
These are all things that are always up in the air. So
Well, yeah, and it's that way anywhere. Even in places where things are opened up, they're still not doing
Right.
anything big.
No. Yeah. Right.
Got to
Sure.
play everything by ear, man.
We have the Hall of Heroes Museum right here by us, and it's like they'll do small tours, but they're not like just open for
Sure.
people to just walk in and fill the place up.
Oh no! Can't do that now. No. It's a shame how things are happening right now. But hopefully this year be a better year. Probably maybe in the middle of this year. We'll see how that works out.
Well, I mean, they talk about the vaccine, and people get that, and everything will open back up, and it's like I'm just sitting out here in the boonies, and the only place I go is the golf course.
There you go.
And I'm just not worried about going to any huge events. I'm not worried about going and doing anything that's going to endanger me, my family, or anybody else. So
Sure. Sure, exactly.
Much didn't change for me. I mean, seriously, they closed our golf courses down for a little while, and that was upsetting. But we got through it.
Yeah, right. There you go. You got through it. Yeah, you just got to power through. Be okay.
That was my motto from the beginning. Can you power through it?
Power through. That's it.
I freelance, so I'm used to being home all the time. Anyhow, behind the tablet working, man.
Know how you feel. Know how it works. Yes, absolutely.
I'm already acclimatized to it, I think, before everything even happened.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're doing. We're doing solitary work. This is what we do. So it's like days go by really quick sometimes for me. When I'm working. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, I know that the days leading up to the con kind of drag on because I'm excited about doing this. It's kind of like waiting for Christmas when you're a little kid.
Sure.
I figured out the goal or the secret of youth, and that's to always have something you really are looking forward to that slows the days down.
Yes.
So I still believe in Santa Claus and all that.
That's a good thing. That's okay. That's a good thing, man.
He don't necessarily come at Christmas, but he comes all year round, man. He drops stuff in my mailbox all the time. I mean.
That's great.
So, always good. I wish Rich could have found his way out here, man. We're gonna try. We're gonna have to do some shuffling today, Phil.
Well, that's what I was telling him. The last contact I had before he kind of went dark again was just to that maybe we could. I thought we were going to do like what you're talking about and switch with swap up with Christie until he got here.
We could just put him out there and bounce him off Christie. They'll just destroy each other live.
as Christie laughs backstage.
Oh my God. Well, guys, I unfortunately can't really stay too long today. I'm gonna be leaving in a little bit, but I wanted to. I don't know.
Go ahead, give him a message. He can watch the replay. He might be watching. He might just not be able to connect.
Well, if he is, let me just say, like that I love what you did, Rich. Like the book is fantastic. I've read it already. It's great. I can't wait to see the next issue. I'm just really proud of you. Like I remember him from when he started out as an intern, working as a Romita Raider at Marvel Comics, and that's where I met him. And he worked with me on backgrounds on a lot of my books, and he just like grew from there. He's absolutely amazing. He's a great guy.
He is. He's a really good guy, and it's like he really cares about people too.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He really does. I remember, like I say, he got a hold of me that one day. He's, man, Keith Williams, dude, can I please come out and say hi? I was like, he's an awesome guy, and
yes,
we will try to get him out here once he gets home. We'll let him crash Christie's show.
Okay.
But I'll make sure that he knows. But you can also go ahead and drop him a little message in the comments, so that he sees it.
Okay. All right.
Conversations, and I know he thinks the world of you, man.
Yes.
Well, he's a sweetheart, and like I said, I've known him for a long time, and I just, like I said before, I just can't be more proud of him. I am so very proud of the guy. And this is only the beginning for him. I just can't wait to see what's next. He's doing stuff that I want to do, but I haven't actually pushed myself to do it. He's doing it. It's great.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks so much for doing. I wish he could have been out here. But
I saw him for a few seconds. I saw him there, but oh well.
Oh well, we'll do it again, brother. We'll do
Absolutely.
it again. I'll get both you guys out here on a Monday Madness or something, and you can tell everybody about you guys worked together back in the day.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Right. We can do that.
Keith Williams, everybody.
Take care, guys. Love you guys.
Thanks, Keith.
Have
Good
a
to
good
meet
day.
you, man.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Woo! That's awesome. It's always awesome when I get to see Keith, any of those guys from that crowd, man. You know it. So, we're just going to do this. Christie.
Hi. Carol talking shit in the background. That's funny.
Next month I'm gonna put you out here tonight. I'm gonna turn you loose. But let's try to tone it down a little bit.
Everybody says that. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering why my computer is now at an angle, my fat ass black cat is lying on the side of the desk. Lab desk.
Cats do not want us to be smarter, people. They will lay on your paper. They will get between you and your book. They will lay on your computer keyboard. They do not want you getting smarter. You'll figure out that they ruled you.
Well, it's kind of funny because they did a study, and so it's not good for pregnant women to be near the feces of cats because they can get toxoplasmosis, which is not good, right? And they can get it from outdoor cats because they, hunt things and stuff and vermin. Let me pick this girl up. Oh,
so that's Ink, everybody.
Ink. Yeah, she's in my stomach. She's like in my lap because I don't want her lying on the thing and screwing it all up. Since see, this is her. Anyway, so apparently cats, there is a form of toxoplasmosis that cat owners have, and apparently that's their mind control. That's what makes us do things for them, like clean up their crap and everything.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, clean my box, give me food, let me out. Here's a mouse.
She just looks so pissed at me because she's like, I get to lie down wherever. You don't get to pick me up. Hey. Because the problem is that she'll lie on my keyboard and screw things up, and I don't need that.
That's what I mean. They do that. They do that on purpose. They won't even let you read the Sunday funnies laid out on the floor. They will come lay down right on the newspaper.
I mean, I have to say what I like about cats is they will not allow themselves to be treated they just reflect how you treat them. Like, it's like one guy said, I hate my cat. I said, why? It's like, well, he doesn't come to the door. I said, well, what do you do? It's like, do you play with him? Do you interact with him? No, I just feed him. It's like, well, he knows where he stands with you.
He's like, you're just a food dispenser to me.
Like, oh, okay, that's how I am to you. Fuck you then. That's how they feel.
So Christy, do you want to pop up a screen, show some stuff off?
Well, I'm on my Surface right now. So the thing is I was telling you guys, my main desktop took a dump on me. So the Surface is a little hard, but I have some products to show.
Okay, that's cool. We will do products.
Okay, so the thing is that I do and sell comic books, most notably Demon Bitch. Now, she's a low-level demon. Now you can tell what kind of character she is from the 13th pit of hell where people throw their dog shit in gum wrappers. And she wants to bring the second coming of Armageddon, but the first one never happened because she's dumb. So this is a book like Water for Chocolate, except it's crappy. And I'm sure Laura Esquivel hates me. And it's a good book. Not this one, but, like Water for Chocolate. But essentially, this is the first of its kind where I work with my friend Tony, and we actually made stuff like the Demon Bitch cocktail. And one of the selling points is that it smells pungent and looks like a cup of semen. So there you go. That's the Demon Bitch cocktail. And I've actually drunk all these cocktails that he did. Not happily, but I did them. And it's a work of art.
Are they any good?
Huh?
Are they any good?
They get you drunk. They're also another level of awful. It's not like, see, the thing with Tony is that he didn't go and just take a bunch of Captain Morgan and a bunch of stuff and threw it together and made it deliberately taste bad. Like there's an art to it tasting bad. It's really messed up. So, but it's also a 90-page comic book. And I dedicate it to my tumor because I actually had a pancreatic tumor, which is even funnier in a way. Now people are like, how is that funny? You have a tumor? I said, well, I've lived. So there you go. And people ask me how long, like, what did I name the tumor? It's outlined in green right here. And I named it Casey Anthony because she tried to kill me.
Now, see, that's somebody who took something that was a real negative in their life and turned it into a positive.
I always do that.
It's like you can't beat that. You came back from something. You could have died. I mean, you told me a story. It wasn't a little tumor, y'all. She told me a story.
It was 6 inches. Like my buddy was like, "Oh, man!" Like he was just. It's like about this big,
Yeah.
And it was not fun to have. I mean, it grew so slow, so I didn't know what it was. But there's another one that I did called She Sucks, and that's volume 2. And here's the original right here.
Nice.
So get all 3 because if you get them 3 from me from horrortourstudios.com, I do have a Square store. So if you get them, I will sign them to you. I'm also signing other prints as well. And I have, Sepulchre right there. It's a graphic novel I've been working on too. And then Personal Monsters. And I made a shitty tarot deck.
Now hold up. Personal Monsters. Go back to them.
All right, Personal Monsters. Okay, so Personal Monsters is a compilation of personal and professional monsters I've dealt with in my life. So it's kind of like the origin of the species, but with buttholes. And ironically, I drew and wrote this when I moved to LA.
Now, I know you was about to show the tarot deck off, but I have something that you didn't tell me about, and I'm gonna get with you in a minute about it. Go ahead and show the tarot. Go ahead, show off some tarot cards.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to get on me about stuff. So this is the tarot deck. Now, here's the thing about the tarot deck. It's not really a tarot deck. It's based off a fortune-telling system called Lenormand, which is kind of secondarily well-known. But since she's an idiot, she just insisted on calling it the tarot deck right there. But you have the birds where they're all crapping on her. And there's like imagery, but there's the explanation of the imagery in here. Like Demon Bitch Shitty Tarot right there. And actually, I have a review. It's actually on the product itself. And somebody actually did readings of it, and she said, I'm going to keep this as my fucking go-to deck now. And it's like playing card size because that's what their original Lenormand style went from. Actually, a lot of the divination cards came from playing cards, maybe not the standard poker cards, but they did come from that. Like Tarot's 78 cards, where Lenormand is about 36, but I added 10 other oracle cards. Now, oracle cards are like free form, so they can be anything. So yeah, so it's like it's got guest ones like Lawrence Hubbard of Real Deal. So right there, where it's Pimp Hand, where Jabbo the blind pimp is beating crap out of Demon Bitch. And then I have other ones from Angela Odling and everything. I don't have them in order because what I like doing is playing with my cards. But there's different ones, like The Child is one of them. And then, no, it's not Baby Yoda. This was way before Baby Yoda. The Writer, Star. So you can tell how mature I am. And then the book, like throw the book at her. And then the tree.
Look, this it takes a creative mind to take all the things in all those places, though. You know?
Yeah, it's just, and it's just like if you do your, and these are based off quotes of actual stupid people I've been around. Like there's one, it's kind of hard to read, but it's like I'm an empath. I don't care about you. You're laughing about that shit. And then there's Burrito Dreams by Rose, the artist Rose. And then let's see here. So I just have all these ones like the Scythe. She can't be killed, so that's what we're doing right there.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's like Connie Ninja Kai. She did this one too. Robotic Desperation. And then there's other ones like, I think this is David Anderson's Goatsy. So that's kind of explained. So anyway, so some of these are oracle cards. So you can read them. It'll tell you how each of the suits mean and each of the decks mean as well. And I've actually gone into actual pins. These are a sample of some of the pins that I've done. Now I have, because of the beginning.
Hold up, I got one question back on them cards.
Sure,
How do you depict the positive cards with that character?
I think with these cards, with the star, okay, the star is supposed to represent hope, and
right.
wonderful things. So for example, she's getting hurt. One stabbed her in the ass, by the way.
See, I just wanted to know where you went with the positive cards on that deck.
Well, I mean, like, it depended. Like this one, it's the clover. It represents luck. Let me look at one of the other positive cards. I mean, they're all kind of positive in some way or another, but there's one of them here too. She ate the lily, so she's dying now. So it's like the bear. It's mauling her. So it's just like, I don't know. I just, whatever shitty feelings I have about it, I'll just draw it. But somehow it translates to really well about how you read cards. And so I actually saw somebody quote this, like, maybe someone should take DMT and talk to the coronavirus.
Maybe. Just talk to it. It'll go away. So I had an encounter with your name over the week in a place I'd never seen it before.
Uh-oh.
You did a book helping people set up their crowdfunding projects or something to that effect.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not a consultant, but I've had a lot of people ask me practical shit about it. So it's like, I just kind of, I mean, the problem that I see with a lot of people is that they're so desperate to sell their book is that they don't price it what it should be. So how do you price it? You walk around a con and you kind of figure out, okay, this is this book, like this graphic novel, what good price point are you doing it to? And then like, what's the manufacturing cost versus shipping? But it's also like, you kind of have to work up to your big goals in Kickstarter. Like, I didn't start off at $6,000. I actually started off at like probably $1,500. Now, my first mistake with my very first Kickstarter was $5,000. But the thing is that I didn't build a huge thing at that point. That's why it failed. So when I did $1,500, it was relatively easy because I'd taken a couple of years, built up my thing, and then I got people to give. So that was really awesome. So it's just like you keep building for every crowdfunding. You talk to them. You're personable with them. I mean, there were some people that wanted to get for the shitty tarot, but they ended up dropping out because this was this year and it was just a really turbulent year. And I kind of understand that. And, the thing is that you really can't be nasty to people, like when shit like that happens. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's infuriating. Yeah, it's crappy, but you just got to do what you got to do.
Right.
And so the thing is that a couple people contacted me and said, hey, is this still going on? I said, well, the Kickstarter's over, but you can order it through this. And I gave them the shop link, then they did it, and I sent it out to them, and they were happy. So it's like, as long as it funded, it was fine. So, but the thing is, what I find with a lot of people, there's an issue, is that they don't figure out the real cost of their product. They don't figure out the real cost of their shipping, and they're saying, well, I got to do all these deals. I said, you still need to make money though, guys. This is kind of what you're in for. And they go like, no, it's not about money. It's like, okay, if it's just about money, you're going to lose, but you have to understand that you need to make a living off of this too, because conversely, I hear people bitching, like saying, I don't make enough money of this. It's like, well, you price it underneath what you should be paying for it. Like this deck, I think sells for 25, but I made sure it's a long lasting deck to be worth any of that. I know it's ironic because it's Demon Bitch, but I specifically pick the things. I ask for samples. They're really cool with doing that. And then they'll price it out for you, and they'll have 90 days. It's a good for 90 days. So just figure out the shipping, figure out what the bells and whistles are going to be, and just figure out 2 sorts of quotes and go from there.
So what's the name of this book that you consulted on and helped?
Well, there's a couple of them.
There's more than one. Now, dang it.
There's one.
I'm having to find out stuff on the side. What's going on here?
Well, there's also Kickstarter for the independent creator. I learned a lot of things from Madeline Holly Rosing, and she commissioned me to do the cover of the
talking about. That's the one I saw.
Yeah.
Showed that to me.
Yeah. She did that, and she wrote the book. She's written other editions, but she's also done I did the cover for her, and that was really what she liked. And she's a really, really awesome person. Definitely, she does classes if you are in LA. I mean, I don't know about now, but I know she might do. I don't know if she does remote classes, but in Culver City, she does. I think she did some classes, but she does in-person classes, and hopefully that'll come back to normal when that happens. But she does do that, but she also has the book, and that's available on Amazon.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, I hear from different people, and like Ryland Grant, like we've talked about Kickstarters and stuff like that. So it's just a gradual thing of building stuff up. And it's just like, okay, well, if I make this much, okay, here's my next goal, which is this, and that, So it's like you kind of have to have all your goals planned in at once and say, well, if I make this much, and by all means, do a little buffer, because like you're going to have to figure out shipping. You're going to have to figure out your shipping.
And international shipping.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, another mistake I see people do is that they totally like discount shipping. Like, oh, okay, I'm just like, even though it's Europe, I'm going to do only like $5 for shipping. And I'm like, it doesn't cost that much. It's way more expensive. And plus you have to pack it better. And people go like, oh, well, shipping killed me. And I'm like, well, there you go, man. I don't know what to say. You got to figure it out. But I've actually found a really good account called Pirate Ship. What Pirate Ship does is that they're a free thing. They find you the best deals through USPS. Now, if you actually pay for their service, they will find it for you through FedEx and all that. But they usually deal with the USPS, but they ship international. And what's great is that they'll come to your house and pick it up. Now, if you need it by a specific time, they will charge you a fee. The only thing you need to get is a postal scale. And to be honest, those are cheap to get. Yeah, and they're good. I mean, I use them. They're they're not pain in the ass to use. It's very simple, and it'll remember certain package sizes, so you don't have to enter it anytime.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's like I like Pirate Ship. It's good. It's simple. If I need to ship anything from my store, it's just really easy peasy. And also, like the thing is, I could put in an address that's kind of there if I wanted to kind of estimate pricing. And then to put up in Square, and then I'll put up the thing, and then it'll give me a general roundabout pricing for certain numbers and stuff. And it's even then I'm talking about it like it's more complicated. It really isn't. And what's nice is that you can figure your shipping around that.
See, so she's just not all about mean stuff and evil words. She's also a very helpful person. Will help you. she will help your Kickstarter. She'll give you advice. Christie's a good person, really good person. She just embraced it because she went through almost death. And
I think also if people act stupid to me, then I get really angry about that. I mean, again, it depends. It's like you'd have to. It takes a lot to piss me off, but once you get there, it's not good.
She's a Virgo, y'all, and you all know the saying, "The pen is mightier than the sword." Mm-hmm. And Christie is a prime example of stabbing you with that thing, boy. Don't be mean to Christie. Don't be mean to Christie's friends. Christie may immortalize you, you know?
Yeah, Pops actually was a witness to that, but he almost fell. I think he said he fell off his chair. He said only once. I thought it was once, but apparently he repeatedly fell off in his chair laughing.
It was horrible, but it was funny at the same time.
Oh God, there was one where I did it, and you know my friend Lawrence, he's been on the show a few times, right? Not well, CRoM Con, he's been on CRoM Con and other things, and my friend Steven. And he was just describing this one where there was this character I made called Man Baby, and he was laying up with Demon Bitch. And he says, man, it's like Demon Bitch, like she has this look like she's been hoeing all this time, and she just looks bored.
And that's horrible. And that's what I'm talking about, people. It's like, don't make artists mad. Because if you make them mad, they will draw you. And it won't always be flattering.
I mean, they have like Matt Groening in Life in Hell, and that's one of my key influences. It just says he lists like the jobs and like actor, this artist, and all this, and then it says cartoonist, and it's like how to annoy them. It's like it is unwise to annoy them.
This is what I'm saying. Why would you? Why? This is why I don't get why there's so much animosity in the industry. You guys know what you can do to each other. Be nice to each other. You know?
A lot of it, I honestly, when I see that animosity, a lot of it's bullshit. I don't get involved. It's just like if it's personal to me or my friends. But even then, like it has to be really just a repeat thing for me to even want to say anything about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, somebody has to come at me really wrong in order for me to leave them behind. You know, everybody knows that. And for Christie, if you go at her really wrong, you're probably gonna get drawn. Because, you know, I mean, if I could draw, I'd never have to say anything.
Yeah.
I'd never have to say anything. I'd just draw a picture and move on.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just funny. It's just like all this shit is just funny to me. It's just like, as they say, just drawing a bunch of stuff is just being absolutely ridiculous and it's silly at the same time, but it's like it works, you know. I mean, like I've also been getting into merchandising too with my own stuff. So here's it's the dusty face mask, and it's got all the coronavirus. It's like maybe someone should take DMT and talk to the coronavirus on here. And it's got all these little coronaviruses everywhere. It's really soft too, because it's like it kind of fit around anybody's head like this.
Yeah, it's a mask. There's your mask, girl.
Mm-hmm. But it's actually really breathable because the thing is, I have allergies, and in some masks, it's really hard for me to breathe, especially some of the cloth ones if they aren't shaped a certain way. But this is really easy to breathe, so it's really good.
Nice. And you got pins.
I do. One of them is called Cove Thick 19. I've got the Plague Doctor. I don't have it with me here, but the Plague Doctor is glow in the dark. This is glitter. See. So never trust a big butt and a smile, because this girl
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, Cove Thick 19. She's got this huge ass, and then she's got like the little nubby bits, and then she's got the big boobies because she's dummy thick. So there you go. It's all glittery. It's on my website. And then there's another one because I had to draw my own pancreas, and I actually gave this to my surgeon. Cove Thick 19 and pancreas tits. My surgeon said he was actually going to take the dusty face mask and use it with his boat, like when he goes on his boat. It's like this.
So everybody understand, Christie went through a near-death experience, and she came out of it and used it to get back to normal. You know, I mean, pretty much used it to get back to normal, back to doing what she does. And look, she's smiling now. Probably wasn't smiling too much before that, right?
I was kind of more, it's like looking at old pictures of myself, I look more sick. Like at the time I didn't realize it, but it's like now it's like in my pictures I'm more relaxed. But in other ways in the other ones I was like, because it was I thought it was just who I was, but it was just because it happened so gradually. It was a very slow growing tumor that I was just like, I think I was in more pain than I realized.
And she does have a high threshold of pain. So she probably was in more pain than she realized, because she's like kind of like me. She just like shrugs it off, deal with it, live with it, whatever. Like today, my hands aren't bothering me too much. I ain't got to wear the compression gloves. I can actually move.
Well, you know, I could say something about that, but I won't.
Just be nice to me. Just be nice to me, lady.
Something about shake weight.
But I noticed I didn't. That's being nice to you.
I keep waiting for my Christie Shinn CRoM though.
Oh yeah, I got to do that. Well, when I get my new computer, I'm going to go and actually start drawing up a storm, because I've like been behind on some of the Demon Bitch projects and stuff.
Well, I want a Christie Shinn CRoM for the next CRoM Con banner.
Okay, I will go ahead and do that. I know you sent me shit, but it's like, there you go. So it's like, yeah, I got to go do that too.
Because as soon as you're ready, as soon as you can draw again, I'm gonna make you draw. You know that.
God damn. All right. Yeah, but I mean, it's been a fun ride. I mean, I'm kind of seeing how it goes in January, and probably I'll start maybe doing another Kickstarter. I just was feeling like some people were kind of asking me, like, wanting to do stuff, and I even said to some people, like, I'm kind of feeling mentally burned out right now. Probably I'll get back into it in February, March, if that's okay, you guys. And they're like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's just like, I was just kind of like, I just went through a phase where I just didn't feel like doing anything. But I think I'm going to get out of it soon. I just had to get a new computer, because like, I just was like, screw it. I just have to take care of things.
And
Yeah.
Phil just went through that. Phil just went through the almighty computer hell.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. It's like, why does everything have a rainbow on it? Like, I don't mind rainbows, but I just don't want it on my fucking like rig.
LED. Oh, I need shiny. It's like you're at a rave or something with half the systems now. It's like, look, lights everywhere. It's like, I don't need lights. I just need it to work.
Yeah, like either I need it to work or just give me a nice white or silver light. You know, I want that option. I don't want to deal with all this crap. Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty good. I'm pretty proud of it. So the new rig will hopefully come in this week, and then I can go through with it. Yeah, I don't know. They said they're going to ship it out tomorrow, so it's like, all right.
And you said cool. You went through Newegg, didn't you?
Yeah, Newegg's good. They have good prices.
They are. They probably 3 to 5 days. Usually they say 3 to 5, but I've had it as soon as like 2 days after. So.
Yeah, well, go on, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I live in California, so California is that's, I think, the location in Newegg, and I don't think I live very far from the actual factory or the warehouse.
Yeah, it is. That's where my my Asus ProArt monitor came from that I got earlier in the summer.
Yeah.
But that one took a while to get here. Otherwise, it comes straight from Indy to me, and that only takes a couple days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, where are you located again?
Indiana.
It's right down the corner from me, right around the corner.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Indiana.
Up the road a piece.
Up the road a piece.
Oh, I remember like the rude things that we said as a kid. I should stop now.
Oh, I've heard it all when it comes to Indiana. It's like, what do you guys do out there? Grow corn and cows? And it's like, no, we're in a pretty big city here, man.
Oh, no, not Indiana. I was thinking of like, just like, oh, down there on the corner. So do you mean up your butt and around the corner? Because we're mature.
You can tell Christie is living her second childhood, y'all.
Well, you know, I mean, the first one was pretty good. I mean, why not do it again?
Hey, I got no argument with that. I firmly believe that you got to do things a certain way to stay young. And part of that is happy. You got to be happy, or you will be old really fast.
Oh yeah, it's just like if you're kind of being like miserable, if you're a miserable,
you gotta have fun, man. You have to.
Well, you know, I mean, I've heard people like they're living their dream life, but then they're being miserable fucks and bastards, and I'm like going, okay, I can't listen to you anymore. I know that's your bit, but I need to get away from this. It's like the thing is like being angry all the time. It's like it's okay to be angry or have that persona of angry, but if you're mean, nobody wants to be around you. You have to be funny on a certain level, you know. It has to be tempered with something else because
you can't be around negativity all the time. That just doesn't do anybody any good, even the person being negative.
Yeah, I mean it kind of eats at you.
It's like Christie's kind of turned an art form into an art form, if that makes sense. Okay, she's like figured out how to be nasty and rude and funny at the same time in her art. And the funny part is the part that gets me. It doesn't matter how messed up it is. It's like she's making me laugh, and anybody that makes me laugh.
Yeah, like people kind of have to get it on a certain level. Like one of the guys that I actually like is Johnny Ryan, and I think I've said,
yeah,
I think I've said, yeah, Johnny Ryan's really, really gnarly, and Johnny Ryan's so funny, but it's just so it's like literally he'll have people like beating each other up and killing each other in short, but then you start laughing at how messed up that is.
It's and that's what I'm saying. It's like some people have figured out how to do this. How to
find humor,
show the bad in the world, but make you laugh about it. Because I mean, we used to be able to do it all the time, and then PC kind of killed your people's ability to go out and really make people laugh the way we always did. You know, well, I mean, come on, Richard Pryor. I loved Richard Pryor.
People just can't laugh at themselves anymore, man, and. You know, that was the one key thing, especially in stand-up comedy, is to be able to laugh at yourself and see that kind of thing and enjoy the humor of it, man, because we can all relate to a lot of that shit.
And I call on everybody to just go back to laughing. You'll stay young. You'll be happier. Find stuff to do that you love to do. Then do them. Don't let nobody tell you not to do them. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, that's stupid, grow up. No. Do what you love to do. Stay young.
I mean, the thing is also with humor nowadays, they're going like, you know, they think it's funny and it's satire, but what passes as satire, it's like, it's just mean.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not even funny.
Yeah, there's not any cleverness to it. It's just straight up, you know, how can I mess with somebody being a total, you know, that.
Yeah, I mean, there's an art to it, and you really have to take a chance and do that, you know.
Right.
So,
pushing the envelope.
I know I kept you out here a lot longer than you planned on.
Oh, well, man, I aim to please. What can I say?
I appreciate you, though, filling out for Rich. You know, we're going to try and get Rich out here later. Phil, you stay in contact with him, try and figure it out, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little sad because Rich and I, we just say the worst shit to each other all the time.
Well, maybe you guys should come out later.
Well, actually, I'm going over to a friend's house later for some apple pie. We know who that is. And then you know who that is.
Yes, I do.
Oh, Christie has recently become one of my idols. I enjoy your nonsense list. Thank you, Facebook user. I don't know who you are.
I know who it is.
And not like letting you show your name unless you have to do this roundabout stupid shit, which I'm sorry, but it's like, whoever you are, I am glad you are saying that. And if I know you, please do not be offended. It's not showing me your name.
Yeah, Facebook does that. If you go watch the stream in the group, you'll probably see who it is. It'll show it in the group. It just doesn't show it in the StreamYard feed.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, guys, if you're saying stuff, I'm just looking at this all in one screen because I don't have multiple monitors.
Yeah. This thing's going out everywhere. It's in Ted Lodi's art group. It's, you know, it's in the Madness. It's on the YouTube channel. You know, we're expanding the reach. Oh, it's Brad. It's Brad from right here where I live.
Oh, hey, Brad. How's it going?
And if Christie has become recently one of your idols, dude, that's rocking. Because
thank you, Brad.
She does give me hope that people can come back from, you know, things that are really traumatic to your body and physical and mental health. You know, I mean, I've talked to her. She's like really tanny going. You know? She told me, you know, it wasn't no good period in your life, and she's looking good right now, coming through strong, smiling, and that's what the whole 2020 was about. Power through it.
Well, I mean, the thing is that sometimes you do have this ability when you go through hell, you're just like, I'm going to get what I want. Screw you.
Yep.
You know, that's how you have to be, but you have to just take it a day at a time. And yeah, there's going to be times where you feel like, I don't want to fucking do this anymore. It's okay. I went through that. And it's just, or there's going to be days where you're going to like, this just sucks. I hate everything. And you're going to go through days like that too. But how do you go and move forward from that feeling? Like, you know, there's that.
And that's what that's what we're all about, is trying to make sure that, you know, everybody has a reason to, as my next guest would say, rise together. Rise together. We rise together. And, you know, I mean, it doesn't, that everybody has a niche. And if you don't care about what that person's doing, that's cool. You know, if you like it, by all means, support it. Don't be afraid to support somebody because they're doing something that some people are looking at. Ooh, that's not very nice. They shouldn't do that. Don't let that stop you from buying stuff you enjoy. Don't let other people's opinions interfere with you getting the entertainment value you want out of the comic books or what graphic novels, whatever that you buy. Okay, other people's opinions are exactly that. They're an opinion. They might not be your opinion. You know, you might hear from somebody, oh, don't buy Christie's stuff, he's bad, bad. And then you might look at Christie's stuff 5 years later and go, damn it, I wish I'd been buying this the whole time because this is funny and I'd have been laughing. Don't let other people influence what you love. You know.
Look, it's like this also. You got to learn when to listen to people, when to shut them off. I mean, it's like, there's some things like, hey, you know, it might be kind of cool if you do this. And I think about it. It's like, yeah, that might be a good idea. And I'll think about it. And again, it's like, I just got to figure out the right time and the right way to do it.
Right.
So it's not necessarily a bad idea, or I might think that it might not be for me. But, you know, I mean, somebody kept telling me, go do a tarot deck. I didn't do a tarot deck, but I ended up doing a Lenormand deck, even though this says shitty tarot. You know, it's really a Lenormand style deck. And that worked well for me. And people really like it.
Right.
So all that matters.
Do you know the Fez?
The Fez.
Mr. Brian K. Morris, Rising Tide Publication.
Hey, Brian, how's it going?
How are you?
Doing good. Just kind of woke up this
Brian.
nice, lovely Sunday morning.
Well, I haven't woken up yet, so I'll probably be surprised in a couple hours when I go back and see what I've done here. So, no, I've been listening. Great conversation. And Christy, I love what you just said about, and Pops, what you said about criticism. You know, I believe it or not, I get criticized all the time. But you know, you have to make a choice. What can help you learn from it? You know, I tell people even bad reviews are useful.
Oh, Pops, I'm not awake. You didn't even warn me about Pops.
You show up in the backstage, that tells me you're ready.
I could have been putting deodorant on, picking my nose, and you just, hey, there's Christian, by the way. So,
Me and PBS, you know.
I like to make
every show.
People on the previous segment get to meet the people on the upcoming segment just for the networking thing. That's what it's all
Nobody wants to meet me, for crying out loud.
Oh, this guy's only got 50,000 followers on Facebook. Nobody wants to know.
Why does everybody inflate that number?
Because that's what it's going to be.
Likes on Facebook, but only about 2 million likes, but 3 million.
Yeah,
People like. That's the same.
So, Christy, thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you.
If we can get Rich back out here later, feel free to come out here and roast him.
Okay, I'll be sure to give him a ton of shit. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, we can curse too.
All right, love you, man.
Damn.
Talk to you later.
See ya. Bye-bye.
You, Christy.
Nice seeing you all.
Good
Bye,
seeing you,
Christy.
Christy. Take care.
I love that lady. She's awesome.
Awesome.
She's been very inspirational to me, like during times when I've, you know, through the last year where I've gotten down, man, I ain't gonna do this anymore. Like, man, no, that's not the attitude you're supposed to have, you know.
I say that before every episode, so I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
She's probably just like, quit whining, Pops.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, just like snap out of it, chump. You know, and I'll take that from her because she's been through way worse than me. You see what I'm saying? And it's like if she's, you know, she's come out here and she's smiling, she's happy. Hey, I'm down. You know,
There you go. There you go. Oh, and Phil and Will, hello. I'm sorry I didn't say hello to you guys.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Good seeing you again, man.
Good seeing you guys.
Nice
Good
to
seeing
meet
you all.
Christian.
Now there, Phil.
So let's go ahead, Brian. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll let Christian introduce himself, and then we're going to talk about stuff.
Yes.
STUF
Let's
stuff.
keep it generic. Yeah, no.
I mean,
It's a lot of room
Yeah.
over, Christian.
I've hung out with Christian, and I've hung out in the chat when Christian's been talking before, and it's like, and I've seen him in the chat, and if you do not keep it like really generic, he's gonna center on something, and bam, he has a snappy comeback for it.
No, I don't.
He just has a comeback, right, Christian?
That's like telling the comedian, say something funny.
Yeah.
Good one. Yeah.
I tried not to set you up on that one because
Now I have an expectation. Thank you, Bob.
Yes.
How much stuff do we got to talk about?
This
That's
is
right.
Go ahead, Brian.
Shall I go now?
You can talk all you want. You can actually introduce me. I'll just sit right here. You can just tell everybody what you think.
I'll introduce him.
Oh,
He can do
we're in trouble.
Not me.
Yeah.
So anyway, shall I go?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I was waiting for my cue. Anyway, hello, I'm Brian K. Morris, independent publisher of comics and books, also a freelance hybrid writer, award-winning playwright, and former mortician's assistant as Christian shows off his bone. Anyway, we write all kinds of fun stuff.
Let me get that up on the front.
Comic
Hold up,
books.
Brian. Put that back up, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you, Pops. Anyway, we do a variety of different publications here, and we also work for other people. We've got more than that on Amazon. Pulp Reality #1. It's awesome. You need it. And also, we're a broadcaster, not in the same league as Pops, but God knows we try. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Never mind the furthermore. Creative Conversation and Coffee at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central, and every Tuesday night, Clever Tile Pending, where we talk about creativity and the business behind it. And this coming Tuesday, we will have the Joe Dog McKeel of Stupid O'Clock and the Armchair Scientist. Joining me in the conversation, talking about what it takes to be a great broadcaster on a variety of subjects. And now it is my honor, it is my privilege to be able to introduce to you the man who has not only become part of the legend, but is the legend himself. He has over 48,000 likes on his Facebook page, The Legend of the Traveling TARDIS. If you're any sort of Doctor Who fan, you have got to make this a part of your listening week. The Legend of the Traveling TARDIS on YouTube and on Facebook. It is my honor, indeed it is my honor, to introduce my good friend, my brother from another mother. Well, until now it was. Christian Basel of The Legend of the Traveling TARDIS. Hello, Christian. How are you?
Good morning, everybody, or wherever you're at. Have a happy, wonderful 2021. We couldn't Twisted Tea 2020 any harder on the way out the door. So I'm very happy that we are coming here. As my good friend Brian K. Morris has mentioned, he's part of the Rising Tide. There we go. He's part of the Rising Tide, and I'd like to think a little bit of me is in the Rising Tide. Just
Definitely,
a little.
man. Definitely. So very much so. Really.
Oh,
so
gosh, I really need to dry my hair next time.
Well, man, make a suggestion.
Oh, shut up. I knew it was coming.
Always bring a
Why
towel.
do I even
All right.
That's the wrong one. Okay.
I'm in Florida.
But
the best place to find us is facebook.com, The Traveling TARDIS, where every time that Brian puts up an episode, he goes, join the club. There's over 48, and he puts a number, and he's like 40-something. And we hadn't made that goal yet. So now, not to make Brian a liar, I have to go in there and start pushing and marketing and telling people, hey, Brian said this. We need to get up to this now.
Yeah, but the last couple times I've done that, you have been like, Brian screwed it up again. Then you go back and look, and it's like, oh, crap, he's right.
No, he's right. No. Brian screwed it up. Meredith is right.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
There you go. So,
from whom all blessings flow.
As of this moment, so that the record states, as of this time frame, 48,000 I refreshed it. 48,045 people have become the legend, and we are closing in for subscribers. I don't know why Facebook, and I've been going like, why does Facebook have a like and a follows? but the follows is closing very close on 50,000. So we have a crap load of Whovians that joined us a long time ago. We've had quite a few companions come on, including Annette Badland, Paul McGann, Sylvester McCoy, Nick Briggs. There's going to be a load of people coming into this year. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I know it's only one. I know it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Florida, but this is the first like vacation day, like no family, no work, no going out and running errands and stuff
No
like
pants.
that. No pants. Well, how do you know, big boy? Do I need to prove it on the air?
We could hear your jingle bells off camera.
One of the great things that we at the end of this year, not only are we pretty much hitting the goal that Meredith had set for us, we're on track for that coming into the first month. But one of the things I've been working to get was our partnership with Wizard World. So now all of our episodes simulcast on the Wizard World Facebook page, which we are happy to be partners thereof. So
Awesome.
yeah, you can talk among yourselves. Nobody gives. Nobody cares at this point.
No, I think Christian's a good example of people who think that they can't maybe can't push ahead in this business. But look at 2 years ago, Christian, was it?
It was 2 years ago we started the podcast version.
Yeah.
That's when the podcast had.
And look at him now; he's like the Ted Turner of YouTube. So
I wouldn't be here then. I'd be finding a way to like unage Jane Fonda by 50 years, going back to the Barbarella days.
There you go. Yeah,
that would be my goal in life if I was Ted Turner at this point. They're still married, right? No,
they're divorced. Long divorce.
Okay. I can't keep up with celebrities, you know that.
Yeah, you're good.
So, Pops, you brought me here. What can we talk about, brother?
Yes.
What can we ruin with people right now?
That we already haven't ruined for ourselves.
Yeah,
exactly.
We're all 6 minutes into our segment here, man. We've got a lot done.
So I watched an episode of The Who Man the other day. I watched one of the Matt Smith episodes, Anger, where he's underground fighting lizard people, and I was like, man, this is my kind of stuff. How did I miss some of this?
He is not. Just now he's a newbie. A newbie
Yes,
to the reboot.
I'm gonna admit it.
He's a Nuvian.
I've scrolled past Doctor Who many times because I found something else. Okay, so that's out. When you're watching those BBC Next Generation marathons, and you leave the room and that episode's over, and you come back and it's a Doctor Who show. Okay, it's like now I'm not looking at the guide. I'm not checking to see what else is on. I'm gonna go ahead and check this one.
Yeah.
Now I've heard that Matt Smith isn't the premier doctor or the one that everybody likes the most or whatever, but I was entertained. I sat and watched the whole thing. I never tried to watch one before, so I didn't know I was going to be entertained.
Oh yeah, everybody picks out their favorite doctor. A lot of the new reboot was I've liked a lot of them. At first, I'm like, oh no, not a new one. Then after an episode or two, you're like, okay, cool, I'm good with it.
It's acquired taste, and it's the best way I could put it is for people who probably don't even have never seen it. I'm like, 60 years now. We're almost going on to 60 years, and you haven't seen one. You haven't even come across and just saw 5 minutes of it. But it's okay. It's okay. I mean, that's my job. It's to recruit more people to bear the title of the badge of the Whovian. But I had to explain to people at one point the regenerative process. It's like just imagine James Bond. Every time we changed him, there was a reason. Like he jumped into a fire and he got burnt and singed, and now he's Pierce Brosnan. That's how I had to explain regeneration to people who could not even fathom the concept, because people were going like, okay, this is Doctor Who. What about the scarf guy? Or what about the curly hair guy? Or what about the guy with the bow tie or the funny shoes or stuff? So I've had to explain that to people, and I said, it's funny as it sounds, we're working on an episode right now called, and you probably want to watch this, Pops. It's called right now it's Clever Title Pending. There we go. Thank you. There's your plug.
Thank you. Get the power strip.
Yeah.
I like
we are calling it right now. The episode's tentatively called the Doctor Who Starter Kit 2021, where we're going to be coming up not with our favorite episodes, but episodes that we think would hook people to bring them on to the episodes, because everybody's telling me that's the common question at convention stuff. Where do I start? And I usually tell people start with Rose, because that's when the reboot happened. That's when all of us kind of got into it. And I said, stick it out for 3 episodes, because Rose, the end of the world is kind of the silliness of Doctor Who. And then when you get to the next 2 episodes, then you get to see really it start to evolve into where it's the Unquiet Dead and Dalek, where it really starts to take off. And if you can hang on to those 4 episodes, you'll probably continue to watch on.
Yeah. And those are good choices, because also Doctor Who takes place basically in all of space and time. Mm-hmm. So within those 4 episodes, you're introduced by the end of the Christian's run there to his deadliest enemy, and you find out why. You also get a taste of a futuristic episode, a present episode, and a historical episode. Mm-hmm. And one thing I would add is that if you're not a Whovian already, and I've been a real hardcore fan since 1980, when I watched Robot on my local public broadcasting station with Tom Baker. And I didn't know a whole lot about him when I started watching, but you catch up quickly. But the nice thing is, if you want a hardcore science fiction show, you'll love Doctor Who. If you want to see a different take on history, you'll love Doctor Who. If you like romance, if you like action adventure, if you like spy movies. You know, there was an episode this season that was as close to a James Bond episode that TV may ever come.
Yeah,
Spyfall was brilliant.
It's everything. There's everything for almost everyone, but where is the gateway drug? And that's been the hardest thing. And usually when I'm at conventions and people ask me that question, because we usually have the panels, Whovian 101, the starter kit. I do probing questions where I asked him, well, what do you like? Because if it's something that they don't like James Bond, I'm not going to introduce them to Spyfall. Or I will try, do you like Titanic? Well, Vincent and the Doctor may be something, because you kind of like the rom-com, or do you like you like the tearjerker movies or something like that.
Or the Kylie Minogue episode, the Kylie Minogue special.
Yeah. I think I came in on the perfect episode because I like lizard people.
There you go. Okay.
There's more lizard people in there, Pops. Just keep watching.
Yeah, and as soon as you get to know,
that wasn't their first appearance. Okay, but it was just that episode just happened to be sci-fi, something I like. I like, that kind of they live antagonism against the reptilians.
As soon as you get to know the Pasternatter gang, you're going to have a whole new take on reptilian love.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And you're going to appreciate a whole new species. Well, trying to get the puns out right now.
Dear Penthouse Forum, that's what we're thinking.
And you know what, Brian? I'm going to start this year off. Everybody says no pun intended, no pun intended. If I can get a laugh out of it, I'm going to say pun intended. Hashtag that. If I got a laugh out of something that I accidentally
I confess, I love puns.
If everybody was trying to get the laugh, we wouldn't be near the mess we're in right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's what Christie was saying before. We all need to laugh at each other. That's why I have Christian. I laugh at him a lot. So
that's what I'm saying. Go for the laugh.
We all do.
All the way.
It's just like, 2020 couldn't walk out the door just nicely. Just walk out the door. He had to take, Don Wells out. I'm just like, come on, really? Come on. You just leave. Yeah. Just leave. We got the door open. Just leave.
Came in with Corona, went out with Twisted Tea.
Went out with Twisted Tea.
Yeah, there we go.
Really are. I'm sure their beverage count has gone way up since that little.
More like Everclear.
There you go.
Crazy stuff. I am dubbing 2020 the year of the weird.
No wonder I felt so at home.
It was the year of the weird. If it, I don't know that they can come at us with much else. We saw pretty much everything.
Don't tempt fate, man.
Yeah. No, we're still in December 33rd, so we got to be careful.
Pop, you got a TARDIS, Pop. Don't do that.
Fate. There's a reason I'm doing so. It gives you guys stuff to write about.
Pops, we all walked in busting the door down going, 2020 is going to be the year that everything changes. That genie wish or whatever it is called, Murphy's Law or whatever, that kind of you leave the door open, the rest of the answer will take place.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
here's the rest of the
2020
story.
threw in an answer for us. Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't so
Through the
much a
genes.
genie, so much as the monkey's paw.
Yeah, the monkey's paw. Thank you. Yeah.
The Paul Harvey effect. And here's the rest of the story.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
That's right.
But see, I look at it like this: all that crap that was so weird in 2020, you guys are going to, turn into stories to entertain us.
Already working on it. Already working
You know
on
what I'm
it.
saying? So go with it, guys.
Oh, yeah.
2020 took Boba Fett and Darth Vader. Nobody messes with 2020. I can't even fight that one anymore.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
The
year
one thing,
that went to
Boba
the
Fett
dark
and Darth
side.
Vader went bye-bye. I'm like, okay, 2020, we ain't towing.
Luckily, getting through that last week, we had that Doctor Who takeover. Which
That was nice.
It was great because my computer was down. I couldn't do anything. And I was like, oh, my God. Doctor Who marathon all week. I know what I'm doing this week, man.
And see, that was when I caught that episode and went, oh, crap. Here we go. Now I had something to talk to Christian about. And I didn't plan to watch a Doctor Who episode before this either. It just happened.
Well, whatever your reptilian fetish is, it's okay. I'm not judging you, Pops. Whatever.
Pops likes the slee stacks because
It's all this least like, yeah.
Yeah, see, we're aging ourselves with the Paul Harvey and the Slee stacks. but, it's like,
hey,
yeah,
Christian,
Brandon
Google
DeLoss,
sleaze stack porn. Go for it.
No, because I will, and I will never look at the. First of all, Will Ferrell destroyed that movie. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I never
was-
watched that. Never watched that movie.
Don't.
because-
Don't. They just pretty much took the characters, rewrote them, and just
And
made
then-
it a joke. And I know what they were trying to do, but they just, it's kind of like current Mission Impossible when they killed off Mr. Phelps and made him into a bad guy. I'm just like, you does anybody watch the classic series, or did you just take it and took a title and said, we'll write it ourselves?
Marshall, Will, and Holly on a routine expedition.
Well, Christian.
At least that came into the movie.
Yeah, you mentioned the young kids don't listen to our stuff. I saw an episode. I saw a thing on MTV. They were having a special on the premiere of the original Mission Impossible movie with Tom Cruise. And there was a reporter who is now on the Fox Financial Network. She interviewed Martin Landau, who, of course, was going through like a resurgence in his movie career at the time. Yeah. And she said, "Well, why are you here? What's your connection with Mission Impossible?" And you can hear everybody else going, Kennedy, move on. And Martin Landau
Was
got
that Kennedy? Oh my God! Actually,
that was Kennedy. And Martin Landau just kind of turned, turned all the hate he could on her and said, "Well, if you don't know, young lady, goodbye," and walked out. And I don't blame him.
Well, the Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, I don't blame him either. If you didn't do the research, or if you're just going in there bareback, you're going to get burned.
There's a reason why I put my friends on Clever Title Pending. I at least I have a point of reference to talk to them. I'm having you this month.
I know. The mere fact, I have to rewind. The mere fact that you said you watched MTV, I'm going, the hell are you watching MTV?
Dude, I was there the first day, okay?
So was I.
I was too.
Yeah.
He was there because Brian was the guy in the moon costume.
That was me.
Your river song, huh?
Yeah, there you go. And everybody in the audience going, "What the hell are those?"
I know.
On?
Go kids today. Just go on your Sirius radio, listen to the '80s, and you'll hear all the DJs. There you go.
That's right. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm glad they found work. I was worried about.
Well, for a while, Mark Goodman was the spokesman for the Illinois State Lottery. Every time they drew balls, he was the guy moderating that.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So he was playing with his balls on TV.
He was in charge of our balls, yeah.
Live. That's great. Mm-hmm. See, every time I hear the word Mark Goodman, I don't think of that Mark Goodman. I think of the Class D game shows. That Mark Goodman.
Todd Todman, whatever. Yeah.
No, it's a Mark Goodman.
Mark Todman production.
Yeah.
Mark Goodman, Phil Todman production.
There you go. Thank you.
Man, I'm
points.
You?
What is that thing where they cut down trees and to get their age? I think they have to split us open to find out where we are.
Now for the next 10 minutes, we'll talk about the perils of trying to apply for Medicaid. I'm now an expert in that. So anyway, moving on.
When I was your age, kids, Palm Pilot meant something completely different than what you're seeing on TV right now.
That's right.
Background, you find that one thick red ring.
This is how you do it. You do it like this. I'm 25 and I got 32 years experience.
Yep.
I ain't getting old. It ain't happening. I'm 25 and I'll just continue to gain experience at being 25.
You just started counting backwards at a point, right?
Nope. I just quit at 25. Now I gain experience. I'm in the video game world now. I gain experience as I get older. I'm 25.
You're leveling up.
Getting your experience points in.
I'm 25 and 32 experience.
There we go.
Pops gives Ready Player One a whole new meaning.
I'm trying the Ready Player 2, man. I don't know. I'm never
after you get past Journey and E.T. and Pitfall.
I'm
the
still
secret codes are not. Yeah, when the secret codes are like left, right, A, B, up, down. My time it was left. That was it. That was the cheat code.
You were like, okay, give me my card shark.
Exactly.
Is that what that was? The card?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Mine was always, honey, would you take the controller and get me through this level, please?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, I have to do that with my son sometimes. He's a much better gamer than I am, and there's some stuff that I just suck at, and I'll be like, yo, get me through this.
Yeah.
Take the controller. And he'll come in here and stand here for like 2 seconds. Done. Out. I'm like, I've been trying to do that for like 3 hours, and he'll come in here and just do it and get back.
Yeah. I used to work with a man whose grandsons were professional Halo players.
Yeah, well,
they were lamenting the fact that they were about to turn 22 and almost over the hill.
Oh yeah, the esports world. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, tell your grandkids to go to hell for me, would you?
If that's the case, I'm a professional ET player and Pitfall player. Jesus Christ. I remember staying one night with my friend who had the Atari and playing Pitfall for 3 hours because I was convinced there's got to be an ending to this shit.
You made it that long through ET before you threw the controller down?
No, I was throwing the control. I'm surprised I didn't break the damn thing. It was just like, get the recess pieces, you piece of... Never mind. Yeah.
Aggravated. If you love that free aggravation, as we used to call it, you've got to try out Cuphead, man.
Oh, I've seen a Markiplier play Cuphead. I was like, oh my god! It's just like what's it getting over with something Foddy? The one where he has to you take a pickaxe or something like that, and you're in a barrel and you have to climb over these hills. Oh my god! I just remember he threw a chair at one point. He was so aggravated. I mean, just
you
when games
play about
get to
20 minutes and you throw. I mean, it's like old school where you actually had to get it wasn't just start over from right there. It was
it was like
no,
go back to the beginning.
You're going back to the beginning.
I have a pillow target.
Okay.
I have a pillow target.
What's her name?
When I get pissed off, in that controller, in the game, that controller goes straight at the pillow target.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna mess up the controller,
You don't want to buy
but I still get to throw it.
Good, we can stay monetized now. Great.
So that's when you buy 10 of them, and then label 5 of them. Go. This one is not going to make it at the end of the day.
You need to get one of those like wrist straps connected to them. That way
I'm one of them broke guys, Christian. I can afford one controller, and I must.
Yes,
When I was a kid, I broke a TV with a controller.
Ooh.
Oh God.
Well, to be honest, the game was Pong, and it was one of the generic ones about this big. So.
Oh, okay.
I had those games. It was Pong and it was a racing game mixed up. It was this huge thing. It was this huge console. And all it was were these 2 knobs that you did like this. You turned it on, and you switched to Pong, where you played the Pong side, and then you switched the other, and you played the racing game, and that was it. And I thought that was, this is high tech. Yeah, what was I thinking?
Yeah, I remember seeing the first Pong game at an early comic book convention I went to, and I probably dropped about $4 or $5 worth of quarters into that thing, and I'm like, this is as good as it gets. I don't know how mankind can advance any further in sophisticated computer graphics.
You know,
And
somebody
then
should.
they made the home version where you could slide the selector switch so you could play Pong, tennis,
Yeah.
or hockey.
Or squash.
Yeah,
I never did figure out where to put the quarters though into that thing, so that's a problem. Almost short circuited the damn thing.
Somebody in the future realm should actually do like an upgrade like Pong, but it's like the most upgraded killer Pong. Like there's missiles that shoot out of the Pong or something like, just like Pong 2.0.
What we need is like kids now to look at the original Pong. Like there's a couple of channels on YouTube where they go back and look at like the old cell phones that were the bricks, or like play Queen for them, and they're like, "What the hell is this?"
Or
So
show them a VHS player and
yeah,
or a
the
dial
Betamax.
dial phone, and they're just pushing in the little holes, thinking it's gonna.
Yeah,
you got to turn the dial.
I saw that. Oh my god, they were looking at it like they had to defuse a bomb or something.
What kind of archaic caveman world did you come from?
If we went back to 1972 technology, all these kids would be screwed and all us old people would be ruling the world.
Yeah, because I went to school for DOS.
Yeah, I remember working in DOS.
Quick Basic.
Yeah.
Pops, before I logged in, you heard this.
programming.
Pops, before I logged in, you heard this. You got mail.
That's right. Yeah, and like if somebody were to pick up the phone right now, this whole show would be over.
Or it's like, hey, you want to load a game? You see that cassette over there? Put that cassette in that cassette player hooked into the computer, and wait.
Yeah, my wife's first portable computer when we were dating was about the size and weight of a tombstone, and it was one of those you turn it on, then you put in the disc, which of course was 5 3/4 inches. You put that in to boot up the computer, then you took it out, put another one in to start the program you were going to use, and then when you made something you wanted to save it, you had to pull that disc out and then put a third one in to save it on. Yeah, so
They will never know the problems. They will never know the issues.
We just didn't have sonic screwdrivers back then.
I know. Yeah, well, Christian did, but that's another issue. Yeah, I remember my great-grandfather. He was 90 at the time. This was 1971 or so. And this is a guy who remembered the end of the Old West. Okay? Gunsmoke was real for him. And, of course, indoor plumbing, electricity, gas.
We watched all that come to be.
Television, radio, the whole 9 yards. And he said, we have finally had men walk on the moon. And he told me, I cannot imagine another thing that could be invented. And I think about the time of my great-grandfather, circa 1972 for Will. And now, and what would he think of today's world? And it's a very sobering thought. It would be like, this would be like, the leap from, like hand-cranked films, which he would have remembered, to, like 2001 Space Odyssey sort of technology.
Well, I think the kids should understand what came before, because all they know is the world right here and nothing about the world out here. And if they can't find it on Google, it doesn't exist. And it's kind of scary. And unfortunately, I've fallen into the trap too. I mean, like now that we're in social media, now that we got the podcast, now the show's taken off, like now my world is into that. But you have to remember the world's out here at some point. And last year, years beforehand, I actually could not separate family and podcast life. So I really had to monitor myself. But having said all that, I think the kids should understand. Somebody had mentioned, I would love this. There was one time a bunch of my friends were saying, they should build a theme park for defunct attractions that have gone, like Horizons, Back to the Future. They should have a theme park so that the kids, so they can understand what those attractions were. But somebody said they were going to take it one step further, and I heard in the pipeline they actually were thinking about making a VR of those attractions. So if they can't build them, at least they can have the experience of being in the ride, but have a virtual, instead of having to build those attractions again, you could actually join them on a virtual reality.
So here we go, virtualizing. That's the whole thing you're trying to defeat right there by having them experience the actual ancient.
Yeah, that's what
do it virtually.
Welcome to Irony Park.
Yeah, it's
the merger of the old and new, though. They'll be more. They'll be more
true.
open.
Just like
no internet, no none of that, and say, "Here, call your freaking friend."
There we go.
And then they're going, "What's this?" Down.
Guys, I hate to do this. 30 minutes is always not long enough for this. Ryan, tell everybody where they can find you real quick.
It's only 20
They can find me
minutes.
on Amazon.com. They can find me on Instagram, not very often, but I'm mostly on Facebook and on YouTube. Please subscribe, like, and share my ever-growing YouTube channel because I talk about a lot of people that we lift them up. Yeah, that thing. But we try to lift up a lot of people. That's what the Rising Tide philosophy is about. So please check us out and help us raise others. Christian, how about you?
How about me? I didn't know it was 20 minutes. I mean, I've had dates that went a little shorter than that.
You were late.
I was not late. 1 o'clock Eastern
It might be
Standard.
a little bit longer. I noticed our backstage next person isn't there anymore now.
He just fell on us. We'll bring him out though. I think you guys know Glenn, right? Glenn Fleming.
Oh yeah, great guy. Great guy.
think,
Super
Coming out
creator.
next, so
Pick
I'll-
up the book on Amazon, people, on the Golden Age comics. It is fantastic.
Well, Pops, put that link up. I would appreciate you flaunting that link if you can find
Where'd
it.
it go?
Where'd it
But I'm
go?
sorry, I didn't mean to
That
interrupt
one?
earlier.
There you go. Yeah.
Go ahead and tell them about you. Tell them.
No, that's fine. Facebook. Facebook.com, The Traveling TARDIS. We put out, or we try to put out a weekly show if we can. Again, if you want to check us out, also we are simulcast with Wizard World. If you want to go to wizardworld.com or Wizard World, Facebook.com, the Wizard World /. Yeah, we are definitely moving into new things, new territory. We're going to be pushing Big Finish out this year because it's been exploding. We're going to be reviewing Jody as soon as the episodes are ready to be reviewed. And the upcoming episodes, I think one of them we were talking about the starter kit. The next episode I'm having a great time with, and this is actually a pilot for things we're going to be doing at conventions once we get back into the brick and mortar. But we're going to do an episode, and I think we're going to repeat this episode a couple of times. It's called Doctor Who Takes on the Multiverse. And essentially the storyline is the Master is getting tired of losing to the Doctor every single time. So he opens up the portal to the multiverse. So everything that you know about geekdom, everything is open, and the Master's looking for villains to take out the Doctor. The thing is, the Master's not used to the multiverse. So DC, Marvel, Disney, Netflix, all of them are open. He's recruiting the villains. You get to pick the heroes that the Doctor fights with, but I get to fill in the rest of the story. So
Dibs on that panel. Dibs on that panel.
It's we're going to start it off with our current team, but we're going to have if it's a success, which I think it's really going to be because I like where we're heading with this. We're going to be having more panels every other month just to test it out, so we could have new people come in, and we might have different variations. But you mentioned Slee Stack, and I'll just do was it a spoiler alert? They may have been one of the villains selected to take on the Doctor. So there you go. But we're really going to have some fun times with this, and we're going to have.
Please come back. He got confused. He thought he missed.
Glenn, he's trapped with us. Be merciful on Pops. Otherwise, he's going to have to keep talking to me and Christian. Good God, how can you make this man suffer like that?
Yeah. In fact, put him on the screen now. If he comes back, just put him in the middle. We'll keep talking.
Yeah, that's a buddy of mine.
Glenn, please come back. Somebody send him a message. Sean, please come back. He was, I think he just misunderstood. I think he just misunderstood when I said something about, when I was asking you to say who you are and get ready to go into the next segment. I think he thought I was saying that he was late. He was out, and it's like, no, you're not late. You're right on time. Come back.
Yeah, get in here, Glenn. Come on.
Actually, Tim, we are talking with, oh my God, who are those people? I wrote them down. Geez, they're in my email. I feel so bad. But yeah, the virtual cards, we're talking with those people. We're going to have them on, and we're going to let them just talk about Tim. I can't think of their name. I'm sorry, Tim. If you want to post it up there, thank you. I appreciate it a bunch. But the people with the virtual cards, they are in talks with us and via email, and we're planning to have them on to talk about the game. And geez, Tim, you're gonna make me look because I wrote down their information. I feel bad. I know.
Goes to Google.
This is why I wanted you on the episode, Christian. You take some of the heat off of me.
I know when to start my shows, dude.
I do too. I just don't do it.
I don't know Carl Witzman, the audio went off type deal.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because fezzes are cool.
Damn right. Thank you. So are bow ties. And you'd be
like bow
surprised.
ties.
Hey, and I get a little bit of grief for that from some people. Why do you dress like this? Do you know how many conversations I start at conventions that lead to sales? Let's talk branding.
Doctor Who World.
You gotta love that they brought the fez back into one of those last episodes.
Oh yes, I was so happy when I saw that.
The shipping one where they got the intergalactic.
Kerblam.
Yeah, that was a great episode. I loved that. That was so much fun and sadly so true because I have friends that work in Amazon warehouses, and and they tell me about having to log how long they're in the bathroom.
Did they have to go down to the secret floor?
That's where they go if they have they don't have enough bran or something. Then they wind up on the secret floor. They don't buy themselves a box of Depends or something.
As long as they leave the bubble wrap alone, they're fine.
Oh, now we're talking a challenge there. Leaving bubble wrap alone, not happening.
Well, now we can't breathe. We can't blink. We can't.
We can't enjoy bubble wrap.
Yeah,
I know. Doctor Who's ruining society.
I just remember a day I took a
Heather.
I took there was a day that I went to Walmart and there was a crate coming out, and surely enough, it was a whole thing of bubble wrap. I took a picture and I go, doesn't Walmart know about Hoovians? We're doomed.
That's right.
I had to leave the store. Let's just go. No.
Yeah.
And don't call me Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley.
I'm traumatized when I get a package. It's much after I watch Jaws, and I wouldn't go into the water.
Yeah. Oh, that freaks me out.
And
everybody watching, send Glenn a message. Tell him come back.
Yeah.
Glenn is.
Where are you, Glenn?
Phil, I went to the swimming pool thinking Jaws was going to be in there. I'm like, that's chlorine water. Jaws is not going to.
I know, dude. I know.
I had that pool that was kidney shaped, and I would come in from the shallow end, and I'd have to look around my head from the deep end. I was just making sure because I'm hanging onto this wall, and if he shows up, I'm getting the F out of here.
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. Hey, come on. Well, I'm going to take you to see Jaws. Oh, thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. If I get my rule
of thumb now it's in 3D.
Oh God. You know what? I think I'm one of 10 people who appreciate Jaws 3D. I'm one of 10 because I'm actually a big SeaWorld buff. SeaWorld's here in Orlando. They filmed it here. So I was a big buff when they made it a big, huge hoopla that they were filming Jaws 3D. But I would think that the storyline of the undersea lagoon and a Jaws that could destroy a theme park is probably not good PR for any aquarium whatsoever.
But the 3D was decent in that one because there was a huge 3D resurgence at that time, and most of them were god awful.
Well, you can see the 3D. When you watch it without the 3D, you could see what items were meant to be 3D.
Yeah,
and but it was just the storyline was just kind of hokey. They tried to connect the Roy Schreider, or I can't think of his name, his character. Sorry. And they were trying. Yeah, and I just pretend Jaws the Revenge didn't happen.
Yeah.
I just some of the lore of that. If you've not seen it, there's a documentary out there called "What Happened to the Shark" or "Where's the Shark."
Oh yeah,
it's very interesting.
Really?
It talks about the life cycle of the mechanical shark and a bunch of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, that was a major mechanical marvel at the time.
Well, the ones that they were here when they had it at Universal Studios when it was the ride, they pulled it out to expand Harry Potter. But I thought that was a cool thing. But the thing was, they kind of made it into a Jungle Cruise ride where they were kind of making it comedic, and I think they should have made it dark. I think they should have kept the premise that it was dark. Brody, that's what I couldn't get. Brody.
Sheriff Brody.
Sheriff Brody. And it was like, I think they should have kept it dark than comedic. But that's just me. I was just like, it would be cooler because when you go into the scene where the shark is supposed to be going, you go into the boathouse and everything's blowing up around you because the shark's trying to get to you. But I don't know. I thought that was a cool marvel. But even still, I was like, you know what? If I had to be one of the mechanics that worked on the Jaws ride and I had to go underwater for any reason, I'm like, no, there's not enough money here. I don't care if it's a mechanical shark.
Welcome to Amnesty Bay.
Yeah, there we go. Christian Basel as Aquaman.
The best best product I saw for Jaws ever was a couple of years ago. Somebody made his boat as it was sinking with Jaws about to take a bite out of the back end, and it was kind of like a baby bassinet.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to traumatize your children early, look what we bathed you in. So,
do you guys remember the Jaws board game?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that freaked me out. It was the whole premise of the game was you had to reach in the Jaws' mouth and grab crap out of his mouth or something to that nature. I never got the game. I never got the gist of it, but I just saw the commercial. That freaked me out. Like, why would I want that? And I would be the stupid kid going like, screw this. Let me put my finger in here and be like just cutting it up like the Snoopy snow cone machine. I'd put my finger in there and start spinning it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. And I'm thinking now of a movie that came out at the tail end of the shark craze, Orko with Richard Harris.
Oh God.
One of the worst movies ever made.
How dare you do that to Bo Derek? How dare you?
I know, but and it's like I really liked her. This was before 10, and I thought, boy, she's really, aside from the fact, she's quite easy on the eyes, she was actually quite a good actress. And you had her up against Charlotte Rampling and Richard Harris, who, hi Teresa, mwah, and I think the highlight of that movie was when Richard Harris is sitting on the ice floe, hit the shark, and he tells Charlotte Rampling he's got this big rifle in his hand. He throws it off to one side and says, "No, I am going to take on that stupid orca with my bare hands." I'm like, oh, I'm making a prediction. This movie's ending in 5 minutes.
But I mean, the top 10 things I think you see from like one of these social media is like top 10 things that were like useless deaths or whatever, and I would put Bo Derek's leg being removed as one of those top 10 of things that didn't need to happen. This didn't need to move the story at all. It shouldn't have happened.
Yeah,
there was no need.
Yeah. And that's where I lost faith in Marvel Comics, because that summer was the on the back cover of all their comics that year. It was like Orko, this great cinematic expedition, and I'm like, I can't wait to see Orko because it's on the back of a Marvel comic.
No, it's Orca is to Jaws what Zoom is to iPod. So
there you go. There you go.
That's just really the cheap knockoff there. Is there something we could do? I feel bad. Can we promote Glenn?
Glenn.
We'll promote Glenn for him in his absence.
Wonderful books.
Can we promote Glenn? I'll just say, subscribe here. But
a link. Did he even send me a link to show up?
Oh.
Hey, I'll give you one.
Okay.
www.amazon.com/author/Glenn with 2 N's B Fleming. That's how you find writers on Amazon. So I hear.
You know all the information.
I was about to say.
Just the fact I've memorized my own helps. Okay, while we're at it, also get Pulp Reality #1. Fine publication from StormgatePress.com. Also, Flinch Books with Quest for the Space Gods. You'll love Conrad von Honig. I do. And, of course, one of my favorite authors is in this book. That's right, Jim Beard. Anyway, and while you're at it, while you're remember that if you're not a member of Amazon Prime and you order enough books, you can get free postage. So to help you with that, I recommend these two books here. Santa Stein, Dr. Frankenstein has a cure for his fiance's holiday blues. What could possibly go wrong? I spent 180 pages telling you. Plus, for old-time thrills and spills, the original Skyman battles the Master of Steam with a wonderful cover by Pat Boyette and an introduction by comics icon Roy Thomas. And I could do this all afternoon, Christian. Just watch me.
I know you are.
Yeah, and I'm vamping. That's what we call it on stage.
I got nothing on Amazon. And sorry, cannot find that page.
Okay, hold on. Well, then let Christian talk, and I'll find it for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Christian, take it.
Go ahead and share the screen. I'll put it up there.
Okay, I'll look for it. I'll find him. All right. By the way, one of the things I hate is people typing when they're on screen. So here I am.
Okay. Hello, everybody. If Hollywood decided to make a Jaws reboot, it will be the end of the industry. Well, we're probably already there in some cases. Depending upon which social media you follow, I think we are kind of there. Oh, by the way, I got to show this. This is a Christmas present.
Freaking sharks with laser beams.
I want to show if anybody can figure out what this is. Oh yeah, that would probably be. Does anybody remember the YouTube video when you mentioned that was like Jaws 19, like all the episodes, like all the Jawses that they were going to come out with, and it was like Jaws 19, and then like Jaws in Love and stuff like that. It was just bizarre crap.
Got it.
So, does anybody know what this is? As far as we know it's a Millennium Falcon, but does anybody?
I know what it is.
You know what it is. Okay. Does anybody know what this is?
Because I saw you playing with it the other day.
Isn't it a holder for action figures?
You are getting close.
A lunchbox?
It holds
but you're on the right track, Will. I think you're on the
Christian
right track.
keeps his underwear in there.
Yeah, shut up.
Package.
It does light up in the back.
Like I said, Christian keeps it. Never mind.
Hey, I lit up in the back too. So
This is a gift given to me. This is actually a popcorn box holder.
Oh, wow.
It's just like I'm really like thinking like how much I think like I might skip this and get the popcorn box because it looks like it holds more than the Millennium Falcon, but this is a holder for popcorn. I am glad I haven't used it for that sense because there's no way in heck I'm cleaning that up.
So when you get one, put 1 tablespoon of oil in there. Canola oil will work well for your cholesterol challenge friends. And also fill it to the brim with popcorn and stick it in your microwave.
We love popcorn.
I got that.
Oh, that's
You
sweet.
have videos. I got that.
Sweet.
This I got from my daughter, which is a Crayola Millennium Falcon art kit.
Ooh.
And it's got all this sweet Crayola swag inside.
Nice.
Now you're going to
And
use
there's
it, or is it going to sit around?
Well, if she doesn't like it, guess who's using it?
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, that's fine.
Because all the art is made up from is brand new comic book panels, and there is a paper craft in there to make your own Millennium Falcon.
Nice.
Which
Does it have a hyperdrive too?
only if I eat a burrito.
Hello, Lee Reece.
Hi,
There's a joke there, and I'm not going to say it.
That's Wham.
Yeah, what's Bill Clinton doing on the Falcon?
Oh my God!
It's old Han. Look, it's old Han.
Yeah.
S's are cool.
Get off my airplane!
Yeah, on my ship.
Give it a second, I'll crash it.
So yes, let's show off this page right here for Glenn.
There we
Take
go.
it away. You got control there, Brian.
Oh dear God. Anyway, that's not a phrase that most people want to hear. This is a book on several characters from the golden age of comics. Do you think Captain America was the very first patriotic hero? No. Read about the Shield. Read about Godzilla, Batman, Marvel Comics, Captain America, and all kinds of great characters. And it's in English. and we'll skip past this. And anyway, it is 100 pages of informational goodness by Glenn B. Fleming and other contributors. It's available right now for $14.99 on Amazon, and you can tell you what, Pops. I'm gonna, if anyone is interested, we can do this for Glenn. I'm thinking I'm going to put in the private chat so that you can put it on the screen. The web address by which people can get that book. There we go. All right, and I just put it in there. So
also, Glenn was on Sunday.
If anyone's interested in that book, please encourage other small press creators. And this is a great historical document that I think people will be using this as reference work for years to come. So please check out Comics Unlimited Golden Age Special and other great works by Glenn B. Fleming. Thank you, Pops.
And Glenn was on Sunday Funnies this morning on Indie Bowl with Randy Zimmerman and Daphne Lage.
Right.
And I think Russ Leach was out there as well. So you can go watch that podcast and see Glenn, see what he does, see what he's into since we missed him here, or make sure that people still see him, know what he's doing, what he's about. So this morning, it was earlier this morning on Sunday Funnies on Indie Bowl. You can go check it out. You can see Glenn. You can see what he's got going on.
Yeah, and it could be maybe he had some sort of computer kerfluffle. So.
Well, no, I think he just misunderstood. As I was telling you guys to say where we could find you, I was on your way out, right? I think he thought I was just introducing you.
Right.
And it was just a misunderstanding. He's like, I think I'm late. I'm like, no, you're on time, but he was already gone.
Okay. Well, I'm sending him a message now, so.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely did not mean for him to misunderstand. This was his time, and that's why we're, showing his stuff.
That's what we're gonna pay homage to Glenn because feel bad that he's not in, so we want to give him his time, his due. By the way, if you don't mind me.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to give a separate plug to one of our producers is Krypton Radio, kryptonradio.com. They just sent me a message. I thought this would be interesting. Happy birthday to J.R.R. Tolkien. Today would have been his 129th birthday today. So happy birthday, J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yay.
So
I'm down with that.
Cake and good health.
If only he was a Vulcan.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, he's a Time Lord. He's probably living life.
Yeah, that's some immortality stuff there. That stuff's gonna be around forever, man. That was real big.
That's John's
That's what happens when you let Brian drive, man.
You see what happens when you get filled with control?
There you go. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still back in 2020.
But yeah, if you wanted to see Glenn, if you came out to see Glenn and you missed him, go to Indie Bolt on Facebook or on YouTube, indiebolt.com. Check out this morning's interview on Sunday Funnies with Randy and Daphne, and you'll get all the Glenn information that you can handle. Sorry, Glenn. Really, really sorry, Glenn. I'm sorry you misunderstood. I was just getting ready to bring you in. I was going to have you talk to these two for a minute, and then I was going to do your segment, man.
He probably saw me and thought, "Oh crap, I'll never get another word in edgewise." So.
Here, Pops, I put this in the put a YouTube video in there. You got to play it. I think it's only a couple minutes long, but how long? Yeah, a minute and a half. But you got to play it. It's what I was talking about earlier.
Hold on.
Are we risking our monetization on this?
Well, no, I don't think so. I hope not.
I hope not. I've got some good year-end stuff too, but it's got so many F-bombs that
Pops, it's up to you. If you're being monetized, I don't want to screw you over.
Well, I'm not.
What happens in the madness?
I'm just wondering what it is.
That's right.
Oh, you got to see it. I can't. I was talking about it earlier about Jaws, but
okay, let me see.
There we go. You're gonna love it.
Technology. See this.
Scroll down. There you go.
Oh, we just now sound.
You know it's bad when I'm the technical advisor for this stuff.
Now we need sound.
Can't hear it.
Oh, yeah, it's very.
Jaws 3D with a new dimension in terror.
Oh yeah.
For the revenge. It was personal. Then it was just business. Then pure pleasure. Cyber Jaws made you afraid to log on. And Robo Jaws made you afraid of robotic sharks. Then Chief Throat's grandson assembled a secret team of shark hunters. Jaws 10, it was man versus shark versus all the terrors of the deep. Outer space. Then a prequel and a sequel to the prequel. And this new era in terror began. Jaws started a family. Battled a Russian shark named Ivan Sharkovsky. Out of the big and learned about love from a mysterious reboot. Now the oceans are disappearing, and to save their home, the sharks must attack. Jaws 19. This time, it's really, really personal.
And you know what? You know what? I would watch all 19 of those damn movies. Forget Harry Potter. I would watch all 19. What's that?
I'd be surprised if I wasn't writing a couple.
Oh, that was horrible.
Jawsestein?
Yeah, Jawsestein. That's right, my God.
So yeah, that was beautiful.
It was.
Forget Harry Potter. I will watch all those movies.
Oh my God, yes.
Happily. And they should all star the guy from what was it, The Last Starfighter? That guy should be in all those movies.
No, they need Ted McGinley, who closes out like a lot of TV shows from the 70s and 80s.
Oh, okay.
We need Ted McGinley in those.
I want his book on
And
Jack
Tara
Kirby.
Reid.
So Marv's talking about Glenn. He must have watched this morning's video.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. If Glenn's writing a book on Jack Kirby, I definitely want to read it too.
Yeah.
Like I said, I left a review. Which, by the way, if your favorite authors are on Facebook or on Amazon, I cannot encourage you enough. Please, please, please leave a review for them on there. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't even have to be 5 stars. But every time you leave a review, it improves their searchability on Amazon and thus on Google. So it helps them a lot, especially if you've read Skyman, the original Skyman, Bells and Master of Steam, or Santastein. Please go and leave a review. For the love of God, please leave a review. Or
if they read what?
Or if they've read Volcano, Rebirth of the Champion, the sequel coming out this year. Also, don't forget the haunting scripts of Bachelor's World, Memoir, Part Grimoire. I can keep this up all day, Pops. Who's not showing up? Request from the Space Guys. It's a real good story there. And here's a book I'm not in, okay, but I'll hold it up anyway, from Stormgate Press. Honest, I'm not. Tales of the Weird and... It may sound like it's about me. It's Tales of the Weird and Strange, but no, I'm not in there.
I thought it was a biography.
My biography, I don't want it to come out till about 10 years after I'm dead. I've got a lot to answer for. Also, Metahumans versus the Ultimate Evil. No, it's not about me. And also, here we go. Malicious Mysteries from GCD Publishing. Crime stories. I write one about Al Capone trying to rob a bank in downstate Illinois, based on a real legend. It's true. We talked about it the other day on one of my other broadcasts. So anyway, check out Brian K. Morris next time you go onto Amazon, because, dear Lord Almighty, we can hook you up with books.
Yeah, leave a review. I mean,
please leave a review.
30 seconds, a couple TikTok videos you got to skip,
Yeah.
I'll make a TikTok video
for you.
TikTok. He said TikTok. I was like, oh,
I'll leave your review right here, pal.
I got your review right here.
You got your review right here, man.
Where's your OnlyFans? I know you got an OnlyFans.
Do I?
I have an OnlyFans. I charge people to keep my clothes on.
Let me set my bank account here. Hold on.
So
he said
Brian,
TikTok. I thought he said TikToks.
Oh,
Brian, I have a question for you.
With real ticks.
Do you know Clifton King from Sacred Chaos Comics?
I have seen the name. I do not believe we are acquainted yet. But then again, I have only had 2 cups of coffee this morning, so we might be. Anyway, Clifton King, good to meet you, sir.
Good to meet you too.
Become acquainted. Say hello.
Yeah, my name. I'm Clifton King. I'm the owner and word magician at Sacred Chaos Comics. write stories for Abigail. I got my buddy in the backstage, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you out. I'm gonna bring him out. We're gonna do your segment. I wanted to introduce.
All right.
Brian does a lot of podcasts. Brian is a major part of the rise of the indie comic. Okay, he's real big about helping get exposure for people like you. So I want to make sure you meet him. You know, Christian. I don't know if you're a Whovian or not, but Christian has the best Whovian group out there. So you know. If you are,
damn thing about that,
you know, that's all for you. I just like everybody to meet each other, bounce their fan bases off each other. See, these guys are going to be friends already, I can tell.
Already.
Brian, you want to interview him? I'll get the hell out of the way.
No, you're doing fine, Bob. Have a good time.
Thank you for coming to an episode of Clever Title Pending. You're here with Brian K. Norris and his friends. Today we're here with Clifton King, and you're going to have one fantastic ride.
Yes, you are.
Don't stare at me the whole time.
I'm ready for this ride.
Right. Christian, thanks so much for coming out, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, guys.
Brian, as always.
Nice to meet you, Christian. Good seeing you and Brian, as always.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for having me here. Phil, Will, thank you for being part of the entertainment here. And Clifton, a pleasure meeting you. I will send you a friend request as soon as I'm the heck out of here. How's that?
Yes, please do.
All right, definitely. And again, thank you, Pops, and everyone watching. Thank you for your great comments, and please continue to watch CRoM Con. It is the bomb diggity.
Let's just squeeze.
Demetri,
just put more people on and on and on.
Start a party.
Hi, Demetri.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Here's
you.
a story of
Yeah,
we
This
need
is
2
me,
more
Cindy.
squares, man.
I just like the
Christian
fact,
is Alice.
well, I just like the fact that Pops's caricature is holding my square up with his finger. So I was like tilting like, oh, I got to tilt the other way. Like,
all right, I got this, bro.
Right.
Dear God, please don't let me comment any further. Give me strength.
It's right here.
I will talk to you guys again. Brian, you know, I'm in your. I show up in your comments in your show all the time. You do it,
And I love it. I love it every time you do, Pops. And thank you for having me as part of CRoM Con again. It was always a pleasure.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you, guys. Nice knowing you, Phil. And Christian.
Thanks for coming out, man.
Now, what happens after you're on CRoM Con is you get a big bump in numbers, Christian. I'm just letting you know. 50,000.
Yeah, Christian. God knows you can use them.
I might have a drop in numbers at this point.
If that happens, I'll own that too, bro.
Might be. Maybe I might have 48 now. Just 48.
Just 48.
Just 48. You know those Facebook algorithms, you say something on StreamYard, they go, whatever.
Yeah, we do all right though. If Christie and Rich don't get us kicked, nothing will.
Welcome to the
We
flickering.
didn't try hard enough.
Yeah, we did our best.
All right, you guys have a good day, man.
You too. Thanks for everything. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Later.
All right, here we go. Sacred Chaos Comics. Clifton
Yes.
King, why don't you go ahead and give yourself a little introduction?
I am Clifton King. I am the owner and word magician over at Sacred Chaos Comics. And right here, there we go. This guy right here is my safety blanket and editor. I'll let him introduce himself.
I'm Demetri Viachos. I'm the editor, and I'm the one that fixed all his punctuation errors.
Nice. See, and I love that you use one. Flickers.
Because yesterday,
We're not going into it. We're not going to go into it, but flickers. You know. It's great to meet you. Clifton has a group called I Love Comics Arizona. Is that what it is? Is that what it's called?
No, that's actually not my group. That is my friend's group. A really good friend.
That's where I encountered you in the beginning because I spent 35 years living in Phoenix, so I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know there was the Arizona Comic Group." You know, I don't live there anymore, but I joined the freaking group because that's 35 years I lived there. Atomic
Oh,
Comics, all the old school
Oh, yeah.
stores, right? I mean, I used to hit all them stores back then, and so I was like, yeah, I'm getting in this group, and that was where I first met you. I thought it was your group. I know. It seems
Yeah,
like you post more in there than anybody else. I just assumed. But
Funny enough, that's actually where I met Clifton too. I met him in the I Love Comic Books Arizona group. So yeah,
it's great
really
group.
connecting people.
It's a great group. I met all kinds of people there, and became aware of a lot of stuff that was going on when I lived there that I didn't even know about.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
You know, I mean, I had no idea. I wasn't a Facebook guy then. I had no idea the community that had already built up there. I was just a guy who went in the comic store and got what I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Now I realized there was a huge community I was missing out on.
That's that's what I came across too as well. Like with the community, as soon as I started writing Abigail and actually engaging more, I found out how cool it is, and especially the indie scene. Like, there's so many cool people in the indie scene.
Yes.
Especially in Arizona. I feel like I used to live in Phoenix. Now I'm down in Tucson, and I wasn't aware really of the depth of the comic community that's here. And when I moved down here, I got more involved on the Facebook side, like you were saying, and you start to meet all these people, and it goes so deep. There's hundreds and hundreds of people, and they all promote each other. It's just I love the Arizona comic community, the indie community specifically, just because they are so supportive of each other.
Yeah, it's like I was blown away. I didn't know that. For one thing, I didn't know Polito lived in Scottsdale.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he ran the Tucson Comic Con. I didn't know any of this stuff until I actually got to know him. You know, I mean, I interviewed him in the first CRoM Con way back in April, you know, and I didn't know that he was. Like I said, man, it's like all this stuff I found out about what was going on where I used to live that I had no idea was going on when I lived there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I missed out on so much.
Polito does a really nice show at those Phoenix and Tucson Comic Cons. He puts on quite a display.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing actually. So let's see here. What do we got? Let me get that banner up. Let me
perfect.
Let me get that. Did you want to see the Facebook page or the?
You can pull up the Facebook page, or we can share screen for you as well. We got something set up.
Well, okay, yeah. Why don't you do that? That way you can control what you're showing and tell us what it is, and I don't go speeding past what you want to show.
Yeah, we definitely got something set up, so we'll get that going. You got it, Demetri?
Which one would you like to share?
Let's start with the Abigail 2. The little Kickstarter thing.
And thank you for having an editor. I want everybody to hear this. It doesn't matter how great you are with spelling and how great you are with English and punctuation and all that. Sometimes the phrasing doesn't work, or it's too regional.
Exactly.
And it doesn't belong, that kind of stuff. You know, you need somebody from the outside to look at it.
And I always tell Clifton, his writing is amazing. That's what inspired me to reach out to him. I was a fan first, like I told you on the Facebook group. And so I reached out and just said, hey, I love your work. This is really cool. And so he said, hey, I'm going to be out in Tucson for the Tucson Comic Con. Come out and meet me. So I did. And he had me look over something. I was like, you know what? Maybe change this for flow. And after that, that we were set. And I always tell him, I love his writing. I don't want to change any of his writing because that's what I was drawn to. But if I can make it flow a little better, that's where I'll help out.
And that's the key right there. Make it
sound natural.
You know, especially you got to look at everything as an editor. You got to look at it like every person who's picking this up for the first time. And you got to try to see it from every perspective and go, okay, well, I can see where this will work for some people and not for others, and how can we make it work for everybody?
Exactly.
Editors
is always cut out for him.
Yeah, I mean, editors have a skill, man, and by all means use them, because they will, in 99% of the cases, make your book better. You know,
I try my best.
Oh, he does.
But I mean, when it comes down to it, it's your writing that it drew me in. So that's the draw.
So okay. I mean, I keep him around for a little bit longer, I guess.
If you'll have me. So let me see. How do I share here?
hit that share screen, pop it on it, and I'll put it up there for you.
Share screen. Let's go with this guy right here. Let's see. Can you see this Kickstarter?
Oh,
there we go.
Perfect.
All right, so this is our Abigail 2 Kickstarter. Before we had the reach that we have now, we gained a lot more reach, and we engaged a lot more with the community. So we wanted to definitely pull this up because it has a great explanation of Abigail 2. It'll be the continuation of Abigail's story. It's going to take off right from where Abigail and her team left off in book number 1, and they're going to be starting their training in a floating city that they call Heaven. So it's going to follow them in book 2, and they're going to find out who their big bad is going to be, and it's been a lot of fun writing it.
I'm pretty sure I read the first one, and yeah,
that's awesome.
I'm pretty sure I read the first one, and yeah, it's really good stuff. You definitely you found another niche, okay, but it's like something that's a lot of people from a lot of different genres can all gravitate to. Like, you kind of reached out and said, "Come over here, everybody."
Definitely. That was like one of my big goals, is to try to dip into each kind of genre. But sci-fi has always been one of my biggest things, and so that's the biggest focus is sci-fi. And my other favorite is anime. So anime and manga. So I've been molding, the American comic, the manga, and sci-fi, like trying to make a really cool story. And I spent so much time creating this giant universe, and it goes so in depth. I have so many characters, so much backstory for every character, and it's awesome. I'll let Demetri explain a little bit more into those characters.
Yeah, so I'm actually in the future going to be co-writing with Clifton a series of one-shots. So the premise of Abigail is that basically the government released a virus on the world and declared themselves the gods. If you bow down, they give you the cure, and those that are loyal are isolated in these cities called Edens, which are basically a protection from the outside world. The elite and the government are up in, like Clifton said, in the heaven. But the one-shots, I feel like we needed to focus on all these vast characters that Clifton had created. I remember the first time he showed me all his pages and pages of backstory he has on every single character you see in every page. Mm-hmm. I was blown away. I was like, we need to hear their stories. So I figured, you know what, let's do a series of one-shots called Eden Untold, and we will focus on each one a specific character that we don't get to hear a lot from in the main books. And the first one that we're working on right now is it's special to me because it's a character that I came up with. This is the first time we're talking about it in public, so it's kind of exciting.
This is a CRoM Con exclusive.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
So he is actually the descendant of one of those who received got the virus and was not cured. So in his genes, he's mutated, and he's kind of an arthropod insect. Think kind of like Prawn from District 9 kind of character, who has been constantly cast out for his appearance and his mutation. And you sort of see his rise to more of a prominent character and kind of becoming confident in himself and becoming kind of like a rebellion leader. So I'm really excited about what we have to come. We have this character actually right here that you can see on the shared screen. Her name is Captain Reynolds. She will have her own one-shot. She's one of my favorite characters in our entire series. So we've got a lot of exciting things to come.
Yeah, we definitely don't only focus on Abigail and her team. Like, of course, I mean, she's beautiful and awesome, but the main story definitely does revolve around her and her team. But like Demetri said, there's just so much that we've gone in depth with that we want to share.
Well, just the fact that you had all the backstories written for all the characters, you were universe building. Or world building, whatever, I mean, you weren't just like writing a story about a character and going right. You had an image, you had a plan, you had a greater scale thing in your mind, and you went with it. I look at you guys and I see the passion. I go, oh, it's going to be so easy to sell. I'm not gonna have to work. These guys are passionate about what they're doing. They're happy, and that's an easy sell for me. You know, I can go out there and be passionate and happy about promoting this book, and nobody's gonna look at me stupid because you guys are just as passionate and happy about it.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, we're super passionate and happy about this project. We talk about it every day. We definitely annoy our girlfriends and wives and family members and anybody that even just give an ear.
Yeah, if you don't think this family's getting sick of pops.
That's how it has to be, you know.
I shut down the house for a weekend. I'm like, y'all gotta be quiet.
Yeah, and I mean, I was a fan first, so I mean, I've stayed excited.
That's what like amazes me the most is like Demetri seriously became like a fan, and like he came and met me in Tucson, and he was standing there, and he's like, I want one of everything, and I was like, wait, what?
I mean,
yeah, I want one of everything, and I was like, all right then. So we started talking. I was like, you love Abigail this much? And he's like, dude, I see something amazing here, and he was telling me what he saw in the story, and then it became a giant friendship, and now he's even my editor. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, we're lucky.
Phil,
Yeah.
what do you got?
Oh, what's that?
I'm asking Phil if he's got any questions he wants to ask me real quick.
Oh no, I was behind the scenes here working my magic, man.
Oh, okay. You're working. I'll just, trying to extend that. Sometimes these guys have questions I don't think of. That's why.
Sorry. Hello, guys. How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
I don't know. Phil Leon. He's been our co-host for a few months now, and he's a colorist in his own right. And, very good one. As a matter of fact, he's getting all over the place now. It's kind of cool. Every time I turn around, somebody's like, Phil Leon did this coloring for me, and it's like, oh, I didn't know he was working on that. Didn't tell me. There's been a few that I found out through the grapevine. I had to go back and go, you didn't tell me he's doing that.
That's actually happened with me and Demetri a couple times. Like, I'll start in the middle of an idea that I had in my head, and he'll be like, wait, what? I'm like, I told you that. No, you didn't. I'm like, what? Like, come on.
It's not small things either. It's like a whole other universe you've created, or a whole new character. I'm like, whoa, where did this come from?
But see, that's what I'm saying. You can tell the passion that he's got for this.
Oh yeah.
And when you said he had all these backstories written already, I'm like,
oh yeah.
This dude's ready to print something big. Not, it's not gonna be like a Kickstarter here or there. Watch out. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at you, and I'm thinking, yeah, these guys want to do something real, and I'm behind it. I'll be promoting it.
Oh, that means a lot. Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
We'll do everything we can to get it out there for sure. And there you go.
Hey, awesome.
See that?
Awesome.
That's how it is right there. See?
That'd be great. Yeah. We actually just sold out of all of the first printings of Abigail. Wow. And so that's great. And then the second printings, Clifton, if you want to tell them about it, it was a lot of we had a lot of artists come in and do different variant covers of their interpretation of the characters.
Yeah, sorry, do you want to take over?
Well, I was just gonna say I have a nice little stack of some of them right here, but we just have tons of variants. We reached out and said this is a fairy metal.
Oh yeah. We
just reached out and said, hey, what artists would be interested in? There was a lot of them, so we got tons of fun variants. Soon we're gonna have to do a third printing here on Abigail #1. But yeah, it means a lot when you see people that have gone out, read it either digitally or picked up a physical copy. But hopefully we can get physical copies in more people's hands soon.
Definitely, like that's a game plan that we've been talking about, is doing a third printing, because the second printing was fun. Like he said, we just went to Indiegogo, got a bunch of artists together to do a bunch of cool covers, and it was just a print to order second print. Like we weren't going to do anything big, extravagant. We just wanted to have fun with it.
And obviously you did, because you guys look like you're really looking forward to where this goes.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that makes it so easy for me, because I mean, some people they're not excited about what they're doing, or they don't know how to display that excitement out here online from a camera. It's like some people are shy, some people don't even get out here, like Phil. Yeah,
we got that avatar. That's close enough.
That is me, man. I'm just throwing my voice. I'm just throwing my voice. My lips aren't moving. That is me in real life, man.
Yeah, there you go.
He's from the cool
I've
world.
worked on comics so long, I've become one.
I think that's goals right there.
He jumped on the other side. He's living in the cool world with, Hollywood as he could,
Yeah.
That's a good one to live in, actually. I wouldn't be so sad about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain.
Well, and that's just another awesome thing that came from the creative mind of somebody that loves cartoon comic, what we love.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much talent out there. Like every day, it seems like I'm discovering something new, which is the most exciting thing to me. Like even like the big two, everybody knows those titles. You can drop Venom, Spider-Man. Everyone's gonna know who those guys are, and they're always gonna be the similar stories that we're used to. Because why fix what's not broken? They're gonna definitely tell us those stories in just little different ways, and that's why I love discovering these little indie guys. They're huge to me because when I discover them, I'm like, holy crap, this is what I've never seen this. And it's so fun to see these books and these covers and then start reading through it. And I'm like, wow, they dumped a lot of passion into this. There's some dialogue. They really dumped a lot into this. This is cool.
Well, I had somebody on Twitter the other day and they were like, I need some new people to talk about. And I was like, there's going to be 50 of them out here this weekend. Talk about all of them. It's just like Will, our other co-host here from Creators Outlet, the guys at NSC Live TV, Indie Bolt, all these different podcasters that are part of what we're doing this time. Earth Station One. We got a whole bunch of people putting this out there and getting it seen. A lot of different audiences that we haven't been part of before. So we're trying to get our reach as long as possible for people like you.
And you guys are doing epic. I've been following you, Pop, since we've met, and I've seen how much this has grown, and I'm very happy to be a part of this. Thank you.
Hey,
for being a part of this.
We're glad you guys really want to be a part of it.
Yeah, when I saw 5 countries, I was like, whoa, this is big.
6
now.
Yeah, we had somebody last night from Turkey. We did not know they lived in Turkey.
Oh, wow. Fun little surprise.
We're all over the place, man. We're international this time. And that's a lot due to Kevin Juliot over there at NSC Live TV. He brought in a few new people that we hadn't had here before. And then we have our always returning guests, which are awesome. People that just come back and do this again and again, Mike Barron, people like that. They just, they lend all the credibility in the world to this. It isn't me. I was just a fan last year. I wasn't nobody in no industry at all, and now I have people that talk about me, and it's like, it's not about me. It really isn't. I mean, my co-host, it's more about what Will had an actual podcast before I came along. Phil has been in the industry before I came along. These guys are, the guys that I want people to talk about. You guys are the guys I don't want them talking about me. I get so much thank you and so much this, and I appreciate that, and I love that, and I take every bit of it. But thank you guys for lifelong entertainment. I'm just giving a little bit back. I'm giving back like 10 months. You guys have, people like you, and you guys have served me in the entertainment all my life. That little bit I've given back ain't nothing compared to, all the enjoyment that I've gotten out of what creators do.
That's how I always feel about sharing and stuff too. Like you were just saying, I don't mind sharing and being a part, doing this part. I feel the same way when I see somebody's work and I want to share it. I'm just like, you created a whole world for me. So the least I can do is click that like or share button.
Hey, if somebody else likes it, cool. That's I'm looking at it. And when I started doing the group, when we turned the group into a networking group, it was like, now I'm trying to bounce everybody's fan bases off each other and increase the number of everybody's fan base. And that became a goal. So every time I do this, or every time somebody new comes to the group, everybody gets a little bump. Because everybody's in the madness, or everybody's paying attention to what we're doing in CRoM Con, and we're getting seen finally. You know, it really feels pretty good that, you know, people are paying attention now. But like I said, it's not about me, it's about you guys. You know, when you think of San Diego Comic Con, do you think of the guy that runs San Diego Comic Con or the people who are going to be at San Diego Comic Con? Okay, it ain't me, y'all.
That's true.
You know, I ain't creating nothing
yet. I like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of what we do
actually might be something in the works with Pops and I. Actually, once you saw my freelancing thing, yeah, see,
I haven't heard of this.
That's going to be something in the future for sure, because we have been focusing right now on Abigail and John Soren, which we have.
Oh yeah, our other big project.
Do you want to
want me to?
On John Soren real quick?
Sure. So it's another book. This was another one of Clifton's little brainchilds that just kind of like exploded into another universe. So actually, this right here, this is the first concept art for the book. I got mine signed by Clifton. So it's basically it shows one man's kind of descent into chaos with how our modern society kind of wears down on you, and he turns into this kind of irreverent Jekyll and Hyde kind of split personality, and he kind of just snaps and seeks out his own form of justice. So it's a really fun book. It's another one, like Clifton was saying earlier, where you kind of come to expect the same thing from the big two, but something like this, you definitely won't see Marvel or DC publishing something like that. It's definitely a not an all ages book.
Yeah, Demetri had me dial it down like 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, we had to put down the gore a couple times because it was aggressive, but it's a really fun kind of crazy book, and we're really looking forward to it.
It's a 2020 book.
Basically, yeah, 2020. It's what happens when 2020 finally gets you.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm glad you guys came out. Now, the little thing that Clifton is he did that 3-word post. You know the post. Right?
Oh yeah, I know that one.
I put something up there and I took it down right away. And I was like, oh, shit, that's a great idea. Well, I'm like, dude, check this out.
I love that I can inspire people like that. That is phenomenal. That's such a good feeling that I inspired you to want to create a story in another world.
3 words. You inspired me to put the 3 words up there, but then it was like, wait a minute, this needs to be in a writer's hands, not just like a cute little idea or a cute little story. Mm-hmm. This could be a good book, you know, with the right writer. And I was like, yo, dude, just run with this. Just run with this. Do something real with it. Let's make a book. You know,
I feel awesome that you see me in that light. Like, that feels really good. Thank you, Pops.
Hey, that was awesome. Like I said, as soon as I typed it, I was like, oh, take that down. Somebody's gonna steal that. Like somebody's gonna see the same view for the future of it that I did. And it was like, there you go. He won't like it. So yeah, man, we have another podcasting duo that's in backstage. They're our next guests, and I want you guys to go ahead, give a last little where people can find you, and then I want to introduce you to them so you guys can go be on their show. And the ball roll.
Great.
Yes. Yeah, let's do it. All right, so yeah, the last little thing that we want to drop for you guys is right now you can go to our Facebook page, which just scrolled right across the screen for you. You can go there. You can download your free digital copy of Abigail #1 right now. You can give that a read. You can check it out. It is free. If you have any trouble with the downloads or anything, please send a message. We'll make sure to get you a digital copy ASAP. Also, we want to let you guys know there's a special mini print right now that's only for CRoM Con. So you can only, today's the last day, and it's only print to order. It's right here. He's got the actual comic book cover.
Oh,
it's
right there.
Let me get you.
Yeah, Vincent DePorter did a SpongeBob spoof cover for me, and Vincent DePorter actually drew for SpongeBob for 20 years. And this was the last SpongeBob drawing that he ever is going to do. He even told me that straight up. He said, I am done drawing SpongeBob after this. I drew him for 20 years, and I have a Zippo to prove it. So
That's not going back up.
I know. I go through that every time I take something down, show it off. It's like,
It takes a little while to get it back.
Show, it ain't gonna go back up, right? It's gonna hang there crooked and bug me for the whole show. Just put it down.
so yeah, definitely check out our page.
Dude, definitely. Y'all go check it out. Get the free download. Check out Abigail 1. It's a great read, and it'll whet your appetite for Abigail number 2.
Exactly.
It's coming.
It is right. It's around the corner. We got it coming.
Free comic!
Yeah.
Free comic! Right there. Facebook.com, Sacred Chaos Comics. Sacred Chaos Comics. Free comic! That's how we do this. Now, our next guests are Mr. Mike Faber and Mike Gordon from Earth Station 1.
Howdy. How are you, my friend?
Hey, man, I'm having a great time. How you guys doing?
Good. We've been watching what you've been doing over the weekend already, and it's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
I'm doing my best, brothers. So, Clifton King, Demetri from Sacred Chaos Comics. These guys do a show. They help with promotion and getting stuff out there for people. So, by all means, you're all in the madness. You can get together really easily.
Oh, definitely.
Mike and howdy.
Yep, it's just Mike and Mike. It's real easy.
Yeah,
It's
really.
Mike and Mike.
Yeah, we're like a really bad morning show, as we like to say. That's now a podcast. So we've been doing a podcast for over 10 years, and we have, been talking to a lot of writers, a lot of artists, some celebrities, music artists, all across the board, and we help promote them on projects, on Kickstarters, on just regular projects they have coming up. It's a lot of fun what we do, and we do it from a geeky side because we promote ourselves. We're geeks, and we're doing it for geeks. So it's been a lot of fun, and we have, we're worldwide, so it's a lot of great things, and we've learned a lot over the years. And Mike is great interviewer, and he talks to the artists and such, and we find out what we could do to help them and get them out to our listeners, and it's a great idea for our projects and such.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it definitely does. I'd
love to be a part of it.
Well, definitely, Pops will put you guys in touch with us. You can find us at earthstation1.com. Real easy, and our website, how you can write to us and get onto the show, and my email address is just feedback@earthstation1. So real easy, just drop me a line, and we definitely would love to get you guys on our show.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
We are extremely indie comic friendly.
Oh, very much so.
That's great. We love that.
I've been watching your panel before this, so it was like, oh, we got to get these guys on our show. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. Pops, we can't hear you, dude. You're
Pops,
muted.
you're muted.
Hello,
You can
Pops.
tell they're excited about what they're doing. It'll come across on radio so good. There's nothing you got to drag out of these guys.
Well, exactly. It's not like they're shy and demure. Sometimes we have people on the show. So tell me about your project. It's a comic, and it's like, oh,
gosh.
great. So it's just like, yeah, that's not a way to be. And, we like getting into conversations, and we keep it very laid back. And that's one of the great things about Earth Station 1. It is very laid back. And we've had people write us afterwards, and they say, that was the most easy interview I've ever had. And so it's really awesome to do. And it's not like we're trying to pat ourselves on our back, but we are, so it's okay.
A little bit.
I was on their show last week, talking about CRoM Con, and it was like, yeah, now I get to turn the tables.
Exactly. Now he gets to interview us. Oh my God, what am I going to say? Or we could always do, like when I'm talking to my aunt, and she's new to a Zoom call. So, how are you doing?
Oh yeah.
Get closer to the.
Can you see me?
Exactly. I don't know what's going on. It's wonderful here. It's like, not that I can tell by seeing up your nostrils. It's awesome.
So,
But,
Demetri, by all means, drop some links in the group, drop links in the chat, all weekend long. Whenever you pop in to see what we're doing here, drop your link. I don't care. That's what it's about.
Sounds good.
I mean, it's about exposure. So, by all means, use the group for what we have it for, networking and self-promotion and promotion. It's maddening.
It's maddening. Definitely find us. We have we're up to, I think, 558 episodes of our show.
Oh, wow.
We've out of the, in April, it'll be 11 years that we've done our show.
Yeah.
And we basically, and Mike has been with me since episode 17. So, and it's been very
We've been partners for a long time.
yeah. We've only missed one Monday that we record the show. And the whole time we've done it, and it's awesome because each week we talk about something different. We talk about we're a geek themed podcast, but we don't have the same topic each week like some shows do. We are like what we call, I like to refer to it as a magazine type show, where we have different segments throughout, and each one's time stamped so the user can look at the notes and go, oh wait, I want to hear Demetri talk about his his work, or talk Clifton talk about this. That he could go right to that segment, or wait, oh, they're talking about Wonder Woman 84, I'm going to skip that part. So it just literally all depends what we're talking about. So, and it's great, and that's what's wonderful about it. We've met a zillion wonderful people that we would probably never ever meet at all out there and everything, and that's the great thing about doing this. To me, it's it's a great social network also. So, and I've made some amazing friends this way, and podcasting I consider is a family, and it's basically it's a great way to communicate, and it's basically still in its infancy. We're still starting up. This is just beginning. When I talk to people at cons and everything about podcasting, I always tell them podcasting is literally where radio was 110 years ago, where it was all mom and pop little stations around the country, and in the backwoods and everything. Now podcasting is finally being recognized by promoters and by organizations, and thank goodness people who want to sponsor us,
right.
Which is great. It is really awesome, but we're still growing. And as we like to say, other ways we could say it, basically, everyone has a podcast nowadays. We're calling it the tramp stamp of 2020, basically. So, everyone has one of those.
Yeah.
I got pops on that one. My day is complete now.
Well, he's down.
He's down.
He's down. I got him. That's it. 1, 2, 3. He's gone. Champion. So that is awesome.
Hey, I've been stamped, I guess, right?
But yeah, and Mike and I split duties on the podcast, so it's really awesome to do. And Mike, does talks to a lot of the creators, and we also do a segment as part of the interview. It's called the Geek Seat, and what the Geek Seat is. We have, people who are like athletes or actors come on. Well, I'm not a geek. Why would I want to do that? And we basically tell them the Geek Seat is another word for passion, or for, because you could be a geek about art. You could be a geek about sports. You could be a geek about science, nature, whatever. It doesn't just have to be Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, and Doctor Who. It could be about anything. And that's what's wonderful about, our segment, because we bring people into the world, and it basically shows, sometimes how human they could be and everything. So it's pretty awesome.
You should brand that into like something that says like geek equals passion.
There's my new t-shirt.
I'm
putting that up on TeePublic tonight. It'll be up.
It's a very good line. That's no doubt.
Yeah, I think that'll work really well. So cool. Yep. Exactly. Thank you, Pops. Yeah, definitely. You could find us at Earth Station 1. We're also part of the ESO network, which is a network that we founded, and we have right now, I think we're up to 27 shows on our network. And each one is a different geek themed based show. And we talk, each show talks about something different weekly, which is awesome. Some of the shows do 2 or 3 times a week. It's just amazing. And, Mike and I are on 3 of the shows that on the network, but the others are all completely independent, and they're just under the same hood of us, which is pretty awesome. And everything. And it's great. We have a science show. We have 2 geek girls getting drunk talking about geek stuff, different stuff but it's great because on that show they don't tell their co-host what they're talking about that week. And so they bring up the topic, and each one of them they split the show with each one of them bring a topic to talk about. Like one time one of them did, I think, Hellblazer. The other one talked about Sailor Moon that week, so it was pretty awesome. Yeah. And, we have one show that has a very big, goofy obsession with chickens. Or we also have, another show. Yeah, we have a wrestling show. We have a Saturday morning cartoon show on the network, which is pretty awesome. And it's hosted by Mark McCrae, sorry. And he wrote the Best Saturday Morning book, and he used to work at the Cartoon Network, so he is an expert on this stuff. So it's pretty awesome. And then you have us, the other guys.
Well, see, that's how I feel. And then you got me. I'm just the guy trying to get it all together. I ain't got nothing to do with it.
So, and so it's awesome. Like, after we get done with you guys today, we're going to be recording our Doctor Who podcast. And, that we do.
Christian earlier?
Yeah, we saw Christian earlier.
Yeah, have you interviewed Christian before?
Oh, yeah, Christian. I'm on Christian's show like half the time. So,
there you go.
And, we cross-pollinate with a lot of other podcasts. And that's pretty awesome. Mike is on a ton of other podcasts and such. So it's pretty cool.
Well, now this guy down here below you is one of my other co-hosts, Will from Creative Outlet Podcast.
Howdy, Will.
Hey, Will. So,
how you doing, guys?
Back to your network. We'll just keep this growing, man. That's what we're trying to do.
Phil, by the way.
Yeah, Phil's just a colorist.
I Phil, the colorist.
Usually it's the other way around. They're just like, oh, you're just the writer.
Yeah. What did Kevin Smith say? Oh, you're just an inker. You're just tracing people's drawings.
This is me right now.
Yeah, that's Phil right there.
Exactly. That sounds about right.
You look like Ric Flair. Congratulations.
Exactly. So Earth Station 1 is a lot of fun, and ask away anything you guys want to know about us. We are pretty open to ideas, questions.
I want to know how you guys met.
Us?
You and Mike.
Oh, he was he was a stalker. So how they say keep your enemies closer. So
he's your Phil. That's what you're trying to say.
Pretty much. Pretty much. No, actually, Mike was one of our listeners on the show.
We met via. Actually, originally it was Facebook, because this guy kept popping up in my feed, and he was at all the same events that I was at. I was like, how come I don't know this guy?
He was stalking me. Help.
Yeah. So I checked out his podcast and realized it needed a lot of work. So I sent him an email, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you think you could do better?" And he invited me on the show, and
he never left. He never left.
He won't let me go.
And that's what happened with Phil.
He shut the airlock doors, and I can't get out of the station.
That's kind of what happened with me and Phil. He kept seeing me like kick myself out of my own podcast, and he was like, "Man, you need tech help."
And it's been great because literally I started the podcast with my nephew, and because I been one of those guys who I used to work in radio years and years ago. And when podcasts started up, back in like 2007 and such, I was like, I could do this. And so I started co-hosting on a couple different podcasts. And then I decided to start out and do something on my own. And actually, my father passed away during this period. And I wanted to do something that, dedicated to him and everything. And so I started my podcast with my nephew. And, we were a real mom and pop at that time. My wife sat in as a co-host sometime. My son, who at the time was like 11, sat in with me. And, and then we met Mike. And the chemistry was just great between him and I. And it just worked. And we just went from there. And we've had other co-hosts over the years, but it's always come back to Mike and I. And
romance.
Exactly. Or a lot of times, the funny thing about it is, I tell him he's lasted longer than my first wife. So it's great. So it's a plus right there, man. It really is. So it's pretty cool. And and as everyone likes to say, let Mike and Mike try it first and then see if it works. They like it. They like it. They really, really like it. So it's pretty awesome. And we just have a lot of fun on each show. We never know how the show is going to go, basically, because we don't know what the people who we're going to be interviewing with are like.
So. Hey, Max.
Howdy, Mary.
Hey,
Max
Mary.
DeVille? No, that's Max DeVille. Mary Machine Guns, his book.
Fine, whatever.
Yeah, that's somebody else you're going to have to interview here real soon, because he's got some real good stuff going on there.
Well, because it's interesting, we get people lined up to be on the show, and we love help promoting and everything. We're like almost scheduled out for people to be on our show right now, almost through mid-March.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing.
And everything. So, we just, people want to be on our show, which is awesome. And, we're also not one of those shows that, is a fly-by-night and, throws, is like, hey, let's do this. And then, like try to be a top 40 morning DJ and everything. So it's, what is that?
That's two.
He's got werewolves chained up, man.
I was going to say, are the children of the night calling already?
Somebody's home. That's all I can tell you.
Wow.
Somebody's hungry.
Werewolf? No. Werewolf. So it's, we have pop culture coming out everywhere, Wow. I know our segment was going to the dogs, but wow.
Oh, look, it's Wolfman Pops.
Exactly.
It's the only cheerleaders that I could afford. I'm sorry.
See, Mike, never say, our dog's sitting on our podcast ever, compared to that. That's, my dogs are pretty quiet compared to that, because the dogs are the unofficial co-hosts of our show. So it's pretty awesome.
Well, usually they'll make an appearance, but like whenever, like if the family leaves and then they come home,
right?
You get 3-part harmony. Hello.
Yes.
And that's what's going on right now. They're waiting for them to get out the car, traipse through the snow, come in the front door. Then they'll all shut up. But until somebody comes in, that's
wow. So
yeah. It used to just be one, but now it's like 3-part harmony. The other two have decided, if that one's going to howl, we're going to howl too. And crazy.
You're going for a full chorus.
Of course. So, which is kind of cool. The thing is, we've always rolled with the punches, and, we have dogs come in. We have, we've had on our show, we've had bloopers. We've had segments that we thought sounded great, that when we went back to listen, half the episode was missing. Like one side of the conversation.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh, we talked to this expert on Mel Brooks one time, and this person was the historian on Mel Brooks, and this person, her whole segment was gone. And so we had to, meekly call her back. Do you mind coming back in a couple of days to re-record that episode? Luckily, she was very cool about it, and she gladly did, and it was a great episode. So, but yeah, and you've got to always prepare for that when you're doing any kind. But you guys know that with creating comics and everything, you guys have, exactly. It's like, oh, I got the pages back from the printer. They're all black. Oops.
Oh gosh.
Wrong color profile. Fix that.
Exactly. So yeah, and we've got stories like that all throughout the years and everything. And with every medium, there's growing pains, there's learning new things, new technologies. Eventually we'll probably, right now we're audio, eventually we'll probably go some kind of video format and such to have it simulcasted or something. But we already do like Facebook Lives every once in a while just to get people's interest on the shows and everything. Yeah. So, as we like to say, both Mike and I have faces for radio, so it's good, So
we're not the only ones.
Me too. I get that completely. Why do you think you don't see me?
That's why Phil is hiding behind his iPad.
I'm hiding, man.
That's understandable. If only he looked half as good as that icon, So it's pretty awesome though. But yeah, we just have fun on our show, and the way we work is, we plan, like look at what the trends are. We try to look at what, is going on, and we get contacted for people who want to do Kickstarters or GoFundMes or have, new projects coming down the line, and they just want to talk about their newest project. We don't mind coming on and spending 10, 20 minutes to come on the show. So it's pretty awesome.
That's great. I appreciate what you guys do. You guys have been doing it way longer.
I know, because we're certified nuts, and as my wife says, "Hey, I got Monday nights off. This is awesome. Keep on going doing your podcast."
I've even said that before. It's like I'll get done with the CRoM Con, sitting here 12 hours, and at 1:30 in the morning, I'll be out there sharing somebody's stuff on Twitter, and it's like, I must be freaking crazy. I just spend 12 hours doing that. Either I really love what you guys do, or
and then, as you could tell, we're just fabulously wealthy podcasters, because everyone who has a podcast is like rich as heck. Or as Mike says, when I tell him your contract is renewed at double the price I pay you, and
he goes, right on, I'm still making this.
Exactly. That's the great thing about it. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's about the passion, man, and that's
it is a passion.
That's why I didn't kick Clifton and Demetri out, right? Because they're passionate about it, and yeah, they're going to be on your show. They're probably going to be on Will's show. We're going to get people seen. We're going to keep getting people exposure. That's what this is all about.
Thank you so much. That really means a lot.
It really does.
I mean, what you guys have been doing forever. What you guys been doing forever makes me feel good about doing it for a little bit.
Well, but the thing is, we also help mentor other podcasts along and everything, and that's part about what we do with people who join the network and everything. We used to, it used to be when people wanted to join the ESO network, we say, sure, that's the best way to do it. Come aboard, anybody. But, as we've grown, as we've learned, we've had at one point probably 35 shows on our network and stuff like that. But, we had to weed people out because the quality of their show wasn't good. There wasn't a commitment to being part of the network or even putting out their podcasts. Sometimes people would only put out 1 or 2 podcasts a year. And, you can't build consistency that way. Nope. You can't build a core audience, and you can't build, get sponsors and stuff like that. And we're all about being now more dare I say it, professional. No, not at all. I can't say that with a straight face.
I mean, I've had, conversations with Kevin about, things to do to be a little bit more. And I'm not a professional. I don't know how to do that. I'm picking it up. I'm learning. I'm getting better. But I'm just a fan. And you'll know when I'm excited about what somebody's doing, when I'm passionate about it, you'll know it. And when I'm not, you'll know it. And
it's basically if you're passionate about the dog start, howling. Got it.
There we go again.
That's the first thing we do when we come into the Earth Station. Then we need to start doing our harmonic howl, Demetri.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, you do it 3 times and we will show up. So it's pretty yeah, so it's pretty cool. So but yeah, it's pretty awesome, and we're always looking for new shows to join the network, or basically if we want to work with, or if you want Mike or I to appear on your show too, because we have tons of interests also, and which is pretty awesome. And we geek out about a ton of stuff. Obviously we do a geek podcast, but and there's passion behind that too, which is pretty darn awesome. So definitely, which is pretty cool.
Oh,
and he's on mute once again. Talk about
dogs, man.
What's
they're
really
quiet.
funny about your show, though, is how you were saying you have so many different networks and so many things that are specifically towards each part of geek that's out there. That is epic that you guys do that.
Oh yeah, you want to, and you want to be able to cover all the different corners, and we also like originality. We want people to be part of the network who have their own ideas. I don't want to hire somebody who just wants to be a Chris Hardwick clone or a Kevin Smith or a Mark Maron. Yes, if Mark Maron wants to be on ESO, he is fully welcome. Always remember. So there's no problem. Kevin Smith we couldn't even get, so it's okay. We've tried.
What do you mean he wouldn't be on your show?
He doesn't acknowledge us.
Kevin, king right now, bro.
I keep on telling. I even wrote him. We have free munchies. It's cool. And they're vegan too now. So
I did.
Cool.
I actually, speaking of Kevin Smith, I got a quick story if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
It's Kevin Smith. I added him on Twitter, and I was like, and Alanis Morissette, and I said, let me pull up this Twitter real quick. You can continue with your story. Sorry, I jumped up. I put the cart in front of the horse.
Oh, we never do that on our show. It's okay. Yeah, it's a fun thing that we do, but and it's great to be able to talk to so many different people. Like we said, it's gotten us also in a lot of doors. It's gotten us to CRoM Con. It's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how much better can you be than that? But we one of our shows actually on the network is a Dragon Con podcast. And Dragon Con, for those who don't know, is a huge convention in the Southeast every Labor Day weekend. It has up to 85,000 people every year. And, it's been going on for over 30 years, and it makes us look like newbies type thing. But it's great. It's, it's like you take all these different cons, like the smaller cons, and put them into one, because they have different tracks, as they call them. They have a sci-fi track, they have a Brit track, they have a podcasting track, they have a literature, a comic, a Star Wars, a Star Trek. They have all these different tracks. They have 36 different tracks, and it's spread out over 5 hotels and now over 3 buildings of a convention center. Wow. Which is pretty amazing. Yeah, and it's awesome. And so we consider ourselves the unofficial podcast of Dragon Con, but we get and that runs from January till September when the con happens. And we interview guests for the con. We also have cosplayers on, or people who run the con even, come on our show to talk about it. It's pretty awesome stuff. And, and it's a lot of fun. It's a passion for us, because for Mike and I, we're both in the Atlanta area. We live on opposite sides of town, so we barely ever see each other, and that's what the court order says anyway. So it's cool. So, but it's a good thing. But that is our main local con, is Dragon Con.
Mm-hmm.
There's other big ones like New York or Emerald City or San Diego or even MegaCon down in Florida. There's these huge cons. Dragon Con, I think, is the most special because it's not corporate sponsored, which is pretty awesome.
There you go.
And,
I like
because like San Diego, when I went, it felt like I was going to a big trade show.
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
where Dragon Con, it feels like more fan run than anything else, which is pretty cool.
Well, Mike and Clifton and Demetri, I have our next guest in the backstage. I'm going to bring him out so we can introduce himself to you all and y'all can say hi to each other. And then I'm going to have to give him his 30 minutes. 30 minutes is never long enough to do this.
Oh, it never is. Hey, Lee, pleased to meet you.
That's kind of why
everybody.
that was kind of why Monday Madness was developed, was because I kept meeting people that I wanted to talk to more. And it's like, okay, I'm going to get you out of my show Monday night where I can get you here for an hour or two and talk, That's what grew out of CRoM Con, was me wanting to do a weekly. Not so much wanting to, it wasn't a weekly, it was a show. And I did it sometimes. And then I joined with a different platform and they wanted me to do a weekly, and it kind of became a weekly. So Monday Madness is when I bring people back out that I really want to talk to some more. All y'all need to think about that, because I'll be hitting you up Monday Madness so I can talk to you more.
And we're shocked how there,
So Lee, this is Clifton and Demetri from Sacred Chaos, Mike and Mike from Station 1. Everybody's into madness. You can all find each other, network up, man. That's how we do it.
Nice to meet straight.
Awesome.
Nice to
Thanks
meet
again.
everybody.
Nice to meet everybody.
Thank you so much.
You too, guys.
Yeah, Pops, thanks for having us on, man.
Hey, thank you for coming out, man. And I'm definitely wanting to be part of your network. We'll definitely have to get together.
Oh, you will. You will.
Awesome.
We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for having us.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Hey everybody, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors and helpers this time around. We got NSCLiveTV.com, the Cheers to Comics podcast, Earth Station 1 podcast, the Shop Top podcast, the Creators Outlet podcast, Evolution Comics Facebook page, IndieVolt Radio, IndieVolt.com, the radio station, the YouTube channel, BuyMeToys.com. Love you all. Thanks so much. Peace. I gotta do it every now and then. Yeah, no. That's how it is.
Hey, what's up, Bill? How you doing?
It's really weird having a commercial, guys.
You, man, you too. Will, nice to meet you, sir.
You too as well.
Pops, how you doing?
I'm having a great time, man.
Looks like
I have to come back here. I wore it yesterday. Couldn't wear it 2 days in a row. You know. And I don't want to overwash this shirt because I want it to last forever.
Man, I wash this one all the time. He made me this one the same time. I wash it all the time.
Lee Reece art, y'all. That's Lee Reece art in these custom tees. And my friend Variant Grant from IndieVolt.com asked me if these are available. If there's still a way to get one.
Yeah, custom D's t-shirts.
Well, see, I talked to Dale and he said they weren't really doing anything right now. So you have to keep me apprised of when they're back to up and running or when I can get one of those, because I want to get one for Barry.
I actually think he had a family thing going on or something. So I'll get with him, let you know.
Cool.
Yeah,
Because we love D's custom tees, baby.
Yes,
that
sir.
shirt is not just sweet, it's comfortable, it's soft. It's like I got 2 shirts from fans recently. I got the ugly shirt from Corey Dwayne Ellis and that one. And those shirts are not your normal t-shirt. They're really soft when you wear them and stuff. It's like, it's not your usual scratchy, I was impressed. It's like they bought good shirts. Thank you. So I always give them a shout out, it's like, and thank you so much for doing that, dude.
No problem. I did some artwork for Dell and he did some t-shirts for me. So there you go.
I was definitely blown away when you told me about it. I was like, Dude, a CRoM Con shirt? No way. You know, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of CRoM Con merch. I got a little dog tag and I got a shirt, you know, but it's like people are cool enough to do stuff like that for me. It amazes me. And let me see. Oh, I need to change that banner. Come on, Phil, where you at, guy?
What do you want, man?
It's just flipping a switch, bro. Phil, do you know Lee? Lee, you know Phil, right? Yeah, you guys know each other. You've done each other. He's done. Phil has colored Lee's work.
Yeah.
He actually did a rendition of that same CRoM.
I'm actually gonna hit Phil up for some color shortly, I think.
Yeah, we've talked about that a little bit. And we just haven't got a chance to get back to each other.
Yeah, man, I'll get with you. I want to get everything inked. I've got about 10 pages left to pencil out, and then I got to ink everything. So, I want to get everything inked so you can get a good idea of what I'm looking for. And
I'm gonna have to start playing the dog whistle sound, man. That'll get them.
Nah, you guys are gonna have to ask some questions so I can get them to shut up. That's right.
Okay, well, tell us what you're up to, Lee. What you got going on, man? Let everybody know a little bit about you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm working on my first indie comic. 20 years in the making, really, but the idea was 20 years ago. The actual execution just really happened over this past year. So, life got in the way those 20 years. But yeah, I'm working on it. I'm about 80% done with the artwork. If the story doesn't continue to grow anymore, which it tends to happen that way, should be about a 5-issue run, about 32 pages each.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, sir. So story's 90% done. The artwork for the first issue is about 80% done. Yeah, chugging along, man. Just it's just me by myself, so
Oh yeah, that's pretty good, man, with the one-man team going on, dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it's about a detective, an alcoholic detective who is on his last case before he retires, and he basically runs into a crime that he can't explain, and there's no scientific explanation for it, and it's of a supernatural origin, and the plot unfolds to be a pretty big story. I have about 10 on and off characters that run through it that reappear, but there's 3 main characters, the detective being obviously the main one. And it's just a kind of a crazy ride between the supernatural realm and reality, and just it kind of forces him to stop drinking and go through the DTs a little bit. He doesn't know if he's hallucinating half of it or if he's just too drunk for it or if it's really happening. And yeah, it's a wild ride. I actually just created a character not long ago as a priest that kind of guides the detective in how to reach the other realm. And I kind of loosely based him off Pops in the trench coat.
Oh.
Actually, here you go. Let me find it.
I was gonna say, yeah, you got anything to show off, man? Bring it out, dude.
The Pops for his blessing, but there he is with CRoM.
Oh no, don't let him see it. Don't let him see it yet.
No, he's already seen it, man. He's already seen it.
He won't be able to fit in the square on here, man.
He's already seen it, man. I sent it to him instant messenger and asked for his approval, but yeah, he was game, and I don't have a name for him yet. Pops has been calling him Father Pops or something like that, but I don't know yet. He's probably issue 3, the end of issue 3. So, yeah, it's moving slowly, but it's progress nonetheless. It hasn't moved as fast as I wanted it to, but nothing ever does when you work a job. So
But hey, you got so much of it done already. That's a pretty good run where you're at with it so far right now, man. Hell, a lot of people aren't even getting that far into the stuff or into their books, man.
I wanted to, before I even tried to run it on Kickstarter or campaign, considering I was, just pretty much a one-man team. My wife helps me. She's a pretty good writer. She helps me with editing and things like that. She gives me an honest opinion, which I value. But I wanted to kind of get most of it done, or at least the good chunk of issue 1 before I even thought about a Kickstarter campaign or Indiegogo or anything like that, because I didn't want to be in a situation where I couldn't fulfill.
Right.
No one does, but I don't have anybody I can lean on, if that makes sense. So,
right.
But it's really just a work of passion, man. If it gets funded, awesome. If it doesn't, it's out of my head. You know what I mean? I just been there for 20 something years. It's time to get it on paper. So.
Well, definitely. Well, you're definitely heading in the right direction. That's for sure. Dang, man. That's quite a bit ready, man, all on your own. That's pretty cool, dude.
Like I said, I want to get with you on some colors. I have a specific style I'm looking for, which I can send you samples of, and I'm just been taking my time with it and trying to get things, happy before I start reaching out to too many people and making too big of a fuss about it, because I just want it ready, man. I want to be able to show people, hey, here's something tangible,
Cool. Yeah. Well, you know where I'm at with it,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Well, with that kind of story, man, especially because I never know how to pin what my own stuff is like, but I get a lot of from Silver Age plus to 90s plus kind of style, I guess, is where I kind of been slotted on that. So I guess that would work pretty well on a cop noir kind of story, I suppose.
Right. Yeah.
And I really dig your artwork, dude. You do such good artwork, man.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I want the book in color. I have mixed emotions. The interior of the book, maybe a splash of color here and there. Definitely color covers and things like that. But I've had quite a few people say, man, your artwork suits black and white. You really just kind of maybe need to keep it there. And I said, I don't know. So
or maybe even gray tones mixed with color here and there. Or maybe a more muted color scheme, even to fit more of that noir kind of flavor.
You see, that's department, man.
Well, hell yeah, I'll just have to, when I send me something over sometime, I can kind of experiment around a little bit.
For sure.
It was worse than I thought, guys. There was nobody home, and they would have continued howling until somebody shut them up or somebody came home. They thought they were in the drive. They thought somebody was in the driveway, so they were going off. And they would have kept right on howling if I didn't go show them up. So you got to open the door and show them, look, there's nobody out there. Now shut up, go lay down. So
dog does the same.
Did I see Father Horns?
You did. Yes,
That's
sir.
cool. That's cool. I like him. He's awesome.
I'm sure you do.
I can't imagine why.
I don't know, man. Like I said, man, we're going to have to make those squares bigger here in a minute. I don't know if Pops will fit in that square for too much longer.
Well, see, that's just it, though. If you were paying attention on that last segment, when I started talking to Clifton about actually doing something and being part of a project, that was okay. The rest of this is just fun. That's actually being involved in working on it and having some input. With Mojo, it's fun, but I have no input. Those guys are just they can do whatever they want with my character. They can cut my head off next week for all I know. But this is one where I actually I get to have a little input. that kind of gave me a little bit of a big head. Like, I'm finally going to have an industry credit. Finally, I say, like, I've been working at this forever. You know?
But you're already you already have been, because you've been scattered through a few books here and there, man. I've seen that.
Yeah,
stuff.
but I mean, that's not
You're
really
always
a
saying,
credit.
I haven't been part of a comic. It's like, yes, you are.
No, I mean, but that's not like me being the guy writing it or drawing it or coming up with the ideas.
Right,
That's just me being drawn in, and that's great. It's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I love being part of people's projects in any way, especially like what I do, the promotion end. I love doing this, or I wouldn't do it. You know, so when I come up with an idea and somebody like Clifton goes, "Oh yeah, we're going to talk. We're going to do something about that." Now I get to actually get a creative credit.
Yeah, that's always nice to see your. That's always nice to see your first credit in print, man.
You know what I mean? That was as soon as he said he liked the idea, I was like, cool. And then he's like, "Oh, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk after CRoM Con." Okay. And it's gonna be awesome, Bill. It's our kind of book, dude.
Oh, cool. So, Lee, what kind of supernatural elements you adding into the mix on that?
There's a lot of heaven and hell. To explain it without giving too much away, one of the lead characters is a very prominent figure from the Bible.
Okay.
And I don't want to give too much away, but hard to explain, man.
I got you, man.
Lots of heaven and hell.
I was just wondering what's supernatural. It's like werewolves involved, witchcraft.
It's more religious overtone for sure. There's some dealings with these characters called the Hat Men. They kind of, I guess, dwell in purgatory or whatever you want to call it. They kind of dwell there, and they like to make just shady business deals with people who are crossing over to, for their souls, because the underlying part of dying, it's a business. So there's some business elements to the heaven and hell, and how to get there, and who you have to deal with, and if you make the wrong deal, you won't get the right, choose the right path, or almost like a Pet Cemetery feel in a lot of ways. You make the wrong deal, yeah, you can stay on Earth with your family forever, but you're not really alive, but
right, like the monkey's paw idea. What are you going to give up for what you're getting? Yeah,
exactly. So and those guys are really just a small portion of the bigger story, but they definitely have some importance to the story, and will be a repeating character to a certain degree. It's mainly just a very religious overtone without being a religious book. But there's lots of elements from religion tossed into it.
Right. And anytime you're dealing with good and evil, it kind of has that atmosphere to it, So
that's fact.
Spirituality in general,
Yeah, and going back to like sending you some stuff for colors, I will be trying to reach out to a few people. I want to get a few variant covers done, and I've already talked to Jim O'Reilly. He's on board. So I really like his work. He's an awesome artist. So I'm looking forward to seeing his rendition of my characters, and have yet to send him something, but I'm gonna get on the ball very soon. So that happened from Monday Madness, Pops. So
I'm going to tell you, I know Jim's rendition of Marlo Van Zant is top notch.
Jim always does top notch stuff, man.
He's so we've already talked a little bit, and so I'm going to reach out to a couple other artists that I really like, and like I said, I just really wanted my shit together before I got anything else done. So
Oh, yeah, man, that's good. It's good you're getting it lined up like that, man. Some people just jump right in without thinking steps ahead of what they're going to be doing. So that's always a good thing to have it all kind of planned out that way, man.
Oh yeah. Well, before I live on a small island now. There's not a whole lot of work on my little island, but I make do. But Before I moved to this island, I had almost 24 years in the sign and print industry. So everything from graphic design to t-shirt printing to, 3-dimensional signage and illuminated signage from the fabrication to install. I pretty much have my hands on all those types of machines, welding, CNC machines, all that stuff.
So doing a lot of vector work then, huh?
A lot of vector work.
Illustrator and stuff.
Right. A lot of Illustrator, a lot of Photoshop, a lot of vehicle wraps, things like that. But that industry really taught me and gave me the discipline to follow through with a job. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah.
Being paid by someone else to complete a job to where they're happy with it, but also you're happy with it. I mean, you have to be somewhat happy with it for let it walk out the door, So, but I've also learned that I can't be a perfectionist with move forward.
Right, you got to plan under a deadline, man. So you got to go. Because, otherwise, how artists are. I'm the same way. It's like, if you let me, I'll pick at a piece forever, even when it's like, you just got to know when to say, that's good. Leave it alone. That's good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I used to be real bad about that. And that industry really taught me, hey, I gotta let this go, or I got to move forward or and it's not necessarily cutting corners as much as it is just not being a perfectionist,
Right. Just having faith in that is good. That works. That's fine. Yeah, definitely.
You work your fingers to the bone trying to get, draw a hand right. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Just trying to draw the fingers and stuff. So, sometimes you just got to make it a fist and move on and shadow it in.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. Like I said, this is all my first endeavor, so I'm really excited. When I was 15, me and a buddy drew a lot of comic books. We had a comic book called Deep Cuts that was about a group of supervillains. And we sold that in our middle school, man, and people loved that, and we got put in the local paper and stuff like that. It's our 15 minutes of fame when we were teenagers, and I'm reliving a lot of that right now, man. I'm enjoying sitting down with a pencil and a piece of paper and going back to the basics, and I love the digital aspect. I love it, but there's nothing like ink on paper, man.
Right. It's just that feel, that tangible feel that you get, from
the
surface
and that's what exactly tangible.
That feel. I always say it's like I said, especially with something like inking, it's that tooth, that feel of that nib going across the tooth of the paper, feeling that little bit of a drag, getting that tactile feedback, I guess.
Will, you go take a nap if you need to, bro. Look like you're nodding out over there.
Chime in anytime, man. Come on, don't be a skirt.
Yeah, ask some questions so you don't fall asleep, bro. You stayed up late playing video games, didn't you?
No, I finished watching Cobra Kai last night.
Oh, okay. You stayed up late watching Cobra Kai. I knew it.
It was so good.
He's like, I'm going to.
So, what do you think of that kind of story, Will? I don't know exactly what kind of books you're into and stuff, but
I'm into just about everything.
Yeah.
I really like the noir stuff. And the supernatural falls into sci-fi for me, so it sounds pretty interesting. The only downside is having to look at, another comic book version of Pops.
Man. See, it may not be a good sell. I can't. What can I tell you? It's like.
But the your art looks great.
Oh yeah, he's killer. I mean, everything I've seen of these is awesome.
You got anything else? Show off a little bit, Reece. Whether it's if it's not if you don't want to show anything from the story, but any other pieces you want us to take a look at.
Audio is really shaky. I can't understand anything you guys are saying.
Oh, you're out there on the island. That's right.
I got you back.
You want to share anything? You got anything you want
Anything to show us, even if it's not, even if you don't want to show parts of the story you got going on, but
Yeah.
even a sneak peek, give people a little more interest, going on. I wouldn't be a scared to do that.
Actually, I'm redrawing page 8 because I wasn't happy with it, but this is what I've been sketching today.
Oh, that is cool.
Nice. Look, that looks like CRoM when he gets pissed off and drinks his potion.
I've got pencil hairs for the cover to number 1. Pretty much complete.
Look at that.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I love that.
You're gonna make me put my trench on so I can see. Yeah.
Then I've already sketched out the majority of cover 2.
Oh. Dang, dude, that's sweet.
So I'm like I said, I've got a bunch of pages drawn, but that I'm trying to get a little further along before I show them off and go from there. But now I've got some just basic drawings of my characters that, like, this is my detective, close up of my detective.
Nice line work, dude.
Thank you. These guys are the Hat Men.
I'm really looking forward to this one, and it ain't got nothing to do with bother horns. I ain't gonna lie.
This one here is Jay and Abigail, which honestly I'm thinking about changing her name after I heard your last guest because Abigail. So.
Oh, that's cool. All the stuff in the background in that one too. Dig on that, man.
Thank you. This is just a cool car that the detective needed a cool car to drive, so just drew that one as a reference for. I've got a page where he's pretty much the whole page is in the car and around the car, so I drew this just as a reference so I could draw that car over and over again. Yeah,
that's the organics and the solid surface stuff down. That's awesome, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. But yeah, man, I'm just chugging along, just trying to get it happy and trying to make myself happy, and probably looking at a March or so Kickstarter is what I'm shooting for. So
cool.
And
I dig that sign I see back behind there, man. I know what that says without even reading the whole thing.
Which one?
It's pure evil. The Time Bandits.
Oh, no Time Bandits. Yeah, man. I made that sign when I had my sign shop.
I watched that movie so many times as a kid, man. I love that movie, man.
See, I made that sign when I had my sign shop, and I'd point to it when people were taking too much of my time.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You're like, I'm trying to work here, man.
It's like here I never have enough time because everybody I talk to, I want to talk to more.
Right,
you know? I mean, Lee, we've been through this already. I'm glad I'm glad I got another 30 minutes. Probably gonna need another hour sometime. You know? We never have enough time, man. It's like our time's almost run out again, and every time I say it.
Just do a 3-hour show every day, Pops, and you know.
Holy Christ. People could not deal with me every day.
That'll lead into his video game time, man.
That too. Don't eat into my video game. I mean, I got stuff on DVR that I'm way behind on, because every month this week previous to the con and the con, I don't get to do a whole lot of gaming or watching any of my shows, so everything gets backed up. Then I try to spend next week getting caught up, but I don't get to because the sign-out sheet comes up next week for next month con. So I go right back to work. There's no, it's like the middle of the month I get a little time to myself, but for the most part, the week before and after the con, I'm working.
Welcome to the world of comics, man.
I need to kickstart the show. There we go. NSC Live TV. Cool cars and comics are always a cool blend. NSC Live TV, one of our most, I don't know, I'm gonna say most generous people that we're working with right now. They just like gave us, everything that we could ask for: backgrounds, banners, a huge platform, a channel, everything. Kevin, love you, bro, straight up, because that's what I'm talking about. Just like with Brian, that was out here earlier, Brian Moore's rising tide. We all rise together, man. And Kevin's really like doing the Atlas thing on that boat right now.
A rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah, he's trying to lift up the huge boat, everybody on it,
Mm-hmm.
and get with it. If you don't have a channel on NSC Live TV, get with Kevin, get a channel on NSC Live TV. Just, if nothing else, just so people click on it and go to your Facebook page and see what you're doing. It don't even have to be a podcast or whatever.
Hit him up and just hit him up.
The Madness
talk
has
to
a
him
channel.
for a minute. Gavin is a very, very good guy to talk to, man.
Yeah, the Madness has a channel on NSC Live TV. The group. You go there, you click on it, you see the group. You go right to the group. So it's not just for the podcasters. Get it, everybody talk to Kevin, get hooked up there. It's talking about 1,000 channels this year, man. Major exposure, major expansion. Be part of it. Lee,
Yes, sir.
do you know Rusty Gilligan?
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Happy 2021.
Yes, 2021.
I can't believe I made it this far, almost as much as I can't believe anyone else let me make it this far.
I'll give you that.
Hello, Rusty.
Hey, guy. How you doing?
Doing good.
So this is my co-host Phil. I don't know if you know Phil or not, but Phil Leon, and my emergency co-host, because Phil was having so many problems this week, I had to pull in an emergency co-host, Mr. Will Pace from the Creators Outlet.
Dude.
Will picked up the slack, man.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey.
Of course.
I only see like a small circular image of Phil Leon.
Yeah, that's all he's ever going to give us.
That's him. That's him on a cruise looking out a porthole window.
He's just hiding from us. That's all.
He's inside his dryer looking out the window.
There you go. So Lee, this is Rusty. Rusty, this is Lee. You've been watching,
buddy.
You see what he's into over the last few minutes. You've been in the background the backstage there for about 15 minutes.
Beautiful artwork.
There you go. Everybody network together, get to know each other, and look at this.
Well, yeah, while we're doing that real quick, let's let Lee tell everybody where they can find your stuff at and everything, man, real quick, before we segue.
Right down there. Facebook, Delirium Tremens Comic Book on Facebook. And Lee is in the Madness. You can always go to the Madness, look up Lee in the members list. You will find him. He is there. Lee, you stay out of trouble out there on that island, brother.
I'm losing you, man. The wind changed. Good to talk to you, Pops, Phil, Will, Randy. Nice to meet you, sir. You guys have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. Hit me up, bro.
All right.
Later.
All right. Now then, I have Kevin to thank for this guest.
And then there were 4.
Well, I could just kick them out and it'd just be 2, but that wouldn't be no fun. These guys are great guys. They've been a huge help to everything I've been trying to do here for months now, really. So, Rusty, it's nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, very excited to talk to you guys. I sent you a ton of photos on Facebook.
A ton of photos?
Yep, on your Facebook chat. But, the problem I had was hooking up. It's snowing like crazy here. It's literally raining snow.
Oh, where are you at?
Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania.
I was gonna let me pop your link tree up in the up on this banner real quick.
Okay.
Did I make it? No, I have to go make it. Jeez, I don't really get this. This is why I have backup guys.
What a
I thought I had
slacker.
it screwed up, man. It's not even there. Oh. Try this again. And it was over there. There it is. There it is. Now I can do this. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Will. You're supposed to ask questions while I'm doing this if you're not doing it.
I still see. Oh, there you go. Linktree. That's even easier.
Yeah, that's all of his links, everybody.
You know, the funny thing is, I have websites. I have myname.com. I have Mac in Trouble, mybook.com. Recollection, which is a golden age one that I use for the symbol and other things. Some of my personal projects. But I always tell people all it does is just link right back to Facebook. I just don't have the time, unfortunately. I wake up every day. I walk right into the studio because I have a studio at home. And all I do is just peel off things off of my list, and I just do work.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't have the time to upkeep it. I used to have something like 20 different sites. And one day, one of the sites was taken from me. I launched up this big battle to get it back. And then right in the middle, I said to myself, you know what? To hell with this. This is like, it's like, it was like a drug or it was like a booze. It was like, taking up so much of my time. I said, forget it. So now everything's on Facebook. Anything I post is public. And I tell people, you don't have to be friends with me. It's all public and whatever.
And this is your Instagram.
Yeah, you can see cats and art.
Okay, well, now you see, I didn't have an Instagram. I did not have an Instagram. I only created one this weekend because that's pretty much that's where you see most of their stuff at. So now I have an Instagram.
Yeah, see, cats and art. I don't really. I always tell people I'm Captain Boring because I usually just don't have anything. Cats, art, and limited family stuff, and it's all public.
I love the grandpa, dude.
That was for a trading. I do a lot of sketch cards because one of the things I love the most is trading cards. My studio publishes trading cards, and I do sketch cards for other companies. That Grandpa Munster card was for a card set called Back to Retro that an artist named Bianca Thompson did. She's done some beautiful artwork, and then she started doing cards for the rest of us to get in on. And there's Lou.
There's Lou.
There's Lou, man.
Funny story. I went into a convention in New York. He was at one of the tables, and I gave him the original art, and he turned around and he says, "Oh, can I have one of these for my daughter?" And I said, "Yeah." And I went in, and I think it's. I don't like personally drawing something of a celebrity and not giving them something. So I've gone out of my way at shows to give it to them. I don't want them to sign it. I don't want any star accolades or anything. I just give them to them. It's a gift, whatever. So I gave him a whole bunch and I signed them. And he goes, "Yeah, now my daughter can see how young I am." And I thought that was funny because a year before that, Gil Gerard, who was in Buck Rogers, I had drawn a picture of him and Tweaky, the robot. So I gave him the original, and he goes, "Wow, this is awesome. Now my wife can see how young I looked, blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, does everybody worry about how old they are now?
Nope.
You hear the same comment 3 or 4 times in a year, you start to wonder.
I'm 25, bro. I'm always going to be 25.
I don't remember the name of the cosplayer, but I have a whole gallery on Facebook of people beating me up and yeah, he's great. And that's the 7-foot cosplayer Mac from my Mac in Trouble comics.
Right, nice.
Boogeyman is one of the nicest guys, really one of the nicest guys.
Out here at the War Machine.
Yep. That was the I think that was the Philadelphia Comic Con. I've done about 500.
So tell us about Mac and Trouble.
Well, Mac and Trouble are two household cats. They started out as a newspaper strip. They fall through a wormhole in their litter box and wind up in a whole other dimension. It's actually a very funny sci-fi story. And this film that we're working on this year, being produced by the Bobitos Network in the UK, we're working on. We actually have the trailer almost done. My producer Michael Doss is working on it right now with me, and it's basically going to highlight Mac and Trouble starting in their newspaper strip phase, going into their comic book phase. And they have a number of Golden Age superheroes that they work with, both past and present, and a number of historical figures. This film, we're aiming to get to one of the networks that we're working with. I don't want to say who, but it's very action, and there's a lot of satire to it. Very heavily inspired by things like Usagi Yojimbo, Ninja Turtles, etc. But Mac and Trouble have been around for about 10 or 11 years.
Now, see, again, I have to confess, I'm just like a lifelong fan of, mostly the big two, very few indies. And the last year has exposed me to the whole indie side of comics. And every day, I see something or someone I've never seen before. And, I'm going through it again right now. Not that I haven't seen your work before, but I hadn't seen that.
Mac and Trouble, there's a couple of Mac and Trouble comics that are free. If you go to drivethroughcomics.com, they're a huge distributor for online comics. And if you go there and you look up my studio, which is called Rusty Ink, you'll actually be able to get the comic that you're looking at right there, the convention book, as well as like 3 or 4 other books for free. You can download them online. We used to sell them, but then what happened was when the quarantine hit, for the virus, everybody was locked down. And we said, you know what? We're working on a trading card set now. We just did the trading card set called Sexy Scary Space, which is about the pulp magazine covers. And we said, you know what, let's make all these books for free. And we just literally just went right across the board and zeroed them out for everybody while the quarantine was going on.
That's awesome.
So,
and there's so many people that have been doing stuff like that,
Yep.
The industry has really stepped up as far as
the funny thing about it is that I don't like to use the word independent or indie. I hate those terms, but small press market has been in the shadow of the major publishers for a long time. And they have some quality work. There's some beautiful work. And the audience sees, and they'll broadcast. They'll be like, oh, you know what? Marvel put up something free, and thousands of people will share it. But a small press company will put up like a whole library for free, and you'll never see it go past their Facebook page. During the quarantine from the virus, all this election madness and everything else that was going on, if you kept an eye on the small press industry, there's thousands of gems out there. Discounts, free books, offers, contests. I did at least a dozen contests during the virus. As a matter of fact, we're going to be doing one in a couple of days. So, but I just recently gave away 3 original pieces of artwork with promo cards, and a friend of mine was giving away all his comics online. Literally, you could download just about everything, and these are $4 or $5 books, but you can't go to shows. People can't pick them up. So that's one of the KISS cards I worked on for Dynamite.
I like it.
Yeah, Dynamite is a fantastic company.
Did you say artwork, pal?
There you go. That's right. That's one of the.
Hold up. Let me get. Wait.
That's one of the pieces that was penciled by Joe Sinnott that I inked for the Inkwell Awards.
Yep.
I added the window and I added all those Viking symbols and on and on and on because I really like the idea that, you know, it's obviously Norse mythology, but I like the idea that it has like a Viking appearance to it. So I went ahead and that's what I did. I thought that was kind of cool.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I've had this for what, about 4 years now?
I guess so.
Close to it, yeah. About 3-4 years.
And that's the original too. That's not, and it's signed by Joe also, right?
Yeah, it's signed by you and Joe on the front and the back.
God bless him. He was such a nice guy.
Oh yeah.
His son Mark and his wife are fantastic people.
I spent a couple hours with them at the convention in Framingham.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago, and somewhere in this warehouse looking loft of mine is an original Joe Sinnott Huntress from the Helena Wayne version of Huntress.
Oh, there you go.
You know, I spent some time with them just talking, you know, comic book history and everything, and they, you know, the whole family, they're just wonderful.
They fantastic. That card there, it's a sketch card that I had done. I can't remember. Oh yeah, Bomber Beauties. It's one of the card sets. That's a charity card set from the Island Dreams sets. Fantastic. That was a page from one of Jim Main's books.
That's amazing.
I've been doing art since 1978 and professionally since I'd say about 1980, because my first big breakthrough was working on the heavy metal movie.
Oh yeah.
My favorite scene.
Go ahead.
I'm waiting for Will to say something. You mentioned heavy metal around Phil.
Yeah. All you have to do is say the phrase heavy metal and Phil just pops magically back into the stream.
I will say probably one of the funnest things I ever did, the greatest soundtrack of any movie, in my opinion. I was just amazing.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed the hell out of that, especially since I was young and very impressionable. And it was funny because I actually thought that I lost the job, which I thought was even funnier. I thought I lost the job. So
what exactly were you doing on while you're on?
I did production art, the sequence that has the Pacific Pearl, which is the B-17 sequence.
Oh yeah.
I had done, you know, skulls and bones and zombies and things like that. And when I had first originally put the artwork in there, I think it was I think I did about 45 or 50 pieces, and they had gotten it and they said, well, it's in the wrong direction and not right what we're looking for, and they sent me some samples back. This was the time when there was no fax, no FedEx, no overnight shipping, no internet, no cell phones, no copiers, nothing. And literally what we did is I would draw all of the stuff, and I would have to get my mother, because I was underage, I had my mother drive to Los Angeles International Airport, because I lived in California at the time, and we would actually go and put it on American Airlines flight, and it would be there in a couple of hours. Otherwise, if I mailed it, it would have taken like 2 weeks. So they actually spent a lot getting my artwork, which I thought was kind of funny.
Joe says, hey.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
He was able to catch this time slot. Yeah, perfect.
So how many trips did you end up having to make to the airport through that?
I would say the funny thing was The first time, like I had said, I sent the artwork and it was no good. And I thought I lost the job. I was so crestfallen. I thought I lost it. So I would say probably after that, maybe about 4. So they probably spent maybe around $1,200 or $1,300 getting the artwork from me. So my mother was like, I wish there was some way that we could do something rather than sticking it on a plane, and she used to get out her Polaroid camera and take pictures of some of the better pieces of artwork because, there was no way to hold on to them at the time.
Right.
So, and we didn't have a 35 millimeter or a land camera of any kind. It was all, it was Polaroids. So here she is spending like $8 for a cassette of Polaroid film and taking pictures of things. So
that is cool. Because that is really cool to been able to be on a piece so iconic as that. I mean,
it is. And the funny thing about working in film is sometimes you're lucky and you get to be on the set and meet the stars, but a lot of times I'm just at home and I do the work and I send it in. People are like, "Hey, how is Chris Evans to work with?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm at home." I said, "He's a big blonde guy. That's about all I know."
What do you got? What are you trying to show me, Will? What is that? What do you got?
There's some of the artwork from the scene that Rusty worked on.
Yeah, that's from the B-17 sequence. See, first the Lochnar, the ball, would fly behind this plane, and they're fighting in a war, and basically, the dead are rising because of this Lochnar. You can see the green in his eyes. The pilot bails out halfway through and lands in like a graveyard of planes, and then all of these infested zombies come out, and it basically leaves the viewer with the impression that he's stranded and he's about to die, and on and on and on. It wasn't one of the more explicit scenes when it came to the detail of the hero getting killed or whatever, but it was, I don't want to say bloody, but it was a little bit more explicit. There was a couple of sequences where one of the guys would be shot and you'd see his body like arching and getting hit. And then there was another part where they would rise up and then he burst through the door of the cockpit. So a lot of the stuff that I did was in the zombie graveyard part at the end. Okay. Those things. Also, another thing that I did for the magazine Heavy Metal was I drew a picture of a Conan-like bloody knife, and they used it on one of their subscription cards. So I used to tell people, I was in Heavy Metal magazine for about 5 minutes, and then people pick up the magazine, and the subscriber card would fall on the floor, and that was the end of that. But
so you've not worked? Have you worked on any stories in it?
No, not on any stories in it. I was lucky enough to get in with the film. See, at the time, like I said, I was underage, and I was very, very interested in comics. I had started getting into comics and collecting comics when I was about 6 years old, and I was living in New York at the time, and I was a child actor. I had done a lot of acting for television. I was even on Broadway. So my agent had shown my artwork around, and that's how I wind up getting the job. And so the magazine side was not the same as the film side, because obviously somebody, the magazine itself didn't put on the film. It was produced by a licensor,
Right.
So,
but that movie led me to the magazine, and
right,
I appreciate anybody that helped put that out, because that was a road that took me down a cool area in comics.
Well, I'll tell you, anything to do with comics, I have always loved doing stuff, whether it's inking a cover or working on cards or doing film stuff. I was very lucky to have gotten into some of the Marvel films. I was very lucky to do work with things like Doctor Who and Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, around, different horror films. This past year, I've worked on a number of horror films that are probably going to be out this year or maybe next. And I've also been doing a lot of voice work because I used to act, but I have a hard time walking around now. So hey, how you doing? I used to do a lot of acting when I was younger. I was in a ton of things. And then it started to be a little hard to act. I got into professional wrestling, which is where I got hurt. And then now I've been doing a lot of voice work, which I was happy about. I have a small live spot in a film coming up, which I can't mention yet. But mostly I've done a lot of voice work. I would probably say about maybe about 8 to 10 projects this past year.
That's awesome. I've been trying to kind of thinking about delving into that. What would you say to people that if they wanted to get into voice work, what they would some of the steps that they would want to take?
Let me give you a story about that, and that'll give you the answer too. Once upon a time, years ago, it used to be hard to break into any industry. I'm going to say comics to start. You'd be a kid and you'd be drawing. You'd throw butcher paper over something. You'd trace it. You'd try to draw something from a magazine or silly putty on a newspaper strip and whatever. So you were always interested in writing or artwork. So here you got Marvel and you got DC. Everybody wants to do Superman. Everybody wants to do Hulk. Everyone wants to do Spider-Man. Captain America was my big one. Iron Man. So, excuse me. So it's hard to break in. When it came to film, there's obviously more chances to get into film. There's commercials, there's modeling, live plays, etc. But there's always the look, the type, the talent. That always gets in the way. Agents and others, producers would do like cattle calls, line up 50 kids, and they'd be like, oh, too fat, too skinny, red hair, freckles, I'll take you come here, and blah, 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 blah. When it comes to something like doing voice work, it's a little different. You have to put together some sort of a demo of your voice. It could be your voice without changing your voice or without trying to mimic somebody. As a matter of fact, mimicking doesn't really help very much. You want to be Scooby-Doo. Well, guess what? There's 50 guys that are Scooby-Doo, including the ones who do it. It's not like they're going to pick you automatically. You can throw that in, but your major thing is to work on your voice, a couple of accents, yelling, screaming, horror stuff, whatever. But this is what I tell people, and I think this is important. And I'm not a huge professional when it comes to voice work. There are tons of people above me. I always say that I'm the smallest amoeba in the biggest ocean. But this is the thing. If you want to break into video or acting or singing or voice work, now that the internet has opened up as huge as it is, hey, that's right, Kevin. I still have that's still coming to you too. Now that it's opened up as much as it is, you can make all this stuff yourself. I've actually been working with a lot of independent studios and small press companies that are doing their videos. I've done, in one day, I recorded 3 separate voices for projects. One was a cartoon that was in the UK, and it's on the Roku, has a Roku channel. It's also on Amazon. I recorded something for a guy that has a series on YouTube, and I've recorded something for a short that hasn't even come out yet. They're pitching it to Cartoon Network. And there are hundreds of things that you could do. I think the funny thing is, if you have a voice and you think that you could do something with it, grab a couple of friends, put something together, do some voices, and get it out. How many times have you heard, hey, this girl had 1 million hits on YouTube, and now she's on Dancing with the Stars, or now she's a judge on some we were watching a show about baking cookies, and there was 4 judges, celebrity judges, and one of them was this singer that was on YouTube. And I'm like, what the hell? Who is this? You know, oh, they got 10 million hits on YouTube and blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay, whatever. The definition.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
The definition of celebrity moves up and down the scale, like, you know.
Since you brought up YouTube, though, I have to throw this out there. If we get 21 more members before 9 o'clock tonight, or 21 more subscribers, Pops is giving away something else out of this stack over here.
Wow, wonderful. Wonderful.
We're trying to do the YouTube grind. You know, I mean, the group is large, but the YouTube is small. We're trying to, you know, get that going too. So,
well, I'll tell you what, while I'm talking to you right now, I will do it.
Nice.
What is it?
Was
it Comic Talk with Pops?
Comic Talk with Pops Van Zandt. Yeah.
There we go.
Are you over in the group too, Rusty?
What's that?
Are you over in the group too?
Yeah, I think I am. You know, it's very hard for me when it comes to doing stuff online. I have really so much stuff going on. I always tell people, please send me a link, send me something that allows me to, send me something that allows me to like click the link and blah, blah, blah. Here we go. I just clicked your link and subscribed from, what was this? May 8th of this year came up.
May 8th. Wow, what did I do back in May? Was that CRoM Con 4 or something? Or a Monday Madness from May? That's a long time ago.
Here you go. I'll take a screen cap real quick and show you.
Oh, yeah. That's neat. We only need 19 now.
There it is.
Awesome.
Yep, I just did it. See, I'm actual ribbing proof. There you go. And my good friend John Mundy, who's a writer, he was chatting with. Yep, he just did it also.
Awesome.
Yep, we just bumped. We're only 19 away from 200, y'all. That's pretty awesome.
There you go. In your Facebook, I put a screen cap. So anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, but the thing is just get involved with projects. I've been telling people for a long time, if you want to get involved with projects, something that I was told a long time ago, in times of no work, create your own.
Right.
There's no such thing as having a dry spell. And let me tell you why. I'm an artist, okay? This is my computer right here. This is everything for me. Okay? So I grab one of these and I sit and I pick up one of these, and this is one that I was working on right now, and I start working on it for somebody, and then I'll throw it up on eBay or whatever. Somebody will commission me to do something. A dry period means you're not working hard enough.
Yeah.
I've actually had
plenty to do in between for sure.
Right. And you know, also, I'm going to tell you something else that's kind of funny. As an artist, and I consider myself an entertainer because I do so much, but as an artist, I also support the people who support me. So, for example, I go up online. You can check my Twitter. My Twitter is Mac in Trouble on Twitter. So, twitter.com/Mac in Trouble, I guess. If you look at my Twitter feed for the past couple of years, I'll actually go up on eBay every other day. I'll find people who are selling my artwork or my comics, and I'll link them their auction. And I'll literally say, check out my artwork, and here it is on whatever. And sometimes if I see somebody selling something and it's been up there for a while, I'll buy it back. And I'll use it to give to a charity, or I'll do a contest. This was one of the cards from that one that you showed before. Let me see. Can you see it? All right, hold on. I got to take it out. Let me take it out of the bag. The guy who did it was like a fanatic about putting it in stuff. This was one of the Bomber Beauty cards. It's based on World War II nose art, like from the plane. Yeah. So I went ahead and I did this. He had it up at a great price. I went ahead and I bought it back. And he's like, look at your name is on the card. Is that you? And I'm like, yeah. Why'd you buy it? And I said, well, you've been having a hard time selling it. I says, I'll just use it for something else. And that's it. I do the same thing with a lot of people. And these are some returns from the Topps baseball set that I did. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yeah.
There's Babe Ruth and Pee Wee Reece.
Oh, cool.
And then here is, let me see, Ty Cobb and Lou Gehrig. But I do a lot of stuff like that, and I try to support people, and I put them up online on my Twitter and sometimes Instagram. And I've seen people put my stuff up there for anywhere from $5. It depends on what it is and who wants it. But I've seen my stuff go for anywhere from $5 to one guy had something that I did up for $900, and I just broadcast it and try to help them out. And I've had actually a lot of nice emails in return. The funny thing is I've worked on so many different projects over the years that I literally have material in almost every genre, and I've helped so many people, with sales on their stuff and pushing it along. Sometimes you do a commission for somebody and artists get upset. They go, well, I drew this guy's, I don't know what it was. Like I drew this guy's dog and he sold it to somebody else. And I'm like, you can't get upset about that. That's his private property. If he was sold it to somebody else, they must have really wanted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rusty,
I'm over my time.
No, listen. If we do this, I have to say this after every guest. 30 minutes ain't long enough. Gonna get together. Gonna have you out on the Monday Madness show.
Yeah, anytime. And hello, visiting Marcus. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Rusty? What's the good word? Man? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Listen, I'm going to sign off so that you can get some time with Marcus. I will see you all later. Goodbye, Will. Phil.
Take care, Rusty. Great seeing you again.
Thanks for coming out, Rusty.
Man.
Great seeing you, Pops. You guys have a beautiful New Year.
You too, man.
You too, man, for sure.
Ciao.
Peace. Marcus, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What's happening?
I'm living the dream, brother.
I hear you. You got to forgive my lateness, man.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm living the dream right now. This is always fun for me, man. It's great to meet you. How you doing?
Hey, I'm in Florida. I'm doing good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing good. Like all the memes you see about how you have all the heavy stuff on when it gets down under to 60, 65. That's true. Average temperature above 70 degrees. What do you have to complain about?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
I don't know if this was
here
directed
right
at
now.
you or Rusty. I'm behind on that. So.
Yeah, the maker of the protector. That's me.
Nice. Okay, good. Then we got people in the chat that know who you are, and that's always most excellent. I don't know who it is though, because they didn't post their name or they didn't sign up with Facebook. So.
Well, I tell you what, as an independent creator, when I first put the protector out and I did my first year of cons, and I had a guy come into the con, the doors just opened, and he walked straight to my table. He said, I'm here to buy this book. And he had his wife with him. His wife said, aren't you going to let him pitch the book, talk to you about the book? He said, nah, I follow the guy on Facebook. And that just blew my mind. Like, people have seen my book. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he said, I'm here to buy this book. I'm not here to talk about it. I'm here to buy this book.
I'm here to buy it. I've seen enough of it. I want it.
I've been stalking this man on Facebook for a year. I want this comic.
Exactly.
So I see that you have a Bleeding Fool article about a couple of your graphic novels, or Bleeding Cool novel. Bleeding Cool article about a couple of your different comments. So I'll leave them up there so people can go check, or a couple of your different projects. I'll leave them up there so people can check them out. And go ahead and talk about anything you want, man. Anything you want.
All right, well, we'll start with this Bleeding Cool article. We, Second Sight Publishing, signed a deal with Caliber to publish our horror anthology, Mississippi Zombie. And when we first came out with this anthology, it was this was something Bradley started from his basement. And along the way, he picked up me, he picked up Peter Brewer, and we did this Mississippi Zombie, and we pitched it to Caliber, and they loved it. So we signed the book with them. We're actually on issue 2 of Mississippi Zombie, and it's in the previews now.
Okay.
Along with 4 of our other titles.
Where's that? I got all these links somewhere. I got to pull them all up here to see what we got on this one.
Well, there's plenty of room in previews with DC gone now, so might as well have your books up there.
Oh, I'm going to have to
do it. And that's the thing I'm hoping that every other independent publishing company, every other small press company will take advantage of. And that's the fact that DC is gone. They need content. They're looking for content.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're not looking for just any old thing, but still they're looking for content to fill that slot. So now is the time for we small press people and we independent businesses to, hop on this, get busy.
So this is the Second Sight launch, right?
Yeah, we have, as I said, from Second Sight, we got 4 titles.
How do you pronounce that? Liaxia?
Liaxia.
Liaxia. Okay. Just because when people pick it up and then they put their own word to it and then they never know how it was really pronounced, it's best to hear it from the creator, y'all.
That's the truth. Well, it's the Book of Liaxia. That's Aaron Pahara. The Edge, Marvin Wynn, and Lady Freedom by Larry Spike Gerald. And then we also have the release of the trade paperback of Leave on the Light, which Bradley initially published with Anarchy Press.
Okay, now I want to pull up this Mississippi Zombie here real quick.
Yeah, Mississippi Zombie, though, the first one actually went on sale in May of last year. And then we had pandemic and kind of slowed things up. But the second one, as I said, is in previews now. And we're really, really proud of both the books. With the second issue, we have people like Travis Gibb in it, Jonathan Hedrick, Paige Alford. So, and then myself, of course.
It's a who's who of the madness.
I know all these guys, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's a who's who of the madness. Yeah,
the thing about Mississippi Zombie, the cool thing about it is when we did this, Bradley was like, look, I really want this to be a book for independent creators. I want this to be something where, the guys who normally don't get exposure can get exposure. So that is our aim with this book. We aren't looking for me to write stories in every book. I can't do that. We're looking for all independent creators. We're looking for, writers. We're looking for artists. And we want this book to be a big independent creative vehicle to give people a shot to get their name out, get their stories out.
Right.
It doesn't hurt to have diamond distribution with the book either.
Hey, exposure is king, bro. That's what I keep telling everybody. We got Michael Bergston. Michael Bergston said he's excited about your series and he backed the Kickstarter, and he wanted me to fix that. And I tell him, maybe if you sign up for StreamYard, it'll fix that. Yep.
If you're coming up as Facebook user, if you back out of the
stream and then come back. Yeah.
And you look up top, there'll be like a blue hyperlink. You click on that and just give Facebook permission to use your profile pic and name, and then you can come right back in and you'll be golden.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, Michael, that Kickstarter I ran, I was like just floored by the people who came out to support it, and he was one of those people. And I mean, Kickstarter is one of those things that, because it tells you if you don't make it, you don't get anything. So that's pressure alone. But
Well, I mean,
to have people come out and support, like, there's people I've never met, never seen, and like, you know what, I'm going to support you. That's big. That's huge. I know I'm not the only one who doesn't take that for granted.
I seen Michael out here and Trish both out here talking about all the books that they back all the time, and they're huge backers of the small press community. So, it's like, thank you, Michael, and thank you for Trish too. You guys, they said something about how much money they spent last night during the feed. It's like monthly. They showed a monthly number, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm shopping exclusively now on Kickstarter for my books, because the fact that I'm an independent creator and a member of the independent comic book creator community is one thing, but the fact you see these guys out here really putting in work, they're really hustling, they're really grinding, they're chasing the dream. And one thing about us in the independent comic book community is, we all have so much more alike than we have differences. We're all chasing the dream. We all feel like we got stories to tell or artwork we want to show off to people. We have personal issues, the same personal issues, whether it's family or friends or whatever. We have job issues. You could take me and put another independent creator in my shoes, and we probably walk in a similar path. So having that kind of respect and just adoration for those guys out there grinding, because I'm one myself, I throw a lot of support. I'm not a super backer. Going back to Travis Gibb is a super backer for a reason. I looked at the number of Kickstarters this guy supported, and I'm like, this guy's the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He definitely put his money where his mouth is.
That's the way Mike and Trish are. They're on every. They're backing everything that obviously it's stuff they like, but they're back. They're spending some money. We totally appreciate everybody who's supporting what you guys are doing. I'll leave that. I think that's Trish. That's Mike's wife, Trish. One of her favorite new writers, man. There you go, right there. I'm kind of sorry that Bradley couldn't come out.
Oh yeah, Bradley takes advantage of me, because he said, "Look, man, I'm not gonna do this, Marcus. Hop on it at like 3:00. Hop on it, Marcus."
Yeah, he's like, man, I got stuff to do, but I'm gonna have Marcus come out. All right, that's fine. We just promoting the book. I'll do it for you. I don't care.
He knows I love to talk anyway, particularly when it comes to our company, because we, as a publishing company, particularly looking for independent comic book creators, we have told guys, look, we want to help you. We want to get you exposure. We want to get your books out there, and to be able to get that distribution and to follow up to actually do what we said we're going to do is big for us, and it's big for them.
And I hear the passion in your voice, just like I've been talking about all day. It's really easy to promote somebody who's passionate about what they're doing, and I can tell you're excited. You're enjoying what you're doing. You're having a good time. So it's going to be easy promoting you and helping to sell your book, man.
Yeah, I'm having a blast. I'm not going to lie. Despite this youthful appearance, I'm like 50, 55. I'll be 56 years old next month. I've been reading comics since I could read, and just to see how see the whole medium turn into what it is now, and for me to be a part of it, that's like a big dream come true. And then it's one thing to write a comic book. When I first saw my name on the front of a comic book, that was a big thing. But now to open up books that are coming from my company and see my name on the inside of all these books, I'm like, yeah, I'm like you, Pops. I'm living the dream, man.
My granddaughter just got here. Let me go get her settled. I'll be right back. Phil, Will, you got me right?
Yeah, we got this.
All right.
So, let me ask the Mississippi Zombie anthology book about how many pages in that book, because you said there's multiple stories. So is it more of a trade or just like a nice fat issue?
It's more of a trade. Issue 1 has 100 pages. Issue 2 has 108, I think. And our goal is for every issue to have at least 100 pages. And whether that's the stories are usually run from 8 to 12 or even 24 pages, depending. And then we usually have 5 or 6. There's 5 stories in issue 1. It's 6 stories in issue 2. And
that's a nice thick book.
Yeah, it's a nice thick book, and we plan on keeping it that way because we want people to get their money's worth. Like, you don't want to spend $17 for a 20-page book, not even a 30 or 40-page book. If you're spending that kind of money, you want a book that got some heft to it.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, I'm closing in on your age. I just turned 51 in November. So I've been collecting comic books since 1974, and man, I don't want to pay $5 for a comic. Never mind 17.
I've seen the prices go up from 10 cents, and I remember when still only 25 cents was on the comics. That was a big deal because like DC went up to 35 cents or 30 cents on the books. And Marvel, they were still only 25 cents. And I was like, yeah, I'm sticking with Marvel. They're cheaper. But now you see $2.99, $3.99, $5 for these books.
Yeah, DC, what happened to $2.99? Hold the line. Liars.
Well, I see somebody wants to know when my next Kickstarter is. Later this year. I definitely have to take a break from that. This was my first one, and it was an experience. And I've heard different people talk about what they've done and how it affected them. And yeah, I definitely have to take a break.
Yeah, I've heard from I don't know how many people, what an experience it was, and it was almost more work to do the Kickstarter than it is to sit there and make the book.
Look, I'm telling you, because we all know the nature of the game here with Kickstarter. So if you're not promoting your Kickstarter and talking about it, and if you're not doing this every day, then it's going to have those roller coaster periods where it might hit a bottom and stay there for a long time. So you have to continually promote. You have to continually talk about it. And you start thinking that people are saying to themselves, I'm tired of this guy talking about this book. So you got that running through your head. And then you're looking at the numbers. If the numbers, not unless you're some of the other guys that I've seen that are breaking $20,000 and $35,000. If you're not one of those guys, a regular guy like me, watching those numbers move slowly, I was like, wow, is it going to? Is it going to? Is it going to? Because I think it was like in the last maybe 2 or 3 days that I got funded.
Yeah, the biggest hits are always in the first few days and the last few days.
Yeah.
It'll go, woo.
Exactly.
And, and then, there's a lot of people now, like Pops likes to do the kickoff parties for people, launching to stream it live on the Madness and to do a countdown on the backside, to do the countdown party for when it's going to end, and hopefully it's all good news for everybody. And
yeah, people are definitely getting more creative because you have to. I did a couple of lives myself. I did a live cover reveal for the book, and then coming into that last week, actually like the last few hours, I did it like a marathon. I'd go live every couple of hours just to do a countdown and talk about it. So yeah, people are getting more and more creative.
And when somebody pops up and there's a wise guy and says, "Are you on again? Have you bought my book yet?" No. Well, I'm gonna keep doing this, so get used to it.
I tell you what was kind of funny to me was I had like people coming out of the woodwork offering all kind of suggestions. I need to be doing this, I need to be doing that, and hadn't backed the book. It's like, okay, I'm not saying you got to pay to give me your advice, but it'd be nice if you backed the book and then kind of gave me some advice as to what might be helpful.
Yeah, do something like even there's always that if you're broke, you probably got $1 left on your credit card. Pop it in there till your check comes in. It's like you can't do much, but toss $1 in. There's always the $10 supporting the campaign. If people are tight on funds, there's always a lot of campaigns have the digital version, so you can get the PDF, and then you can and then from there going up is the limit.
Yeah, it's a lot of ways to support, and like I said, there's a lot of people out there like me that they shop Kickstarter for their comics, so it's always good deals. That's what I like.
I don't have a problem with lots of promotion. It might be a payday, and my ADHD caused yesterday's promotion to disappear from my memory. So I'm glad I get the reminders.
He must be up there with us.
I'm telling you, promotion, self-promotion, we encourage it in the Madness. We want you to talk about it. The feed moves pretty quick. Just throw it up there once or twice a day. Not once a week. It's going to be gone. Nobody's going to see it until next week, and then 10 people will see it. Yeah. Twice a day, once in the morning, once at night. Hit the peak hours, 11 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock at night, Eastern time. Peak hours of comments in the Madness, and when people are doing the most interaction in the Madness. Those are the peak hours. Drop your link then. Okay.
See, you were talking too fast. I couldn't write all that down.
You're in the Madness, just drop your links twice a day, man.
Drop your links twice a day. That's it exactly. And then
Karen is Karen. Get it out there.
Yep.
And get it out there. That's it, because the fact of the matter is nobody is going to work harder on your project than you. So if you don't work hard on it, then that's your fault. You can't point fingers. If you didn't get out there, post twice a day, do a live video, encourage other people to share. If you're not doing all of that, then you have nobody to blame but yourself.
Yeah, you got to put in the work, and it's like we say, when you start doing the Kickstarter thing, it's like you're not just a creative anymore. You got to be a businessman. You got to be shipping and receiving. You got to be a manager. You got to be all that stuff. Quality control. You got to do it all. It's all on you. So get all the hats.
That's right.
Go ahead and research on what the best things are to do in those situations. There's a lot of people out there, especially in the Madness, that are more than willing to give people advice, tips on how to better their campaigns. That's I'm sure Marcus would help you if you hit him up and say, "Yo, man, I'm blowing it. What do I need to do?" He'll be like, "Well, are you talking about it?"
Yeah, I help everybody. I mean, I have no problem helping people because, like I said, I understand what it means to be in this community, and I understand what it means to not always have money to say, hey, I need to pay you to do something for me. Sometimes you need some advice from somebody who knows, and you can't afford to pay them. So that person has got to be, open to giving advice, because it's truly not a competition. If one succeeds, everybody succeeds.
Yes.
That's what I say. Everybody, we're all on this boat together, man. We got to, make it happen for everybody. That's what I try to do.
We all want to succeed. I'm in a wheelchair and I can't swim. I don't want to be the next Mississippi zombie. I just want to read about it.
There you go.
But I was just telling a guy the other day, the sun shines on everybody. On everybody. Any of us creators out there will have the opportunity that our IP will go big. So, it's not a competition. And just being able to support somebody that you see, that or you have their book and you see that property getting bigger, then, you should celebrate along with them. Reach out to them and say, hey, I got your book and I see your book is blowing up and I just want to say congratulations. And that'll go a long way for independent creator.
Oh yeah. You gotta share it on all your social media. Every time I back a project, I share it out on Twitter, and I tag a bunch of my comic book friends on Twitter that have other channels like mine, and I share it out on Facebook, and hashtag the crap out of that, and
Yep.
Let everybody
it's
know.
all about exposure. It's all about that exposure. Because if people don't see your stuff, then they won't know where to buy it, or they won't know to buy it. So they got to see it. And as an independent, you can't be scared to talk about it.
No, you got to have that elevator pitch down and ready to go for whenever they let us go back to conventions.
I still do this. I carry around about 10 books in my car with me, and I sell like 10 books a day. But you figure that sales that I wasn't getting, since we don't have the cons, they got to do something with all these books.
Mm-hmm. And you guys still have copies of the first issue of Mississippi Zombie available?
Yes, we have copies of the first issue available. You can either hit up your comic book store. You can get that from other book retailers. You can go to the Caliber Comics website and order it from there. And Mississippi Zombie 2, as I said, it's in previews now. It's at Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, and other book retailers. And it'll hit your comic book store in March.
Awesome. So
Something to look forward to.
I just talked to JC Clements, who'll be in here in a minute. If you want to hang out for a minute, Marcus, I don't know if you've met him or not before, or if you have, you can say hi to him when you're going out. He's coming in, but he'll be out here in just a minute. So, final words.
Final words. Buy Second Sight stuff, but if you don't buy stuff, support indie comics. Support. It's guys out there. It might be your neighbor, it might be your cousin, it might be one of your coworkers, and they have dreams and aspirations of providing the world with some comic book content. And all they need is for people to support it. So support indie comics, because we are the future of entertainment.
Absolutely.
Most definitely. I mean,
for sure.
Lifelong fan. There's no way I can give back to the community what the community has given me all my life. There's just no way. But I'll do what I can, yo.
I hear you. And I feel the same way. I feel the same way.
And this is like what you're talking about. This is somebody who obviously went to school with Lee Reece, and they're like, man, you've come a long way since middle school. Nice to see you. Never give up on your dream. That's just what you're talking about. People like that are willing to support people, you know? Mike, he's like, I share all the projects Trish and I back about once a day. So not only are they buying them and backing them, but they're telling other people, yo, check this out. Once a day, that's awesome, man.
Not to mention taking out a second mortgage on the house.
And now I get to say hello to Mr. Joseph Clements. I get to meet him for the first time too. I love doing this.
What's going on, Mr. Clements?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. How are you?
That's all right.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, man. And Pops, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk. Man, we need more guys like you. We need more shows like this because we have stuff out there that we know people will like.
Yes.
It's diverse titles, it's creative stuff. Check us out, Second Sight Publishing.
All right. Thanks so much for coming out, Marcus. Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
Have a great day.
All right. Later. Later, Phil. Later, Will. Later, Joe.
Take care.
You too.
All right.
Mr. Joseph Clements. Welcome to
How's it
CRoM
going?
Con.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Hey, it's great to have you. I was just kind of like browsing through that JC Comics universe here in the background that we have ready to pop up and show on the screen. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell everybody what you're about, and then we'll turn these guys loose on you and let them ask questions.
All right. My name is Joseph Clements. I'm the creator and owner of JC Comics Universe, the publishing company. I started last year, but I officially started my first comic book, Vector Squad, and I published it a little earlier this year. JC Comics Universe started as kind of something when I was a kid, so it was kind of a bit of an escape for me. Kind of had a bit of a rough childhood, and at some point, someone very special to me had told me that, she was like, this work is really good. Maybe you should like introduce it, like be the next Marvel, be the next DC. This is what you grew up on. So I basically want to give that back, create different dynamics, from a little bit of something for everybody. I'm hoping that JC Comics Universe start off as a publishing company and branches off into a media entertainment company.
Speaking of JC Comics Universe, there you have it right there. And like I said, I was checking it out. It's like forged back in 1996, man. You've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, it was back then. It was just JC Comics, like I said. It was a bit of an escape for me, and I somewhere down the line, I kind of like I made it into a little bit more. JC Comics just kind of expanded, story after story. Since all of my stories are connected, they're all in the same universe, and just different time eras. So it became just that, JC Comics Universe.
So how many titles do you have?
Right now, I have 3 that's done. Vector Squad issues 1 and 2, as well as World's Greatest. But I have a total of 63 comics that I want to bring out within the next couple of years.
Nice. That's a lot of work. 63 comics, man. You're gonna be working.
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping a little bit of something for everybody,
That's a lot. Because I was just going to ask, how many titles do you have planned that are just your universe?
Pretty much everything that JC Comics Universe does is planted within its universe,
Cool.
So you might have something that that might start it somewhere back in like the 80s, and then like go as far forward into like 2035, and all of it is within the same history of one another.
Nice. I like that. I call it universe building. You know, it's like it's one thing to have a character, but it's another thing to branch out in all the different directions of the world that character lives in, and to give the fans the whole perspective of what because everybody's experience is going to be a little different in that universe. Everybody's going to have a little different outlook on how things are going on there, but they're all part of the same universe, just like the world we live in. I mean, I'm sure not all the characters and books in your universe are all going to be about the same stuff. Just like what everybody's doing. Everybody does something a little bit different. But when somebody's combining all their different into one big thing, that's what Marvel did. That's universe building. That's going beyond just a city, a character in a city. You know what I mean? And that's what I look for because I'm a fan.
I mean, at first it was a bit rough because since I used to do this on my downtime, I didn't know where to begin. Like there was like decades of material, and I didn't really know where to begin. So I actually started with the main timeline, which is pretty much set in 2035, and I'm just pretty much going to do like segments backwards as they talk a little bit more about the history. You might meet characters from a little bit earlier at a different time point, and or you might have like a little bit more flashback situation, so it gives a little bit more backstory to each character.
Nice. Bill, what do you got?
I got getting your tickers together, so keep going.
You got any questions for Joseph, or should I pass it to Will?
Go ahead and pass, because I'm trying to get this together for you, man.
Okay. Will, how you doing?
Tag, I'm in.
But hey, hello, Joe, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm just behind the scenes working a little bit here, man.
Nothing to see there. He's behind the curtain.
I'm behind the curtain.
It's quite all right. Actually, I've been enjoying CRoM Con for a little while now. You've probably seen my icon pop up a few times, JC Universe, which is me. And I'm a writer. I am not an artist in any way, shape, or form. At best, the only thing I can do is literally draw what I see. So I oftentimes do a lot of concept designs. I work in a lot of 3D Dash Studio and stuff like that, and I just kind of like hire different illustrators or colorists or whatever that I might need just to kind of bring it all to life.
Phil is a color.
I do color work, man. I'm stay pretty regular on it, man. Yeah, if you ever need anybody, just I don't know, I'll find you on Facebook and friend you, but you can hit me up, man, and see if you like the style that I work with, and let me know. We can talk sometime, man.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, honestly, with so many stories going on, there's always some type of style that can definitely fit within the narrative. So pretty much it's a little bit of something for everybody.
And I like the fact that you're open to having like different artists and work on, so some of the books will have a different style even though they're in the same universe. Just like Marvel, they got different artists working on that title and different writer and artists working on that title, but it all fits together.
Mm-hmm.
That's Then you get to highlight all kinds of different people's stuff, as far as art and coloring and all of them,
And you might open up the door for an artist that, hasn't done a whole lot of comic book work and has been just illustrating. You might open up the door for him to end up with a sizable career in this business.
Right?
You never know.
No, it takes that foot in the door. I've been through there. It's that catch-22. need something in print first. Don't have something in print, so you got to get it in print somehow. So it's always,
Yeah, honestly,
you know.
I'm glad that you guys pointed that out. I've worked with numerous artists, numerous colorists, very talented, very creative people throughout. And one of the most underrated people that I have met, Paul Anka, which is the person who did the illustration for my book Vector Squad. He has a very 90s style, and with that 90s grit and
Put that
grunge.
right up on the camera, bro. Let us see that. Throw that right up on the camera. That's why we're here, to give everybody a good look. You know,
That's cool. That's nice, clean work, man.
it is.
He was telling me before that he didn't exactly know where to start, and he always wanted to be in the comic book industry. And basically, he felt, we were kind of pretty much on the same path. We were on the same page there. I'm pretty new to the industry as far as on the content creator wise, and he's pretty new in the industry as far as in the illustrator wise. And you know what? It was just pretty much easy.
Nice. That was my first real look at how crisp that art is. Most of the time you see a cover and you're like, oh, that's awesome, but is the inside going to look like that?
Yeah.
And yeah, that looked just like awesome on the inside too. That's what we want.
And it's nice to see the same art on the cover as you do on the inside.
It's nice to open up the inside and see the same that you saw on the cover. I mean, I think I said this last night. The A cover should always be the interior art. You want to do variants, that's cool. But the A cover should always be so that we open it up and we see that same style,
Or very close to the same style.
Well, I mean, otherwise it's like false advertising.
Well, that's what I'm saying. As long as it's really close, I mean, that still counts,
Oh, like McFarlane and Capullo? I thought they were the same person for the longest time.
Honestly, I like to work with just different people, different styles. Basically, the one thing that I've always kept consistent is just that consistency. So if I work with someone in a particular style, you're not going to find the next issue of that particular series in a completely different style. Like even if it's a different artist, I always wanted to maintain that consistency.
Right.
Fan building has always been is kind of rough right now, but at the same time, I want when we do acquire that fandom, that they understand that no matter what artist does, Vector Squad, this is the 90s gritty style that it's going to be in. Or, another series that I'm working on, World's Greatest, it always has that same grunge style, and pretty much that's always kind of been my MO. My MO has always been like, to kind of keep the consistency. And sometimes it's been rough because I've worked with a number of different artists, and some of them I've kind of like, fell out with. And even though I've always wanted to keep it professional, sometimes, unfortunately, that, kind of sours. And it is what it is. But finding someone to replicate that has always been like, a bit of a challenge, but it's always the goal.
Well, there are a bunch of artists in the madness, and I'm sure you'll find anybody you need there for just about anything.
You're definitely right. It is collaborating across different books with people, man, because I've enjoyed about every book with the groups that I've been with on any book. It's always been a good experience, and it's cool working with multiple different artists, man. It's a cool thing.
He's digging those layouts and that Vector Squad first issue.
I appreciate that. We put a lot of effort into it. Unfortunately, for one of the books that we had done and released last year, and I didn't realize that we kind of had to like scrap it and then redo it, is because everything looked fine, but the layout was completely off, and that was kind of a big issue going forward. So we pretty much be as meticulous as possible with all of the issues that we work with to try to print out the best things that we can possibly do with the limited budget that we have.
Well, I mean, what I just saw, you're doing just fine. I mean, if that's the quality of what you're getting printed, then, you know, you're not going to have any problem keeping people satisfied with the quality of the product. You know, now it's the story. The story, man, because I'm a story guy, okay? As much as we talk about the art, I'm a story guy. And book 2 depends entirely upon how good that story was in book 1. You know what I mean? I mean, as a backer, it's like, I'm going to read book 1, and if you sink the hook in me, I'm going to be there for book 2. Or, you know, there's times you read that something, it's like, yeah, I don't think I can go to the next one on this. You know, so for me, it's a story. No matter, there's been a few books that I've backed because the art grabbed me, but it doesn't happen near as much as the story gets me to buy a book. Okay, the story is what gets me coming back for book 2, book 3, book 4, and so on. You know, you might catch me on book 1 with a great cover, you know, and I'll be like, oh, I love that cover, I'm gonna buy that. Now I'm going to read your book, and if it's good, then I'll be back no matter who's on the cover. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's the story that sells me, not the art. Although I love the art.
It's really got to be a balance of everything.
Yeah.
But you're already going for a specific look for each title. So you're aiming for a zone, for a signature look for your books, which is awesome.
Thank you. We're doing our best, but it's because of these guys. I mean, it's because of the people that come out here and show their stuff. Man, that's why it's good.
I am honestly looking for a signature look for each book, and I just kind of want it to be a little bit more like, you know, recognizable. Growing up in the 90s, X-Men, you know, pretty much the Avengers, like pretty much all of those big titles were kind of like, they all had their signature style, their all signature look. And for me, that was kind of like something that stood out the most for me. And I kind of want to do the same thing. Marvel had their own thing, DC had their own thing, Image had their own thing, and pretty much it was just so recognizable about each of their title, which was just a little small variants, you know. And they had different artists, but it was just little small variants that they put into it that made it more of a signature for me.
Nice.
As for the story, I am a big on storytelling as well, since I am the writer of all of them. Vector Squad. Let's start off with Vector Squad. Vector Squad is a series about a bunch of military misfits from different parts of the globe who were kind of forced to work together. The main protagonist, Yukla, a Russian American military informant turned field agent, and she's pretty much been, she's second generation. Her family was always military, mom and dad, and basically she got into it to kind of follow their path, and at some point spending her time seeing the things that she saw, losing the people that she has lost, she is pretty much at the end of her rope. And she's given one last mission. And basically the last mission is pretty secretive. It's a paramilitary experimental controlled group where they're using high military suits called vectors, and basically each character is kind of like, I don't want to say genetically coded, but each character has a little something within their body that allows them to control particular suits. And basically there's just a bunch of misfits. They're all military, or at least former military. You have the psycho, you have the genius, you have the field operator, you have the sociopath, then you have the guy who pretty much is the muscle, but who's zen, and basically these characters, who are all leaders in their own right, are kind of forced to be pushed together, which they have a hard time with working together, and they have a hard time with accepting anyone else other than themselves as being the leader. And they're just kind of forced to work together to take on, frankly, to the world's greatest, the Outlaws in World's Greatest in JC Comics universe is a band of genetically coded humans that are born with abilities, and the world pretty much knows very little about them. Some of them can look like humans, some of them can look like animals, some of them can look like whatever. Everybody has their own thing, just like regular people. Some of them want to be left alone, some of them have other agendas. And basically, with a war breaking out in World's Greatest that exposed outlaws and various other species in the JC Comics universe, humans got afraid. So they decided that they wanted to create different ways to protect themselves. And Vector Squad is exactly that. They figured that if they can, utilize these high-grade military suits, then basically they can control the outlaw contagion if anything got out where humanity would be in trouble.
So these books go hand in hand with each other then?
Yes, they're directly connected to one another.
So there'll be plenty of crossovers in the future?
Yes.
You muted, Pops.
Because of that.
The dogs, yeah.
Yeah, the family just got home. So well, one of them is. But yeah, man, I look at it and that's how you build a universe. You have different titles, but they connect. They're living in the same world, they're encountering the same stuff, and it all, you just connect it all together, and before you know it, you got a whole universe of titles, and not just one or two. It's like expand on everything. Always expand on it, because if you get a fan base on Vector, right? You get a fan base, they want to see more, and then it's like sometimes Vector won't be enough. They want to see more about what's going on with the side characters involved with Vector, or people that have come in and gone back out. It's like, wait, where'd that guy go? What's he doing now? It's like that's what happens to me. I hate when the story ends, because what happens auxiliary characters, the ones on the outside. I want to know what happened to them. Okay, the main characters are done with their story and they're living happily ever after. What about Joe the Hobo? He was an interesting character. I want to know what's going on with him. You see what I'm saying? I don't want a story to end. When they kill that initial character, I want them to move on to other people in that same universe that they introduced us to, because we're invested in them too. So I love when somebody says, yeah, I'm not just doing a book, I'm building a universe. that gets my attention. You know, that's kind of stuff I love. Hex, why are you in your car, dude?
Hey. Hello.
Because
Hello,
he's
Mr.
driving
Seinfeld.
his way to CRoM Con.
It's not a live event, bro.
Wait, we're dead?
I was told this was a show with Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh,
I got my coffee.
Oh, Phil. I think he's talking
I'm in
to
a
you,
car.
bro. Joseph, do you know Hex? Do you know? You guys know each other?
I do not.
Nice to meet you.
Hello,
It's a pleasure. How you doing?
Yeah.
This is what we do. We introduce people to each other, and sometimes they actually know each other already, and I'm the one that feels stupid. But yeah, Hex, Joseph, welcome to the madness. That's what we do. So Joseph, go ahead one more time. Give everybody the rundown where they can find your stuff, and
Yeah, you can check out any of the titles that I've released so far. Vector Squad issue 1 and 2, as well as World's Greatest, which is going to be reprinted. You can check it out on jccomicsuniverse.com, or you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. But the content is pretty much, like I said, available for anyone who wants to just jump in and read the first 2 books. If it's for you, great. If not, then that's cool too. There's always something within the universe that might actually appeal to you. Yeah, that's about it.
Hey, it's great having you. It's great meeting you. Feel free, like I said, always to post everything in the madness. Oh, where'd he go? Come back here. Post in the madness. Let people know, when you're having a new title come out. Let us know what's going on with Kickstarters. Anything, any teases you want to throw up there to get people to look, by all means, that's why we're there, bro.
I appreciate it.
That's what we do.
Cool to meet you, man. Sorry it's a little bit quiet. I was in the background pulling all the levers, man. but yeah, definitely hit me up and let me know more about what you got going on that you're talking about earlier, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
If anyone out there available as well as Will, or anyone else who wants to invite me to a podcast where we could talk a little bit more about it, because I would love to tell a little bit more about the universe.
There you go, Will's
Yeah, see that whole thing across the top there? Shop Talk, Earth Station 1, Creators Podcast, Cheers and Comics Podcast, Evolution Comics Podcast. They're all out there, bro. They're all in the madness, and they're always looking for guests. So, Brian K. Morris. We have so many cool podcasters in the madness. All you got to do is say, hey, I want to talk about my stuff, and you're going to get hit up.
Also, for any creators.
I think all us comic artists got outnumbered by all the podcasters this week. What's up with that?
We just want to make sure your stuff gets seen, Phil. That's all, bro. That's where we can. Joseph, once again, thanks so much for coming out. I'll get you on a Monday Madness sometime later in the month, for sure. All right, we'll have more time to talk. And maybe we, if you have other people on your team by then, we can get them out there with you, and we'll have a little.
Sounds awesome.
All right, nice meeting you, brother.
Cool to meet you, man.
Great
meeting you.
Peace.
Easy.
Phil with all the little. Yeah, I shouldn't have given Phil the keys. Look at him, he's playing.
Hey, you got to make things interesting for people, man. They need that visual stimulation.
Hey, you're lucky I almost get the key.
Woohoo! You want to see me take a swig of some beer?
Did you say beer?
Yeah, I'm driving. No, I'm in the passenger. Just kidding. I shouldn't joke about that.
How you doing, brother?
Oh, awesome, great. I just celebrated my birthday yesterday.
Yes.
Did like a 7-hour stream. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, dang. 7
Now,
hours.
You can't do streams when I'm working. I can't watch them that way.
Well, hey, good to meet you, man. Nice to meet you, dude.
Happy birthday, belated.
Happy birthday.
How do you do?
Bill, you didn't know Hex? He's been out here a few times with me. I thought you knew Hex.
I thought we might have met.
We might
maybe
have.
it's the background.
We've probably run by each other a couple of times in the CRoM Cons.
It's just hard for me to keep up, man. There's so many cool artists out there I meet these days.
Oh yeah. I'm constantly finding new people to network with, and
I have no problem putting the face to the name and remembering the face and the name. Remembering the project, that's the work. Trying to keep everybody keep in my mind who's working on what.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. As soon as I get to know you, do I remember what you're working on? Geez, I talk to so many people about what they're working on that becomes the part that gets lost. But
I try to watch everyone I can.
Let's talk about what you're working on there, my friend.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, I've got a Indiegogo campaign, a comic book. That's funding right now. My voice is vibrating. My campaign is funding on Indiegogo, and it's called Nephilim Squadron, Chapter 1. It's sort of an introductory campaign to the Nephilim Squadron. What it is it's expanded to a 32-page black and white comic book, and it's chapter 1 of what's going to be volume 1, later to be launched this year, and that will be in color. And volume 1 is going to be 3 chapters in color. But currently, Nephilim Squadron Chapter 1 is got 6 days to go before funding ends, and maybe I should give you a little hint as to what the story is, huh?
Phil's going to pull the Indiegogo page up here in a minute.
How did you know I was already doing that?
That's what I said. Phil's going to pull that up in a minute.
What was that? Would you please pull that up for me?
Isn't
Phil?
that what I said in the comments? Isn't that what I said in your inbox?
I don't know. I didn't see the comments.
Check the inbox. Check your inbox, son.
Oh.
Says, will you please share that? Thank you very much.
Yes, it is a visual medium after all.
Yes, we have to see it. There it is.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, Nephilim Squadron Chapter 1 with extras, and I'll explain what the extras is in a bit. But
now I have to ask you real quick. Do you mind being called Hex, or would you rather be called Mel?
Either one is fine.
I mean, because I see Hex Allen all the time, so that's what I go with. Hex.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it sounds cooler anyway, right? Yeah, Hex Allen is like Chris Gaines to Garth Brooks is Melvin, right?
There you go.
Or Melvin is Beyonce, and Hex Allen is Sasha Fierce, right?
Welcome
so anyway, yeah,
creators in cars getting coffee.
Woohoo! All right, we're going to Westwood.
So let's go ahead. Slow down.
Okay.
Let him talk about it.
I'm all over the place, so sorry. Oh yeah, so Nephilim Squadron is what I call a hard science fantasy epic, action-packed story that takes place in the 28th century, and it focuses on the personal journey of a clone pilot who desires a soul. But through the course of the story, the journey, he discovers that his destiny is far greater than just having a soul. and also it's on another level. It's an ancient mythological tale that's told 700 years in the future. Interested?
Oh yeah.
Futuristic mythology.
Hidden mythology, I would say. And it takes inspiration from like 80s manga and anime, like Macross, Robotech, that kind of thing, and Area 88 is a big influence, and also Heavy Metal Magazine with the likes of
He said heavy metal, Phil.
Jodorowsky. Hello, where's Sim? Did
He
Sim
said
pop
heavy
in?
metal, Phil.
I'm gonna have to find a little video thing of heavy metal just for when that happens in these things.
Yeah, a lot of people must mention that, huh? Yeah,
Well,
but I'm a big fan of Jodorowsky.
Kind of getting that direction and feel with the books, which I am more than okay with, man.
Oh hell yeah, I grew up with that. It's
Me too.
another big influence, like Mobius, Jodorowsky.
Yeah, Juliet, Royo, Corbin, all those guys.
Oh yeah. And
Somebody
then there's
say
a little bit of
Royo?
Hold up.
All right. Is that
Somebody
safe?
say Royo?
Yeah. One of my favorite cover artists for the magazine.
I'm pretty sure you can't show the interiors.
Yeah. It's depending.
Nope.
Is it the 90s? If it's the 90s heavy metal, probably not, man.
Right.
Well, you can come back out on later on tonight at CRoM Con after hours.
All right. After dark.
Yeah, it's gonna be live tonight. 10 o'clock. We're gonna condense it down to just being shown in the madness, so I don't offend anybody on YouTube or anywhere else. It's just gonna be shown in my group, and we're gonna do an after-hours show with the Still Token from the Dead guys. Still Token with the Dead. Because I'm trying to separate things. I'm gonna have next month we're gonna do a little different. We're gonna have the all ages stuff earlier in the day and the more adult oriented stuff later in the evening, so that we don't have the kids running by the parents' computer at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So we're trying to clean this up a little bit, trying to make it a little better. There you go. Question.
That's fair.
Question from the audience: does the word Nephilim have a specific significance in the story?
Yes, it does. The cast of the main characters, they start off at like a great height of popularity during this war, and quickly they descend into let's say lesser popularity, and sort of like the band breaks up and people go their separate ways, and things fall apart.
Somebody goes out on the news and says, "That guy sucks."
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, so they're like like the as they're commonly known, fallen angels. So the pilots of the Nephilim Squadron, the symbolism is also in the name, and if you look closely at the logo, the Nephilim Squadron logo, this was a happy accident. But when I created that, I had no intention of making this sort of gestalt effect. But if you see, like, it's supposed to be an angel, like, falling with at the bottom part is the halo and the head, and then there was wings. But if you look at it a different way, it looks like a phoenix rising, right?
Rising. Yes, it does. Yes,
So
it does.
yeah, it's sort of like two different things, and that was a total happy accident when I made that. But it's also very significant as to how it relates to the characters' journeys. So you can think of this as like an epic sort of tale, like in the. I don't know if people have seen. I don't know if there are any anime fans out there, but if you've seen Neon Genesis Evangelion, it's kind of what is this comment?
Well, see, MD said something earlier about he likes that when people promote a lot because sometimes he just forgets, and again it's a reminder. And this is one of those books. He just said, "That's what I mean with promotion." I've heard of this book before, but I hadn't backed it yet. So getting that reminder sent me back to the page.
All right.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And I've said it a few times. If I can get one person to back one project, that makes my whole weekend worth sitting here. But I think we're getting a lot better. I think we're getting a lot more people that are jumping on stuff because they saw it here, and that makes me feel really good. It's starting to have an effect.
That's wonderful because, I don't see you just can't resist the pops,
It's the pops effect. We're working on it. We're trying to hone it and turn it into something that works great for everybody.
Yeah, I know it, and I feel like I especially have to talk this one up because I don't have a video, so I have to I have to be the video.
Well,
but the
remember
next
last
campaign
month,
will have a video.
Remember last month we put you on the spot and hit you for the elevator pitch.
Right. Hopefully I did a little better this time.
Well, and I mean, the whole thing is that you learn something from it, you applied it, and that's what everybody does. Everybody. Anytime somebody's out here and they're giving advice that works for them. Now, they're not going to say it's going to work for every single person. But, if they're giving you advice and they say, this worked for me, and then you talk to the next guy and he's going, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That works for me, too. Or, whatever. It's like, it's okay to shop that idea around to a few other people and say, yo, man, do you think I should try this? Because it's working for that guy. It's okay to get more than one opinion about an idea. And if you get 4 or 5 people say, yeah, man, you should be doing that, then all right, coming to get him.
Hide.
A CRoM Con exclusive.
That was close.
Bad boy.
I'm not Antifa.
Yeah, that was great. I love that. We get to throw a little cop theme song in there. Where were you on that one, Phil?
What? No, I was reading it. I was reading about the book, man. What are you talking about? Our core protagonists, Taru, Mecca, Jason, and Frank, are fighter pilots of the Nephilim Squadron of the organization known as Soul Interstellar Forces.
Oh my God! You're hired.
Working some voiceover action there, Phil. I see you.
Oh man, that's excellent. Thank you. Wow. Wow, that's just like how some people get fan art, and man, just reading the words out loud of what I've written is just,
fan voiceover, man.
Fan voiceover.
It reminds me of the very first promo that I put together for Mojo way back in December 19, and it was a written one, and Mike Barron looked at it and he gave me all kind of props for it. He said, man, that's your first promo? That's awesome. You did really good. He gave me one small critique, and it just gave me all the confidence in the world to just keep going and keep trying to do this and keep helping promote people and whatnot. Because when somebody like Mike Barron says, yeah, what you wrote was awesome, it's like you go, really? Mike Barron what I wrote was awesome? Wow. No stuff.
Hey, careful. If you say his name one more time, he'll appear.
That's okay. He was here yesterday.
I saw.
I missed it too. That was when the power was out. It's like, come on, man. I'm supposed to be out here talking to Mike right now. But I get to talk to Mike a lot, so it's okay that Phil and Will got a day with him. That's cool.
Yeah. You're going through withdrawals, though. I can see.
I definitely sent him a message yesterday. I was like, dude, I missed you. What's up? Because like I said, I really enjoy doing it. I really enjoy talking to people, especially when somebody comes back, when they want to come back and do this again. Yeah, you're my buddy now.
He's like Who's this Will and Phil dude you left me to contend with?
How did that segment go? I haven't been able to watch any of that yet.
It was all right, other than getting stuff pulled up right away, because you know what was up. My computer's just getting dialed back in, so I was shuffling like crazy. He's sending over images, and I'm trying to figure out a way to pop them up so everybody can see them. And yeah, that was a fun time. He's kind of just looking like, you guys, what are you doing? Just a minute, Mike. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Do you know who you're doing that to? He's a legend.
Oh, Mike's a great guy. He's so funny, and the stuff he writes, he's always thinking about entertaining you, not just like, putting a book out and making a buck. He's like, he wants people to like his stuff, So I give him all kinds of props. He's just awesome.
He's a big influence.
That was my younger days. That was my younger days. Like what he just did when he dug down like that. Yeah, that was my first 35 or 40 years. I ain't gonna lie. Took Pops a long time to figure it out. I ain't gonna lie. But it's amazing, man. And Phil, let's scroll down a little bit. Let's see some of the what kind of stretch goals or whatever we got down here.
Oh, yes.
The Tamarin dictator, Seton Kokar, aims to defeat the native beings known as El Savali.
Perfect.
Those are the El Savali?
Yeah, more like El Salivating. No, these I was told that people like to have these, sexy pinups in their packages.
It has been known to sell a book. It has been known to sell a book.
Yeah, so I'm including it with any tier that people back, not just the comic.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, the stretch goals. These stretch goals are attached to the mobile game portion of the campaign, and I'm working on this mobile game called Shield Net Sword. It's a total different IP from Nephilim Squadron, but I kind of crammed it into this one.
Dang, I know almost everybody on that list.
Hey, Simon was on here recently. Was Leach on here?
Yeah, Simon helped me out a lot with the campaign, and he's my first stretch goal.
We have a question for you. They want to know if you both wrote and drew.
Yeah.
You're everything.
I'm a one-man band here.
Oh, nice.
And I'm going to hit you with a thing. Since it became a topic of discussion over the last couple of days, do you have an editor?
I was just going to mention that. No, I don't. But yeah, like I said, I'm a one-man band, but I'm willing to reach out and find someone to edit this thing.
We have
when it's in a certain state.
We have a few great editors that are into madness, and we met a new one today, actually, Demetri over with Sacred Chaos Comics. So, reach out if you're serious and you want somebody to look at it. You will definitely find 3 or 4 great editors in the madness that are always willing to help people make their book flow.
Even some all right ones, like this guy named Phil that's done a couple.
Yeah, even that. There's even colorists that do editing.
Some guy named.
I'm mainly colorist though, but I have done a little editing. I would suggest some of the other guys more over me though.
And how do you balance time between the creative and business side of it?
It's really hectic. I since this is my first campaign, I maybe took a little bit for granted the promotional side and how much time and energy and effort it takes. So yeah, I balance by I have a day job, and then after that's done, I do my domestics, and I try to fit in some like social media stuff, and then like later at night, that's when I start doing some drawing and or painting, and whenever I have days off from work. but the promoting is like itself full-time work, man.
Oh yeah.
But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But wow, yeah.
Well, you definitely stay busy then, man, with all that on your plate, man.
Yep. And I see you got some more stretch goals. You got 5 days. You know, you're probably going to hit a couple of them other ones. At least one more for sure. Are you having a countdown party?
Might be. There's a couple of people I'm talking to, but it's not final. I don't know, going back and forth, so I don't know yet. If not, I'll do it myself.
Well, I was just going to say, make sure you do something in that last hour to try and bring more people in. Make sure you have it in the madness. Make sure people in the madness can see it. And, I'm always available if everybody bails on you.
Yeah. I should know in a couple of days. Yeah.
Okay, what is this all about? Your mobile game. What is this? This is interesting.
Oh yeah, Shield Net Sword is it's a rock paper scissors game, but it's done in a side-scrolling 2D manner where you're controlling a character, and you have 9 selectable characters in the game, and when I was developing in this, I was at the art stage. And I was creating like hero poses for like character selection, and the sketches turned out so well in my opinion that I thought, hey, maybe I could do something with this in terms of like a crowdfunding campaign, like where I attach artwork to it. So this campaign includes the trading cards, prints, and bookmarks of the characters from the game. But it's not. The campaign is not for funding the development of the game. It's just for the creation of these pieces of work.
So
what a piece of work.
You actually put the game together too, or did you have somebody put that? You just gave them the art and they animated it and all that for you?
Oh yeah, I'm doing the game too. Unfortunately,
dang, dude.
I had to put it on hold. The development on hold. It's in an alpha state. It should be. I should be able to show it. Maybe in a few weeks after I go into in demand. But there are some the collage of the game screens right there at the bottom, and that's how it looks with the different backgrounds and levels. So there I have a lot of animation work to do still, and actual the game programming, but. Right now, I'm building it in Unity.
Unity, that's what I was going to ask you, man.
Fun stuff. C-sharp.
I've not done much in Unity. I've messed around in Unreal Engine a bit, but not Unity.
Yeah, I'd like to mess around in Unreal, but if only there were 4 other clones of me.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I'm already doing 5 things at once.
Yeah, I'm saying, man, you're a powerhouse, dude.
Who is that?
And I'm doing my domestics here.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh yeah, and I've got some original artwork. These are 10 by 14 blue line pencil sketches on Bristol paper of the characters, and just throwing them all in together in one tier item, and in that tier you get the the feature tier is included with all the prints and bookmarks and cards and the comic, and also a custom sketch of any character of your choice, any character from pop culture fiction.
I dig those. Those are cool, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, Heck's been killing it. Has been since I first encountered him. Everything I've seen is I've been like, yeah.
I really would like to collaborate later on. Once I get this out and have more time. And what you see right there, those prints, those are works in progress. So if they look incomplete, that's because they are incomplete. But yeah, and also I've been doing those digital paintings on YouTube and streaming that, and I'll get back to that sometime after In Demand too.
So I'm pretty sure that you know our next guest too, right?
I know there's another Allen coming after me.
Yes, Edwin from Drawing Aces.
Oh, I don't know this guy. No. Hey, it's the Ace. What's up, Edwin?
I just surprised when he wasn't ready. He's like, I ain't even got my headphones on, dude.
Yeah, try to get the jump on me earlier.
I always make sure we bounce our guests off each other, man. That's the whole purpose. Bounce fan bases off each other, increase everybody's exposure a little bit. I was pretty sure you guys knew who each other were.
Oh yeah. I know Hex for a long time, so big troublemaker, Let's just stir the pot.
Oh, they're coming again.
They're again.
I told you, they know.
Hex, where do you live, bro?
In the ghetto.
No, I used to live in West Phoenix, man, and it was like that. It was like sirens and gunshots, and it wasn't a bad neighborhood, but you could hear there was action. There was always something going on.
Well, I'm in West LA. It's relatively safe, but I think people maybe just dropping like flies from the beer bug or something.
Oh,
there I go again.
Well, we got Christie. Christie lives out there in LA. Okay, and she was on earlier today, and she's telling me about it all the time. Oh, it's really nice here, but we got rooftop Koreans live in my neighborhood. So they ain't sweating them where she lives.
Oh man,
it's a great America we live in now.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's like reliving the childhood. Okay, I can remember in the late '60s, being escorted home from the school because things were popping off, and it was like I was a little kid. I didn't know what was going on. Well, I understand now, but I had no idea. I was a little like first grade or something, and they were like. It was crazy. But I had some people that like escorted me home to make sure my little white ass got home safe. Because I was in a bad. I grew up in a African American neighborhood in Minneapolis. And it was like things were really bad in the late '60s there. And I got escorted home by a family that lived in the same apartment complex we lived in. A black family. It's like the kids grabbed me. They said, "No, we got to get you home, dude." I didn't know what was going on. I was a little kid. But now to this day, I thank them people to the bottom of my heart for thinking about me and getting me out of there.
Well, I'm glad to see you survived.
Well, the school, what had happened is a bunch of the high school kids, they come to the grade school and start tearing it apart. And us kids at the grade school didn't know what's going on. And it was like one of the, like I said, one of the neighborhood families got me the hell out of there. I was like, thank you. It's crazy. I'm just standing there watching. I'm just standing there watching destruction right in front of me, and I don't understand what's happening.
I'm
That's
watching
something you never
this
forget.
awesome screen of Nephilim Squadron, man.
Yeah, baby.
That's so cool, man. That you hit 169% of your goal, dude.
That was man, it's been a roller coaster ride.
So you glad? Is it a relief that there's only a few days left now, man?
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god. I can unclench a little bit.
Every time I hear somebody doing the crowdfunding, it's like the anxiety, like 3/4 of the way through the whole campaign, man.
Yeah. And then it gets worse with fulfillment.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to fulfillment, though, actually.
Yeah, there you go, man. You're getting it out and everybody gets to see it. Oh, yeah.
It's like slowly giving
I'm
birth.
glad to see. I like your project is pretty cool, dude. I like all the stuff you have going on here, man.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
So yeah, what?
Well, oh, am I bleeding into Ace's time?
Well, we're just gonna say where where can everybody find you? So they know where to find you at, and of course we got the Kickstarter and the ticker going, so they know that part. But where can they find you around the social media and the online presence thingy?
On Twitter, you can find me at Hex_Allen, and
Facebook,
on YouTube,
Hex Allen Productions.
Oh yes, on Facebook, Hex Allen Productions,
and www.nephilimsquadron.com.
Yeah, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Hex Allen Comics. Hex Allen is just one word, Hex Allen Comics. Please subscribe and all that. And check out Nephilim Squadron on Indiegogo. Spread the word if you're not able to back it today. I will be going into in demand, so it'll still be available. It's just the funding period ends on Friday night, Saturday morning.
So you jump on it, everybody. You only got a few days left.
All right, Hex, it's always great seeing you, brother. We'll have you on again.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Pops.
No problem, man. Good talking to you, dude.
Thanks for all the backers and everyone who's looked my way.
You have a good day,
Ace, I'll see you later on your later stream.
That's right, man. I'll see you tonight. Take it easy, brother.
All right. Take it easy.
I
love you all.
Take care.
Bye.
Ace, what's up, Edwin? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
Oh,
Oh, man.
I'm getting a little hungry, but I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, man. Almost halfway through there. Huh?
I hear that. I've been sneaking in a little bit here and there in between when I can today.
I got a little pile of cheeses.
I'm doubling up on the coffee.
Yeah, I'm back to that now. Yeah.
Will stayed up too late watching TV, and now he's all tired.
Every time I see Will on the screen, I see that cup going up, and I was like, you remind me that I need another cup of coffee, man. You're a bad influence, man. A bad influence, I tell you.
Really? Go to a bar with me one time. You'll see a bad influence.
I don't want to get kicked out.
Oh, no, you won't get kicked out. I always go to bars where I know the owners.
Oh, where everybody knows your name.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Phil, this is Edwin. I encountered Edwin on Facebook, on Twitter, I think, is the first place I found Edwin not too long ago. And he has a project coming out real soon, and I'm going to let him go ahead and introduce himself and tell you all about it.
Yeah, so my name's Edwin Acevedo. I am the writer and creator of the Ace Comic Volume 1, which is launching on Indiegogo January 31st. So the Ace is the story of a young man looking for purpose who discovers the remains of a shooting star that changed his life forever. It's basically a throwback to the old school 90s Marvel comics. I grew up on books like Spider-Man, X-Men, but the ones that made me fall in love with comic books were actually a lot of like their B-list and C-list kind of heroes. I'm a huge Dark Hawk fan. Sleepwalker, Death's Head 2, those kind of like side books really kind of captured my imagination. And I think those have been missing from comics the last like 15, 20 years. So this is kind of my attempt to kind of bring that kind of back, giving it my own kind of twist and kind of updating it. So yeah, that's what the Ace is about.
Awesome, man. Hey,
I don't remember if I signed up for this one or not. Have I signed up for this?
Nice meeting you, brother.
Did I sign up for this already? I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
I'm going to have to then.
Sign up again.
Sign up again.
I ought to make about 30 email accounts so I can just like sign up for everybody's stuff a whole bunch of times so it makes it look like they're killing it.
No, you don't want to get that many updates.
Well, I don't look at my email anyway. Only when somebody tells me they sent me something.
Yeah, it's good to have like a junk email, something you can just use and don't have to worry about.
I think I already signed up because it won't let me sign up again. So
awesome.
Did you get that thing? That thing I sent you?
Which thing?
That thing I sent you.
You sent me a thing?
Never mind.
Don't touch the thing.
Yes.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like the only thing I know. You know.
That was a Harvey Birdman reference, dude.
I can only keep so many references straight.
And I just signed up.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm close to getting to my pre-launch goal, so a couple more, and I should be right kind of where I want to be. So much appreciated.
And is this a one shot or a mini series ongoing?
Yeah, my idea is to make this an ongoing. Have a lot of stories and ideas and stuff. So I would look to, in a perfect world, put out one a year, and really kind of be able to continue to tell the story of this guy David Diaz, who ends up living in this very kind of normal world and gets introduced to like these very kind of fantastic powers and different alien races and all this kind of stuff. So I want to take him on a long journey to kind of have him discover himself and kind of find this place in the world. In the end, that's what it's all about.
So very character-driven storyline.
Yeah, mix between like character and like action. Like I said, you'll get some insight into him, kind of his backstory, different kind of things that drive him, his past, and then you'll get like the fun kind of superhero, sci-fi kind of elements mixed in. I just want to say, MD Dangerously, yes, Darkhawk never gets enough love. It is fantastic series. The first 25 issues, I think, are as good as they come.
Darkhawk gets plenty of love when somebody hits the rumor mill where he's going to be appearing in another Marvel movie.
Yeah.
And then, I sold a half a box of Darkhawk 1 the first time around.
Hey, if you can get them, buy them.
You're the one that started the rumor. You don't have to lie.
Oh, stop it. I still have like the first like 10 or 12. So I remember I saw the Spider-Man guest appearance in issue 6. I go, this book's not doing well.
Okay, Phil, you can start that over, bro.
You're probably not going to get sound from this end unless you play it, though, dude.
You got to turn it up. Turn it up.
Not from Firefox.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Firefox, because Google don't like to play nice with anything that's not associated with them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, well, just show us.
They're trying to monopolize everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well.
And I refuse to use Google
page.
Chrome because it's invasive and a data collector monster, man.
Yeah, they all are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not Firefox, man.
That's why I use a VPN.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
All right, guys. So right here is where you can sign up for this upcoming excellent book. What is it that Itka says? Total excellence.
Here, I got a way to do this. Hold on. Here,
Okay.
We're going to play this anyhow because I'm just going to move my microphone over to my speakers so I can hear it fine.
I assume that y'all can hear what he's saying and that he's got
No, he's going off on a rant facing away from his microphone.
When a young man in search of purpose stumbles across
We hear it.
his life is altered forever. The alien remnant transforms him into a super-powered armored being with wondrous capabilities. Is a throwback to early 90s Marvel comics like Darkhawk, Sleepwalker, and Death's Head 2. This is the story of an average Joe thrown into alien and extraordinary circumstances. As he struggles to get a grip on his newfound abilities, bounty hunters from outer space come to collect his prize. The Ace is bringing the fun, weird, and fantastic back to comics. Don't miss out. Learn the origins of the latest sci-fi legend. The Ace.
Thanks for the clap. I hope you don't get it.
William.
You gonna be okay there?
Careful there, Pops.
Yeah, you still got another 6 hours to go.
Woo. Woo. All right, so go right here, sign up for the newsletter, or not the newsletter, for the preview, so you know when this thing goes live.
Yep.
Because like MD says, you got to have that reminder. Sometimes you forget about something that was really awesome, and then you hear about it 3 days after the campaign ends, and you're like, I wanted to get on that one. I didn't hear about it all month. I didn't even know they launched it. You see what I'm saying? Promotion.
Worse. You see a video of him going, here's all my fulfillment of what? Oh, remember that book I talked about last year? Yeah. Well, it's shipping out today.
Hey, as long as it's shipping out, I'm good. You know? I'm way more worried about them. Where are my books? You know.
Mm-hmm.
Red Rooster. Oh.
Don't talk.
Yes, that was a shameless plug from Tyler Carpenter's Comic Talk.
So tell us a little more about this, Edwin, man.
So yeah, like I said, you know, really the crux of the story is about this guy, David Diaz. He just turned 21 years old. He's got out of college. He's kind of at this like job that, you know, it's nothing special, and he's kind of trying to figure out, you know, what to do with the rest of his life. You know, he's at that age where he feels like he wants to have some purpose, but he doesn't kind of really know where to go. And then one night, as he was walking home from work, he sees this shooting star crash land near a park nearby where he lives, and he goes to check out the wreckage, and he discovers something there that ends up giving him the ability to transform into this armored being that he calls the Ace. And you know, basically the story takes place 6 months after he found the armor, when this alien bounty hunter called Akula shows up at his front door, and now he's got to basically defend himself and his mom from this threat. And that's kind of where the first issue takes place. After that, you know, it turns into like a space adventure in future volumes. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's 3 little stories in the book. I have the main story, which is the Ace versus Akula. Then I have a little epilogue story. I like to compare it kind of a little bit to Lost. I don't know how many guys have watched Lost, but you know, they had all these stories, you know, with the main cast, and then all of a sudden they'd introduced like a side character in a hatch somewhere, you know, and they wouldn't tell you anything about who this character was and how he tied into the main story. You kind of had to figure it out as it went along. So that's kind of like what the epilogue story is about, you know. It's not as linear as the main story is, and it kind of introduces you to different concepts and different kind of things, and you kind of have to help piece it together. And as the future volumes go, you know, that story and the epilogue will continue to play out, and just trying something different with them. Then the last story is an origin story for this character Angelique, who's going to be the main villain in Volume 2. Give you a little origin story in the book to kind of introduce you to her, and then it's on to Volume 2. Hopefully, if everything goes well. So yeah, man, it's been in the works for a long time. It's been well over a year and a half since I first came up with the idea, to writing it, to getting it down, to hiring the artist, to putting everything together, man. So I'm glad that it's finally almost here. January 31st, the Ace launches on Indiegogo.
January 31st.
That's
You
right.
want to give extra shout outs to your crew?
Oh yeah, I have the main artist on the book is by Canales. He's known for Iron Sights, The Abductables, tons of other books. I have Swings from Oddities working on the epilogue story. He's done a crazy job. I cannot wait to share the stuff that he's done, and it's pretty remarkable. So yeah, Swings from Oddity did that, and then the origin story is from How Comics. Alan Alonso, he did the Masquerade story in the Lost Pages. He's a tremendous up and coming artist. Like, people are really gonna be blown away. And both of those guys not only did the pencils, but also did the colors. So they really knocked it out of the park. I have Donald DeLay on the cover. He's done Brutus, Cash Grab. I also got his colors from Brutus, Theo Gonzalez, to do the colors for the cover, and he's also doing the colors for Canales' pencils in the main story. And then I have tons of other artists. Archsider did this sick trading card that everybody who backs the book and signs up for the main list is gonna get. So I have like all these stretch goals with all these different artists who've done sick pieces. I cannot wait to share with the world. I'm trying to roll things out little by little, but a lot of cool, exciting stuff, man. And I think people are really gonna be if you are a throwback and you like those kind of early '90s books that Marvel did, and you kind of like like finding a new hero, some fun, weird adventures, is the book for you, man. Not just for me, but the kind of the talent that I've been lucky enough to work with, man. These guys have done killer work, man. That they've taken any idea I've had, they've taken it to the next level, man. Like, I cannot
Definitely
say enough
shows,
good things
man.
about all of them, man.
It's definitely shows, man. It's a very, very cool and interesting looking book, dude. I'll say that for sure.
Well, thank you, man.
Yeah, I like the in the video where you, on the inside pages where the shooting stars coming down. I really love the way he colored that page.
Yeah, Theo Gonzalez has done amazing work. Like,
there,
we're gonna be putting up a lot more kind of colored pages in the next trailer that's coming. Red Gaze is gonna be working on that. He did the first trailer, which was amazing, but he's gonna be doing another updated one. It's gonna have more finished colors, more finished pages. Speaking of finished, the book, the art is completely done on the book. Right now we're in the process of lettering it. And, there's different things I got to put together. I got to put together a fan art section and stuff. But as far as like the art and the letters, everything will be done by the time it launches.
Nice.
So,
Who's this
it'll just,
dude?
Oh, that's Akula.
Okay.
That's, he's a bounty hunter from space. He tracks down the Ace, and he wants to take the armor, and, the Ace has to defend himself against them. And he's a very fun character. Cannot wait for people to see like the final design version. But yeah, man, I've been fortunate enough to work with a lot of talented guys. That piece was done by Passion for Drawing. That'll be included in the campaign. We're just trying to figure out, different. We want to do some different trading cards, some pinups, some posters. Really want to give people some good amount for their dollar if they back the book and get it funded. So, like I said, people are gonna be really surprised by a lot of the stuff and the pieces that are gonna come with this, man. Like, I've been working really hard and trying to make sure that everything that I put out is of high quality, because
So this is like him discovering the armor, I take it.
Yeah, he discovers that little device there, and
that's what this turns him into this.
Yep, it turns him into the armored being. So
It's cool. It's almost got like a kind of a Guyver feel, man. I like that, dude.
yeah, I've gotten that comparison book for. I'm gonna have to check that book out.
Yeah, Guyver. old school anime, man.
Anime.
One of the good ones, man. And heck, there was even a movie there for a minute. I think it even had Mark Hamill showed up in that movie actually.
Wow.
But yeah, kind of, it's got kind of that flavor to it, man. I dig that a lot.
Yeah, it's like with anything, like you draw from like some of your kind of influences, and Sween's from Oddity, he's the one who did the full design. It was slightly redesigned by Canales, but most of the idea was all Sween's, and he kind of put together some different influences that we kind of talked about behind the scenes to create it. So yeah, man, it's I'm really excited to finally have all this work. That was my ringtone. That was Ken from Street Fighter. Some of my email notifications. See.
Awesome.
So yeah, like a lot of these pieces, they're gonna be kind of like pin-ups, little mini prints. This piece was done by Sizzle King. He did one of the very first early kind of pieces for it. It's just like I love seeing like all this kind of like art and how different artists kind of tweak the character and make it its own thing. So yeah, hopefully if it gets funded, we'll be able to get a lot of this stuff into people's hands. And I just want to make it just so I can have it. I want copies of this, too. So I'm a fan, in the first place. Like I want to make something that I would support if it wasn't me. So Yeah, and then the next little image over that one right there is that's actually the trading card. That image is done by Artsider, and he did like a sick drawing of the ace, and everybody's gonna be getting the trading card who signs up for the mailing list and backs the book. And that'll be completely free going out to you, and it'll be an exclusive too. That trading card will never be re-released. It's the only way you'll ever be able to get is if you sign up and back the book. So that's your chance. And we plan on doing a lot of those.
One-time deal.
Yeah, so that's the time to get it, man. Artsider killed it. Yeah.
So, and when are you doing? When's the launch?
January 31st. It's a Sunday.
All right, mark it on your calendars, people, man.
I already signed up. I'll get the notification.
There you go.
Are you going to do a launch party, Edwin?
Oh yeah. Right now, I'm kind of contacting people from the different channels and different kind of avenues, and trying to get my list together. I want to hit a lot of those that first week. I want to hit it hard. So, definitely already. Yeah, man.
We're definitely here.
Yeah, man, for sure. But yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. I'm getting ready. Things kind of slowed down at work, so finally things are back to like a normal schedule, so I can finally breathe a little bit and really kind of focused on finishing up the launch page. Getting all the tiers right. It's a lot of stuff that goes into this. I always tell people, don't rush it, man. Make sure it's right. Because trust me, you don't want to get caught up a week before, and you're like, oh, I got to do this, and this. Like,
yeah.
Like, trust me, even stuff when I think, oh, this is pretty good, then I'm thinking, no, I still got to do this, or I forgot, I got to tweak that, the images, I got to add this for a stretch goal. Like, stuff keeps showing up, so I write everything down.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make sure every week I'm tackling something off the list, and even if I forget something, there'll be so much, I'll put so much into this that even if it's something slightly off, it won't I can just go and take care of it at the last second, and it won't be like 5 things, because I've seen some people kind of struggle with the launch. So everything should be ready to go.
Oh.
Arash.
Yeah, he's next. He's like, send me my link. I'm like, I don't have that studio open yet.
I've got all kinds of little bits of cool ringtones through the day with people, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think I've ever heard that many phones go off during CRoM Con.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Hey, man, you get all those notifications, man, if you're on social media and stuff.
Hell yeah.
Phone will start blowing up. I've had to turn off almost everything that isn't like an important message because it's too much, man. You gotta I can't keep looking at my phone every 5 minutes unless it's something important. I don't even bother with it.
And that's something I know about our group. Okay, you got 2,000 people in it. People are always posting all the time, and some people are going to turn the notifications off. And when you turn the notifications off in the madness, you miss all that goodness. I'm just saying. You know, it's like you might miss something when you got the notifications off. Sometimes you just got to make it so they're not annoying, like you don't have a sound. Like my notifications don't make no noise. They just pop up, you know. I eliminated the noise.
Pop up, but don't punch.
Yeah, they pop up. I look at the computer. Oh, there's some notifications. I go over there and do it, but I don't hear that ding, ding, ding every time. That drives me crazy.
Yeah, I just shut mine off because some days my phone would just be like, I'm like, why is my phone stuttering? And it's not. I'm just seeing like all the banners coming down from the top of the phone. I'm like, one day I'm glad I had a case on it because I got mad. I threw it across the room. It hit that pole behind me.
Edwin, why don't you go ahead and give us that final rundown, because we're down to like 2 minutes. Tell everybody where they can find you, who you are, what you're about, all of it.
Yes. So my name is Edwin Acevedo. I am an aspiring comic book writer, and I have created and written the Ace Comic Volume 1, launching January 31st on Indiegogo. Please sign up for the mailing list. You can find me on Twitter at Edwin Aces. You can find me on Facebook at Drawing Aces. You can also find me on YouTube at Drawing Aces channel. We're doing a watch-along stream tonight at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. If you're hanging out, you can watch us discuss Austin Powers. You can also go to Sims Discord to check it out. So, yeah, that's where you can find me, guys. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, Pops.
Also,
Phil.
what do we have? What do we have to look? What do you got on the horizon after this gets funded? Because it'll definitely get funded. But what do you have on the horizon?
The horizon is would be the Ace Volume 2. I've already finished the script. I sent it over to Canales. He's told me he's free to work on it starting in the spring. So that begins the process. I've already got like a cover for Volume 2 and some ideas, and I'm writing a little kind of side stories that I'm working on for Sim is doing a digital kind of volume, and hopefully I can have something for him on that. It's just more stories, more comics, man. I'm going all in this year, 2021. Awesome. I'm gonna grind until I can't grind anymore, man.
Awesome. Keep kicking.
All right.
Dude. Keep kicking.
It's 6 o'clock, people, and we need to start part 2. So, Edwin, thank you so much. Phil, Will, I just sent you the links to the new studio. We'll be popping this open. I'm gonna drop this commercial, and then we'll be back in a minute.
Good meeting you, Edwin,
Peace.
man.
And nice meeting you, Phil, Will.
You
Pops,
too.
thanks for having me on.
Best of luck.
Peace.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors and helpers this time around. We got NSCLiveTV.com, the Cheers to Comics podcast, Earth Station 1 podcast, the Shop Top podcast, the Creators Outlet podcast, Evolution Comics Facebook page, IndieVolt Radio, IndieVolt.com, the radio station, the YouTube channel, BuyMeToys.com. Love you all. Thanks so much.